Chapter 1 Prologue. Assign parameters to ports 56 to 67. Reroute power to cable 6 in event of power tripping. Access the grid for data compiling. A series of buttons clicking quickly and a mutter storm filled the silence of the room that would make one think of the dwelling of a mad scientist. It was a fairly large room that had been partitioned to create different spaces for whatever work was being conducted, with a big part of the room set aside for what looked to be old medical pods that had their parts dismantled and mixed together into some monstrosity to allow 2 people in their place. Near that was a table where a man was hammering at the keyboard with his eyes focused on the monitor, the light stubble on his face, the messy locks of hair and bags under the eyes a clear indicator of him not having a wink of sleep for a while. "Izuku, are you in there?" Someone calling out to him, followed by the sounds of the door opening, did not stop him from typing, but the sudden glare from above did. The man winced from the introduction of brighter light and turned to face his guest, the light now showing his once green hair now turning gray, several faded scars on his slightly chiseled face, a left arm that was clearly not made of organic flesh, and finally a glowing light could be seen beneath the shirt he was wearing where his heart would be at. "Eri?" The man blinked to get his eyes adjusted to the light quickly, while lightly coughing from the dryness that he only just noticed. A bottle of water appeared before him for him to drink from, which he accepted with gratefulness. After quenching his thirst, he turned to face the young woman who looked to be hitting her 20s with a slim figure, white hair running down her back and a single horn on one side of her forehead that added a certain level of cuteness to her. Her red eyes that used to hold an innocent light were now devoid of them and focused on him with a weariness. "Izuku, have you been working on this all the while?" Her eyes narrowed as she took in the equipment and his computer. "When was the last time you slept?" Izuku blinked a few more times to clear his head and process her words. Maybe a few weeks ago?" His uncertain answer got the woman sighing. "Izuku, I know that you have gotten a breakthrough with the experiment, and yes, I would be very happy with the results if it works, but you do not need to rush it without any sleep." The woman went to grab his shoulder and without any effort on her part moved him to the bed nearest to them. "I would have asked if you were eating properly, but that may be self-explanatory," she remarked dryly while looking at the pile of instant noodle cups with a disapproving eye. "Sorry about that." Izuku scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, slightly frowning at the grit in his hair. "I just had the brainwave and needed to get it out before I forget it. Not even writing it down helped." Eri let out a huff before looking at the equipment. "Has it really been 3 years since that test?" Eri wondered out loud. Izuku chuckled as he took another sip of water. "Yes, it is. And to think it all started with me trying to help you get a better handle on your quirk." Izuku remembered fondly how that came about. He had been trying out a design for Eri to see if she could attempt manipulating her time-based abilities to accelerate instead of reversing time while maintaining a certain level of control for her. The first test almost had Izuku panicking as her quirk quickly surged in power, and she temporarily blanked out only to have her gasp to get some air. They did not really know what had happened until something on the news attracted Eri's attention, which made her pale even more than usual. Further questioning revealed that Eri had somehow managed to throw her mind into the past and altered an event in the past that had accumulated to what was happening on the news, which at the time was talking about a hero who had stopped a major attack on the populace. The same hero that Eri insisted had died in her previous timeline. Her answers opened up a door to a great number of possibilities that Izuku was tempted and afraid to try. Not help that Eri was excited at the idea of having a method for a do-over, a chance to reset their pasts and get things done right. Izuku was briefly trying to tell Eri the difficulty and downright insanity of time traveling, only to be asked by Eri if he genuinely believed that and whether he wanted to prove to all the Quirkists that he could do something they couldn't. His resolve pretty much crumbled at that, and the two set out to try and create the world's time machine to send back their minds. So many rats were sacrificed in the name of science over the 3 years. "Be honest, how far along are you?" Eri turned to face him. "I have managed to tweak the processing to reduce the startup and to monitor our health. As for power, I have to build more arc reactors to keep up with the feedback, and prepare an emergency energy tap on the power grid to get it all on the off chance we run out of juice." Eri snorted at that last part. Knowing what she was told by Izuku regarding his arc reactors, the odds of them needing emergency power were very low. One of them was even powering the entire complex they were in. "If all goes to plan, we should be ready for the final phase soon." "Soon, huh?" Eri looked to the television that was displaying the news. I hope so. Izuka knew what was worrying her without looking at the television. It was displaying the same type of news for the past 15 years. Sometime around his 15th birthday, a group of villains called the League of Villains made their debut by attacking the first-year students of UA at the USJ, resulting in 4 deaths and 5 heavily injured. Of the survivors, 2 students quit the course and left UA to take on civilian lifestyles. Later, the League appeared in the city of Hosu alongside the infamous Stain, aka the hero killer who had taken out several heroes at that point in time. At Hosu, the hero killer killed Native and another UA student of the same Class 1A. Shortly after that, the League attacked the first years at their training camp, kidnapping 2 students and 1 hero while eliminating 3 additional students along with 2 of the heroes. A rescue force composed of several of the top heroes and the police force was assembled, including the number 1 hero at the time, All Might, and were sent 2 days later at the hideout of the League. Said force were almost wiped out by the League's apparent leader, who looked like a violent avocado had sex with an older and uglier avocado to give birth to a potato head avocado. The leader went into battle with All Might, and while All Might pulled off a victory as usual, it evidently revealed a secret that Izuku knew of when he once met the man before. The secret of All Might having been weakened by the same enemy a few years prior and making him lose his strength over time. It was when the battle was over that the situation got worse. Aside from All Might's weakened form exposed to the world and forced retirement, the hero kidnapped lost her quirk and 1 more student perished during his escape. That may have contributed to what was considered UA's worst provisional exam turnout, where barely a quarter of the Class 1A managed to pass. The morale went lower as they entered provisional internships that saw the Yakuza come out from the shadows and wreaked havoc with their quirk-nullifying bullets, only to be absorbed by the League after the leader got taken out by the heroes and then literally disarmed by Tamura Shigaraki, who had stepped up the plate from being the face of the League to an actual leader. If that was not bad enough, the Meta Liberation Army led by Redestro came out from the woodwork to begin an invasion, showing how many heroes were secretly working for them. The HPSC then revealed the amount of bureaucratic power and control they have over their own set, sending out the heroes and carrying out acts of violence that were barely towing the line of war crimes. Throw in the League of Villains for good measure, and it was effectively a clusterfuck that saw Japan effectively quarantined from the rest of the world to ensure none of the villains would leave the country. The government tried to hang on but ended up dissolving from all the conflicts going on and multiple corrupt politicians cashing on the situation. It was effectively martial law under the rule of HPSC, but there was division amongst the heroes over what must be done and who could be trusted. With the level of control the HPSC had over them, it did not take long for the hero academies to break off and formed a different group to ensure the children under their protection were not sent out carelessly like foot soldiers. It may have helped a little given what happened with the MLA getting absorbed by the League and under the control of Shigaraki, who somehow gained a new set of quirks to become a one-man army of destruction and death. The stalemate had stalled between the 3 groups for the next 18 years, and at present the war was somewhat favoring the villains. The hero faction consisting of the academies ended up adopting guerrilla tactics to fight, while the HPSC favored assassination and propaganda to fight their battles, the latter even breaking out some of the worst villains out of Tartarus to help them in exchange for a reduced sentence. Vigilantism was on the rise, with people trying to make do with the situation without getting caught on any side. This was not the ideal situation for any civilian to be caught in, and they were smacked in the middle of it. Eri, do you want to proceed with this? His query got Eri raising an eyebrow at him. Are you getting second thoughts on this? Izuku placed the drink down on the table and stood from the bed to stretch, wincing as the joints popped from the stiffness. I am not sure what to think on my part. I guess I am doing this more for the discovery. The idea that I can give the middle finger at the laws of physics to perform actual time travel is what drives me on. You are the one who is going to help power the equipment with your actual quirk. You are effectively the one who has the most to lose. Izuku spoke. True, I am the one who has to provide the actual ability to allow us to send our minds back to our old bodies. I am also the one who wanted to do this the most, a chance to have an actual reset in my life. A chance to be happy instead of living in fear from all of this shit going on in our lives. Eri sat in a chair while maintaining her eyes at him. But I can tell that I am not the only one who desires that reset. Admit it, you wanted a chance to go back in time to prove something to yourself, to tell your naysayers and bullies that they were wrong to doubt you. Don't bother lying to me. Bro, tell me what you are really feeling. A sigh came out of his mouth as he considered the words to answer her. a part of him knowing that he was being slightly hypocritical to hold back on her when he told her to open up during her early childhood. Eventually, he decided that bluntness was the best manner of doing it. You are right. A part of me really hated the fact that All Might just smashed my dreams without hesitation and gave away a quirk to someone who could already do so much with his own quirk, like he needed more power to do that. It bugged me that he only did it just so he could get back into the good books with his old partner, when there were others who could have benefited from that. It pissed me off with his double standards when he himself was quirkless in the beginning and Melissa was also quirkless. Eri stayed silent while Izuku started getting agitated in his rant. Years of holding back his disdain for the hero system now being let loose. It sickens me that this society is built on the belief that quirks are all that matters and defines people, and that anyone without a quirk is considered defective and subhuman. I hate the fact that no one bothered to look for us when we needed someone to do so. I want to show those fools that quirks are not the do-all end-all, and rub it in their faces that science and good old brains can beat them. Izuku slammed his fists hard against the table and took a few deep breaths to calm his temper. It had been a long time since he actually ranted in such a manner, and it was both exhausting and liberating to do so. Better now? Eri asked kindly. Izuku nodded slowly while letting out a breath. I am. Thank you. Izuku smiled tiredly at her. You need to let it out. It would help to speed up your work. Eri stood up from her chair and moved forward to place a hand on his shoulder. If this works, we have a chance to make things right, or at the least, get our own futures straightened out. So let's hang on to that dream. Okay? Izuku chuckled at her optimism. Thank you, little sis. Anytime, big brother. Eri reached over to grab a screwdriver. So what needs to be tweaked? I might as well chip in a little. Izuku's smile got wider. Well, if you insist on helping, there are a few to be touched on. 1 week later. So this is it, Eri commented as Izuku fiddled with the controls. Yes, it is, and not a moment too soon. Izuku finished with his tests and went to check on the helmets the two would be wearing for this work. He was not joking about the timing. The war between the HPSC, the hero faction, and the League of Villains had escalated badly and tilted heavily in favor to the villains, with the heroes and officers dropping like flies as the League fell upon them like a never-ending tsunami that could not be stopped. The citizens had lost all faith in the heroes, and it was every man, woman, and children for themselves. In their case, the villains had heard of his work in cybernetics and various inventions along with the knowledge of Ares' quirk. These served as a lure for some of the officers to come after them, with some of the MLA remnants wanting to cleanse the world of the last quirkless in Japan. Izuku had managed to hold them back for the past few weeks, but as of 2 days ago, the Nomus had breached the outer perimeter of his compound and were advancing to the bunker they were in now. As a last resort, Izuku had lined the bunker and the area with enough explosives to rival a nuclear explosion if required. Whether this experiment would work or not, Izuku and Eri had decided that it was better to die on their own terms than to get captured by the League. It is really weird, knowing that this could be the last time we would talk to one another, Eri remarked as Izuku handed her the finished helmet. It is, and on that note I need to ask you once more. Izuku paused to look at her. Are you sure you want to go through with this? There is no set point for us to agree on, and for I know we may return to our old bodies at different points. Eri merely smiled while rolling her eyes. Yes, she gave the word. There is no turning back for us even if I refuse. The villains are outside as we speak, and I would rather not become one of those Nomus. The two shuddered at that thought. Okay then. Izuku barely replied when the room shuddered violently to make some of the loose vials and beakers drop to the floor. Shit! They just breached the front gate. Better do this now. Eri went to her pod and rammed the helmet on her head. Izuku quickly went to the computer and entered a few commands to start up the system along with the self-destruct sequence. On the off chance this failed, there would be a valve to send in a gas to knock them out into a painless sleep while outside of the room. Several tons of questionable chemicals and nerve gas would be vented to catch any intruders coming for them. And in the event they manage to go through, the bombs will take of them. Right, here we go. Izuku went to his pod while the power started surging around and about them, an indicator for Eri to begin calling out her quirk to begin the procedure. Any last words, Eri? I just hope that this works. Eri called out from her pod as her horn started getting smaller. That, and I hope you are ready to adopt me. I will try to get that sorted. Izuku smiled as he placed the helmet on his head and pressed a button just as the room rumbled again. They have just breached the security door. His lips were thin while trying to maintain the smile. Let's get going then. Eri called out just as her pod closed shut. Izuku nodded as his pod closed over him and light started to build up inside. Through the glass, Izuku could see the monitor that showed both the progress of the experiment and the security footage that showed the villains and Nomus breaking into the next gate, which activated the security features, dropping most of them to the floor dead and the most stubborn Nomus to slow down as their regeneration tried to kick in. Something Izuku ensured would be a hard task to complete since he reverse-engineered their healing factor and created a virus to target Nomus specifically to stop that ability. But it was a matter of time before they got to the last set of doors. Izuku initiated the self-destruct sequence and prepared for what was possibly the last time he would be in this place. Unwillingly, his eyes glanced at the sole photo in his hands. One that held an image of him, Eri, and a chubby woman whose face was blurred out from years of neglect. See you on the other side, Eri. With that, Izuku pressed the last button on the control, and for a brief moment, Izuku felt weightlessness as he seemingly traveled through a vortex of light and images that went on forever before everything went dark. Oh, Izuku. The first thing he noted was the sounds of a woman sobbing near him. Something about the voice seemed familiar, but he could not place it. The second thing he noted almost as quickly was the sheer pain and numbness going about his body. It took a while to register the pain as the type coming from burns, specifically types that came from explosives, and the numbness from hitting something hard with some medication to dull the pain. There was a tingling sensation that made him realize that he was actually feeling it on his left side, specifically a left arm that was definitely flesh and blood. Finally, he noted his eyes being covered with a wet cloth, hence blocking his vision. Izuku tried to move his arm and hissed as a new flash of pain went through his body. Izuku! The cloth was removed from his eyes, making him narrow his eyes from the sudden glare before they got covered by a mop of hair while he was gently hugged. My baby boy, you are awake. Those words and that voice came together to make his memories click, and Izuku found himself trying to control his emotions as he now remembered the source of the voice. Mom! At that, the hair in front of him moved and Izuku found himself staring at the relieved face of Inko Midoriya, her tear stains and puffy eyes being an indicator of how much she had cried. She was looking a lot younger than he remembered her, but also showing signs of stress eating. But he did not care how much she ate or looked. The fact of the matter was his mother was alive and in front of him. It worked. He actually did it. He briefly looked away to see where he was and found himself caught in slight nostalgia at the sight of all the hero merchandise that had shown his previous idolizing of All Might. It was honestly a little disconcerting, and he forced himself to look back to his mother to avoid the oncoming emotion of derision towards all heroes. What happened? Izuku asked to try and get some information. What do you remember, Izuku? Inko sat on the edge of the bed and placed a hand on his head. Izuku subconsciously leaned into her touch, his heart aching from having missed it over the years. I am not sure. It is a blur. Izuku frowned, both to keep cover and an attempt to dredge up old memories. Not an easy thing for a 30-odd male having to deal with all the crap in the old timeline. What date is it? It is July 18th, 3 days after your birthday. Inko answered while worriedly checking his head for possible bruises and wounds that might explain his possible memory loss. You left the house early in the morning and returned late with all these injuries. What happened to you? Alright, he remembered now. It had been roughly 2 years since that visit to the doctor who broke the news of his quirklessness so callously, and Bakugo and his ragtag group decided to do a celebration anniversary by chasing him down and ridiculing him with their quirks. When Izuku tried to fight back, that was when Bakugo unleashed a particularly big explosion that saw Izuku crashing through trees and bushes before ending against the wall. They left him there while warning him to not tell anyone about it, forcing him to drag himself back to his home to heal over the weekend. Izuku in the past had given a very bad excuse that he fell against some electrical fuse box that burned him and made him knock himself out. The teachers at that point in time just sneered and let him off, muttering about his quirklessness while his mother frat about. This time, however, he was done playing nice. He needed to get things moving if he wanted to get something resembling a good future for him, Eri, and perhaps some other people. especially the mother before him who had given so much. This time he would save her. Mom, I have something to tell you. Chapter 2. It was the first week of the school summer holidays when an official-looking car came up to the front gate of the Hamada Institute of Academics and Robotics. The security guard came up to check on the people coming to the school when he saw the driver whom he was familiar with, while others may have a harder time to recognize him without his hero costume. The guard checked the schedule and raised an eyebrow, knowing that there were no appointments made that day. While he may know the driver, protocol still called for him to check the schedule and the credentials to avoid any villains or corporate spies from entering the academy due to the type of studies being conducted and the inventions made. As he came closer, he noted the driver did not come alone as he normally would. Next to the driver was a man that the guard had to raise an eyebrow at the state of his clothes. A set of messy black clothes that had seen better days along with a long white scarf that covered partially the bottom part of his face. The man's hair was a mess on its own, and from what little the guard could see, the hobo could use some major hours of sleep, if not dubious amounts of strong caffeine. The man lightly tapped his sidearm as he drew flank by the driver's side to knock on the window. Again, this was precaution as the man normally came alone, and with the recent news of some people trying to access highly classified areas, he would not put it past the second man to have a quirk to control his friend's mind. Strangely enough, the second man gave a light nod as though acknowledging his paranoia. "Good morning, Maijima," the guard greeted the driver. "Good morning, Kano." The man smiled while providing his identification. "Slow day?" "Not really. Most of the students are still working on their projects, especially the upper years. They stayed overnight and won't be leaving anytime soon. Parents keep coming back to check on them." The guard named Kano checked the credentials and the schedule. "I did not know you were coming today. To be honest, I was not expecting that myself since my next visit was meant to be in the coming month." Maijima answered while taking back his ID card. "I see." The guard paused before speaking casually. "Weather should be quite nice in Saitama this week. Only if the cherry blossoms are in season by the east of the hills." Maijima answered confidently. The man nodded while relaxing his hold on the sidearm. "Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Don't blame you for testing me. Even my end is getting antsy with the recent break-ins." Maijima shook his head. "Anyway, Hiro wanted to talk to my boss about one of the students here apparently, so I had to bring him along." Kano turned to look at the other passenger with a raised eyebrow. "Oh no, Shoyuta is not my boss, merely a colleague, though he likely wishes to be the boss." Maijima chuckled while the other man grumbled. Maijima then pointed a thumb over his shoulder. "He is my boss." Kano turned and looked for a moment before pawing at the recognition. "Hello there. Am I a bear, a mouse, or a dog?" The answer is, "I am Nizu, the principal of UA." The anthropomorphic being dressed in a two-piece suit greeted the guard cheerfully. Maijima offered a look of pity at the guard, knowing about the being with the high-spec quirk and his rather quirky behavior. He would guess that the beeping from the tablet was a welcome distraction for Kano, as he checked the latest entry and nodded before standing back as the front gates opened. "You can pass. Have a nice day." Kano waved them off before moving back to the guardhouse quickly. "Oh dear. You humans are very nervous around me," Nizu remarked as they went through the gate. As it was a straight path, both Maijima and the other man could afford to turn around to face Nizu with deadpan expressions. "Anyone who knows you would react very badly, boss," Maijima answered. His reply came in the form of maniacal cackling guaranteed to send chills down people's spines. It continued on as they drove to the parking lot closest to the front entrance where a man was waiting for them with his arms behind his back. He was a very thin man of average height, with a mess of hair that could compete with Shuta's hairstyle, and still appeared to retain some of his youth despite showing stress lines on his face. He wore smart casually with a smart polo shirt and official working jeans, then broke the effect with a white lab coat that made him look like a junior inventor. His eyes shone with a light that came from teaching students and a smile that got wider as he spotted them coming up the driveway. "Hey there, Maijima," the man greeted as the car stopped and the passengers came out of it. "Hey to you too, Hiro," Maijima greeted as Shoyuta pulled open the back doors for Nizu to jump out before the man went back to the car to park. "You wanted to meet my boss, I understand." "I do." Hiro turned to Nizu who had come up to him. "My name is Principal Hamada Hiro. I welcome you to my institute. Thank you for coming at my request. It must not be easy fitting your schedule. You are welcome. I must confess to some curiosity in visiting your institute. I have been meaning to get some ideas to update some of the courses in UA, and I understand that your institute handles a fair number of side projects meant for commercial use. To some extent, we are mostly outsourcing the talent for a few companies to aid them, and we do a couple of non-profit humanitarian work on the side. Hiro answered as Shoyuta returned to them quickly. And what may your name be? Aizawa Shoyuta. The hobo answered with a dreary tone. The principal took it in stride and proceeded to lead them into the building to sign the attendance sheet and get a monitoring chip. Your request was a little weird, Maijima remarked as they entered a hallway where they could see students of different grades building and testing different inventions. From what they could see, the area was split into different workshop spaces for the students to work in. I get that you do not mind me coming for an early visit, but that you asked for my boss was a little out of place. Yeah. Gogo and Honey Lemon keep telling me that I need to be a bit more articulate with my request. Hiro scratched the back of his head while sporting a sheepish smile. Well, I needed an outside opinion for a student I currently have. A problem child? Shoyuta asked roughly. If by problem child, you mean one that requires attention for the possible mayhem that could be brought about by unintentional analysis and unbound intelligence? Hiro asked. Then yes. Shoyuta groaned at that. The one that you asked for my boss to see? Maijima asked. Before Hiro could reply, one of the workshops started having an alarm ringing with the walls turning orange and barriers being raised to prevent people from going in and out. Oh great, here we go again. Please excuse me. Hiro sighed and quickly made his way to the section that had the issue. His guests from UA following suit to see if they could help. From the window, it showed one of the students being in the air with what appeared to be his fire Quirk going out of control and being vented through a makeshift jetpack. The only reason he was not smacking face first into the wall was thanks to the ropes securing him to the floor, but he was moving about erratically and his companions were having a hard time getting him down. Oh dear, I dare say that boy has quite the issue, Nizu remarked before turning to Shoyuta. Perhaps you can help the boy get down. No need, I got this. Hiro pressed a button to open a panel to reveal a keyboard and a card reader by the side. Hiro took out his pass and inserted it into the card reader before typing quickly on the keyboard. Down below, several screens started displaying a message that the students down below saw and moved away while still watching their airborne friend. On the ground below him, several airbags emerged to create a big cushion to catch him. Hiro then inserted another set of codes to do something that rang out in the workshop before them, and in front of their eyes, the boy had his flames extinguished and fell to the airbags with a yell, bouncing slightly before coming to a stop. The other students came forward to check on him while Hiro brought down the shields and the alarms. I need to go in for a while, may I? Hiro turned to his guests. That would be fine. Let on. Nizu gestured for their guide to do something before the floor beneath them shook lightly, and they descended downwards like an elevator to the ground level and to the workshop space where the students were getting their companion off the gear. What happened? Hiro asked his students. Ishiki was trying out the jetpack that would allow fire Quirk users to fly about, but the jetpack keeps forcing the Quirk to get active. One of the commerce students answered. Thank goodness we got the harness on him before we started the test. And thank you for activating the nullifier, Principal Hiro. No problem. Are you okay? Do you need to see the nurse? Hiro directed that query to the boy in question. I think I am fine. I just need a few minutes. Ishiki placed his hands on his knees and gripped tightly. Illogical, you need more than that. Shoyuta spoke out at that point, prompting the students to look at them for the first time, a couple doing a double take at Nizu. You should see the nurse to make sure you are truly well if this equipment forces your Quirk to be active. He is right. Just because you are about to enter your midterms practical, you should not rush the work. Go to the nurse's office to get yourself checked out. Hiro gave that order along with directing the others to help him move there, before helping to reset the workshop. It took a few minutes before Hiro could continue with the tour and lead them out of the main building. My apologies for the interruption. Some of my students are preparing for the practical tests coming up and are rushing their work. Hiro spoke out as they entered a room that had different equipment going on at once to create what appeared to be assembling eco-friendly generators and solar panels. It is no problem, you can never anticipate the type of accidents that can occur, and at least it did not end in disaster. Nizu answered while Maijima was looking about the room with interest. Though I must say that your institute has very good precautions to prevent quirks from going haywire. I don't recall other institutes having quirk nullifiers themselves. As far as I know, only the law enforcements and Tartarus make use of them. Well, you can thank my student for implementing said precautions for the institute. Hiro spoke with a note of pride in his words. That got the attention of the UA guests, including Maijima's as he turned at that. You are saying what we saw earlier was thought up by a student? Maijima asked incredulously. The problem child? Shoyuta raised an eyebrow while asking. Hiro smiled at that. The quirk nullification device you saw was created by my student. This version is strictly for the campus to ensure no one goes off blasting fireballs or giving out poisonous gas by accident, or in the worst-case scenario, we get invaded by villains. Hiro answered their questions. Saved us tons of money for repairs and helped to stop 2 espionage attempts. Same goes for the workshop enhancements since he knew that quirks getting nullified could result in injury. Really now? Nizu perked his ears up. He must be quite a student to create the device and think up those procedures. Was this a final year project of his? That got a smirk out of Hiro. Actually, he made this for his entrance exam last year. He is currently 11 and a third-year student in the accelerated program. The smirk got wider at their wide-eyed expressions. He built this for an entrance exam? At 10 years old? Shoyuta asked with hints of disbelief evident in his query. To be more precise, he built a smaller and more mobile nullification prototype unit without any outside help. Hiro answered as they proceeded to leave the room. The entrance exams are monitored by both human examiners and cameras trained on them with backup power cells and isolated from any tempering. As he was taking up the support lessons, he was tasked to build something to aid law enforcement. He built the prototype with nothing more than a box of scrap. His smirk then changed to something resembling a Cheshire cat. Guess what he called it? What? Nizu had his mischief alarm ringing with excitement. As a reply, Hiro paused to grab something from his coat and pulled out an orb-shaped device colored gray and black with odd square protrusions colored yellow on one side to make it look like it was wearing goggles, along with 2 attachments shaped like a pair of cat's ears. Nizu narrowed his eyes as he looked at it. Something of the design tickled his mind. This is his completed version. I think you would know this better than anyone, Aizawa. Hiro lightly threw the device at Shoyuta. It was only with him catching it that Nizu got it, making him cackle with amusement. Ah, I believe your boss gets it now. What is it called? Shoyuta did not have much patience to deal with this, and he was dreading what set off the rat this time. Can't you tell? Hiro looked ready to crack his face from playing the guessing game. Aizawa's glare showed that he was not amused. He calls it the eraser kitty. It did not take long for Maijima to get the reference, and he started to laugh loudly alongside Nizu. Shoyuta took the moment to look at the device, and after a while groaned at the resemblance with his goggles and attire, though he had to wonder if the boy in question just guessed his liking for cats, or if it was a coincidence. I believe you might like this a lot, since it was created based on your quirk and more. Hiro moved on, prompting the others to follow him. Took him a week after the entrance exam to build a proper version of it, and then designed the room version that you saw earlier for a month before getting some of the senior students to build it. In my honest opinion, this is a lot better than those already in the market. For one, this can actually hinder mutant quirk factors and forcefully reset weaker mutant quirk users to what is supposedly their normal form before gaining the mutation. That certainly gained the attention of his guests, each one looking at the device in Shuda's hand with different thoughts running through their heads. For the person who apparently inspired the creator, his thoughts were towards the usefulness of such a device in his own fights. He would not deny that his quirk had flaws despite the usefulness, chief among them the constant strain he had to subject his eyes to just to use his ability along with the weakness that it can't nullify mutant-based quirks like many others. There had been attempts to nullify mutant quirks, but they were unsuccessful. And an elementary school kid could do so as part of his entrance exam? This was way too advanced for one so young, even if they were a prodigy. That meant the boy was a problem child of the highest order. Great. He has been making inventions like this since he came to the institute. They continued moving on to where a set of small storage buildings were built. So much so, I needed to grant him one of the storage rooms for his own experiments. I had a few lawyers write up contracts to help patent some of his ideas to ensure no one tries to steal his ideas and claim them as their own. Smart move. Maijima nodded at that, having done that a couple of times himself to stop people trying to steal his ideas. Especially those idiots from Detnerat who were unusually stubborn these past few years. They kept trying to get support items aimed at increasing overall attack power under their name. Even more so for Midoriya. He really needs the help he can get. Hiro let out a sigh at this point. I presume Midoriya is the name of the inventor who made this, but why do the patents mean more to him? Nizu asked. Hiro paused by the fencing and scratched his head. How much do you know of the Aldera Purge? A couple of inhaled breaths from the humans were his answer. I would know more since I was asked for the aid. Nizu answered as he recalled all he remembered regarding the case that fell on his lap a couple of years ago. It all started with a mother and a child coming to the local police station to lodge a complaint regarding quirk discrimination and illegal quirk usage. The case was problematic in the beginning since the child in question was quirkless, making it very hard to go through since many of the officers were thinking along the lines of the boy trying to stir up trouble and therefore dismissive if not be outright antagonistic towards him. But the boy specifically asked for Detective Tsukachi due to his lie detector quirk, who happened to be there. The story he told was quite damning and it quickly led to an investigation of Aldera Elementary School and the nearby clinics where multiple teachers and doctors were arrested for practicing quirk discrimination. But that was not the end of it by a long shot. Along the way, they discovered that Aldera District on the whole was effectively a breeding ground for people preaching what appeared to be a mix of Darwinism, quirk discrimination, and the late Destro's methodology, with the different schools in the district acting as training camps for the students. This would lead to what many now called the Aldera Purge, where the entire district was essentially rooted out of sympathizers of the Meta Liberation Army, MLA for short, or potential villains in the making. Many of the children and young adults under 20 were sent to rehabilitation centers to get their heads straightened from the propaganda fed to them. There were a few families who tried to fight this only to get sent into cells since the lawyers involved were also connected to the MLA, leading to even more investigations. The victims most affected were granted protection and sent to other parts of Japan with compensation earned from suing those who had attacked them and from the government, with a few even entered into the equivalent of the Witness Protection Program. It would be 1 year later until Aldera was effectively removed from the map and the investigators were still finding sympathizers even among the law enforcement and possible heroes. As of a week ago, Aldera was still considered a no-go zone for anyone, and the HPSC were supposedly closing in on the main group preaching the late revolutionaries' teachings. Nizu himself had been instrumental in helping to find all the people connected to them by finding all the false companies and the lawyers being sent to people who were involved with cases that dealt with unusual circumstances. But for the hero academies, this was a very big wake-up call for them to double-check all the incoming potential students to see if they had any connection to MLA or possible villain or terrorist groups. By this point in time, 15 students had been removed for rehabilitation or outright expelled and blacklisted. Nizu was doing a fair bit of thinking on his part as he noted a fair number of schools trying to boost their chances of getting their students into UA, and a part of him knew that Aldera could potentially send a student or two his way had they not been discovered. Midoriya was one of the many children affected in that district. He is quirkless. Maijima and Shoyuta winced at that answer, knowing how bad the bias against them was. He had undergone home tutoring for a couple of years before coming here for his schooling, a year before starting junior high education. It is clear from the onset that he has quite the mind to be able to create his inventions to go along with his rather unorthodox thinking pattern. From what I had gathered from the records, his mind along with his lack of a quirk were the main reasons the students had taken to bullying him as he was outperforming a fair bit, and those sorry excuses for teachers ignore them at best if not encourage the damn brats. The growling from Hiro could be mistaken for a wolf straining on its leash. I hope he is doing well. Nizu spoke to Hiro, trying to break the mood. I would say he is, Hiro answered after taking a few breaths. Granted, there were a couple of hiccups to handle during his first month, and then we have the usual quirkists outside of our doorsteps that kept targeting him because of his status. But none of that has stopped him from continuing his work. He is set on heading to I-Island to continue his work partially because that is one of the few places no one would care about his lack of a quirk. Really now? That is quite an ambition, Maijima remarked. Island was the technological paradise for any promising inventor or scientist seeking to go far with creating support equipment for Quirk users along with the odd inventions to help people around the world. If UA was the top hero academy for young adults aspiring to be heroes to graduate from, Island would be the best place for any inventors to make a name for themselves. Granted, the island was governed under a different set of laws to protect the scientists, inventors, and their family living there, and there were rumors of a group who formed the more secretive portion of the top management of Island who kept tabs on individuals who caught their interest. Those individuals were given the moniker by heroes and those in the know the darlings of Island, usually people with unique quirks, abilities, or intelligence that those scientists would study from afar and wanted absolutely nothing to interfere with them collecting information. Messing with a darling was considered suicide as those studying them had the capital and the connections to see those annoyances disappear for good. Come to think of it, Majima had yet to hear any news of a man called William Stryker after his attempts to get a certain girl with retractable bone claws were stopped by some people from Island. And suspiciously, his workshop got dismantled and sent over to Island as stated in his will despite several people saying otherwise. That is one, but there is another reason. Majima's thoughts got interrupted as Hiro continued talking. This is related to why I want to introduce you to him. He does not have a very good opinion about Quirk users, mostly because Aldera had a lot of Quirkists attacking him and his mother. But the focus of that opinion seems to be towards heroes who do not fulfill their duties. And Shoyuta noted the expression on the man's face. I am only guessing at this. The nurse handling his treatment had commented the few times he talked in his sleep about someone attacking him and someone else dying. Hiro's face was hardening slightly. I was concerned about the intensity of his sleep talks, not to mention him waking up pale-faced and disorientated. I tried to see if there was anything in the news of the Aldera Purge or somewhere else that might explain those episodes. The best I can conclude is this. Izuku was friends with someone who needed help in his childhood, but the hero he approached ignored him for his quirklessness and his friend who had a quirk that was not considered heroic, and that might have led to his death. Again, the other three inhaled sharply at that, this time with tones of anger present at the description given to them. I don't have all the details, so I can't be certain. I can't just walk up to the police station to ask for their files. Perhaps later you could show me your findings? Anyone who knew the Chimera could tell from the straightened tail and sharp teeth being shown that Nizu was officially pissed at level 1. And they did not want him to go beyond that if they could help it. Nizu had incremental levels of anger to go through, and the highest they had seen was level 3 when some idiot tried to attack one of the students of UA. The assailant was not dead, but he was begging for someone to put him in jail and away from some monster that was supposed to match Nizu's description. But the rat had an alibi at the time. Not that anyone doubted it was him, he did have the superintelligence to pull it off. Sure. Hiro stopped in front of one of the storage warehouses that had a heavily reinforced door with a biometric scanner next to it. Hiro placed a hand on it to have it scanned, then leaned forward for an eye retinal scanner to look at his left eye, before a loud beep signaled his approval and the door unlocked with a loud click. Decent security, Majima commented. Hiro smiled lightly while opening the door. Not just yet. They entered to find themselves in what appeared to be an isolation room with the other door in front of them. Hiro closed the door behind them and briefly they were in the dark before dim lighting between the screens appeared. After that, a camera activated and pointed towards them. Principal Hamada, how may we assist you? A voice called out to them, one that appeared to belong to a Russian with a slight American undertone. Good morning, Isaac. Hiro called out to whoever was talking to them. Is Midoriya available? I have a few guests that I would like to introduce to. Understood. Prepare for scanning. Hiro nodded before turning to the others. Don't need to worry. This is standard protocol if I come with people not on the list. For everyone or just him? Shoyuta asked. Everyone. But Midoriya added his own touch to it. Whatever response was cut off when a beam of light appeared at the end and went up and down their bodies a few times before blinking out. Scanning complete. Support equipment detected. 1 reinforced fiber optic scarf for capturing villains, 1 extendable baton, and a pair of buster gloves. I bid you welcome to the workshop. Aizawa Shoyuta aka Eraserhead, Higuri Maijima aka Powerloader, and Principal Nizu of UA. The door at the end of the isolation room had the frame glow green with the sound of it unlocking, but the other three turned to Hiro for explanations. How does this Isaac know our names? Shoyuta asked with part of his hair starting to float up and his eyes glowing. Relax. You will get your answers when we get through. Hiro actually rolled his eyes while moving forward to open the door, followed shortly by Maijima. Nizu grinned and skipped after them, leaving Shoyuta to sigh and move after them. They left the isolation room to find a very neat and tidy workshop that was apparently partitioned to handle different types of work and experiments, ranging from the general scanning of data and light paperwork, to what looked to be a mad scientist's dream come to life with heavy fortifications to said partitions. Not a bad setup, Maijima commented as he looked around with a cursory eye. I believe Mr. Midoriya would be pleased to hear that. They turned to find an honest-to-God robot approaching them on its own 2 feet. It was roughly 175 centimeters in height with an even blend of white steel plating and chrome meshing for the body, and perfectly articulated fingers that motioned to them. The head was effectively a sleek piece of white plastic that was likely vacuum-formed with a couple of eye holes that were glowing blue and currently directed at them. Hey there, new body? Hiro asked while silently enjoying the expressions of his guests. Mr. Midoriya has upgraded my specs to be more efficient. Now if I do require a body to move around, this would be ideal. The robot replied while bowing with one arm across the chest. My name is Isaac. A pleasure to meet your acquaintance. Good day to you. Am I right in assuming that you are more than just a machine? Nizu moved forward to inspect the robot. Artificial intelligence? Maijima had his eyes wide open as he guessed the answer. Correct. I am simply a system program borrowing a body to greet. The robot nodded before turning to Hiro. If you wish to see Mr. Midoriya, he is currently engaging with a time trial. Oh, build or physical? Hiro asked. The former. He is now in the last 3 minutes of his trial build. The robot gestured with the arm to the side. Please step this way. I shall lead you to him. The others looked to each other before following Hiro and the robot to wherever his builder was, the support teacher of the group marveling at how smooth the movements were from the robot. Time trial? Shoyuta asked Hiro. Midoriya enjoys testing himself in various manners while under a timer. If he were doing a build trial, he would go to the junkyard around the back to get different parts and scrap he can get his hands on, bring it back to the workshop and start putting together whatever is required for his trial that is randomly generated on his screen. Hiro pointed out of the nearest window that showed said junkyard peeking out the corner of another building. If he were doing a physical trial, that can range from simple exercises to dodging practice and even scaling an obstacle course in a few minutes. Dodging practice? Maijima blinked. Obstacle course? Shoyuta asked with a hint of interest. He likes to keep fit, but quite frankly he is about to be an exercise machine, I just know it. That, and I get the feeling I would need a stun baton in the near future to ward off the girls when puberty hits. Hiro shook his head before turning solemn. Although I am on the fence regarding a few of his trials. On the one hand, the build trials are very good to test the students and I might consider implementing them. But, Nizu asked. Some of the building and physical trials are a bit too situational, and at times he appeared to be too focused into it, as though it was a matter of life and death to pass those trials he had the machine generate for him. Hiro admitted as Isaac paused in front of a partitioned room. I get the feeling they are related to his past from Aldera District, and if so, I really want to have some words with those adults in his life. I believe your best bet would be in Rashu Prison from the Chibusa Prefecture. Isaac answered smoothly, although I would ask that if prompted, you did not hear this from me. Understood, Isaac. Hiro nodded while Shoyuta shared a glance with Maijima at the passing of information from an artificial intelligence. This way, Isaac opened the door and stepped aside for them to enter, revealing a blast screen a few feet from them that opened up to an almost barren room when compared to the others outside of the partitioned room. Inside the room, there was only a long table that appeared to be made from several metal plates welded together with several tools on it, a large computer screen that showed some text and a timer counting down to a few seconds, what looked to be a small chemistry set going on in one corner and a pile of scrap in the other corner. Hunched over the table was a young boy dressed in some thick overalls and a welder's apron over him, with a cloth covering his hair as he put together whatever pieces he could get his hands on to create something to be shelled inside what could be an old canister for liquid nitrogen. Isaac was stepping inside the room and closing it when the boy fitted the contraption inside the shell before slamming a hand on a button and stepping away from the table. You have completed your trial with exactly 12 seconds and 45 milliseconds left on the clock. Isaac's voice came out of speakers in the room. The boy nodded as he pulled off the cloth to show a very bushy set of green hair and used it to wipe his face before letting out a sigh. Sir, there are some guests accompanying Principal Hamada who wish to meet you. The boy started at that and turned to look at them, showing how young he really was with the youthful face and freckles on his cheeks. He raised a finger before going to the keyboard below the computer screen and pressed some buttons to unlock and lower the blast screens. Good morning, Principal Hamada. The boy greeted Hiro with a bow. Good morning to you too, Midoriya. Hiro greeted him with a smile. I hope we are not interrupting any of your experiments. Isaac informed us that you were doing one of your time build trials. I just completed the trial, Izuku answered. This one should help those dealing with law enforcement. Oh, what might that be if I may ask? Nizu placed his paws/hands together, drawing his attention to him and the adults and his eyes widening at them. I believe you know them, but let me introduce everyone. Okay? Midoriya nodded slowly as he was notably holding back his curiosity. Hiro gave a light chuckle as he presented a hand at him. This is Midoriya Izuku, my youngest student in the institute and currently a third year in the advanced program. The boy stiffened and gave a deep bow to them. Midoriya, these are guests from UA High. Yes, that UA High. Hiro smiled as the boy was really trying to hold back a squeak. This is my friend and occasional guest lecturer for our institute, Higuri Maijima. This is his colleague, Aizawa Shoyuta. And last but not least, we have Dash. Hello there, young man. Am I a bear, a mouse, or a dog? The answer is, I am Nizu, the principal of UA. The anthropomorphic did his usual greeting to see how the boy would react. Much to their surprise except Hiro, the boy did not react in the same manner as one would meeting Nizu the first time. Rather, his first reaction was to start muttering up a storm. He is rather hard to identify. Is he truly a single species or perhaps a chimera type? Rumors about his time as a laboratory experiment have indicated that he's been spliced with the DNA of several animals. But what was his original species? The name Nizu would indicate that he's a rodent of some sort. Maybe not a mouse or a rat, but something like a marmot or a gerbil. Then again, the name could just be a method to throw us off. Probably not a dog or a bear, either, but those are both caniform carnivores, and his proportions do resemble a weasel or some other mustelid. A stoat or an ermine, maybe? No, his coat would turn brown in the summer and it would be very well known by now. There was that one meme that called him an albino honey badger due to his fearless attitude. But I think that was just a joke, Dash. Oh, I like him, Nizu interrupted with a glint in his eyes and a grin that was way too wide. Maijima and Aizawa shuddered as one at that. It took a fair bit to attract the attention of the principal, and usually that interest was not a good thing. The last person who did was a second-year student who had been so traumatized after 3 months that he broke down at the end of the UA Sports Festival, which he won, clutching the trophy and muttering Rule 20 of Nizu over and over again like a mantra. That student had to be sent to Hound Dog for the remainder of his education before he could function properly in society. Hamada Hiro, on the other hand, looked at the two heroes with pity. He had the feeling this would happen and he wished them lots of luck, along with a present of ulcer medication. The world was not ready for two mad geniuses. Midoriya. Hiro had to interrupt before the chimera and child began their plans to take over the world. Is this a good time to talk? Well, Izuku looked at the table where his device was sitting. I was hoping to have a quick test to make sure it works. Oh, by all means, show us your work. Nizu placated the boy with a smile. In response, Izuku reached to grab the makeshift canister that let out a rattling sound along with something resembling a spray can. Follow me, please. Izuku led the way outside to where several mannequins stood with varying distances between them, each of them sporting a few chemical burns and burns from possible experiments previously done. The boy did something to the contraption before pulling back an arm and with a good swing to make a baseball player proud, sent it right at the mannequin in the middle of the group. It barely touched it when it exploded into foam and covered it along with 4 others quickly. A few seconds after, the adults could see electricity appearing all over it to solidify the mass before dissipating. leaving behind a solid mass with one mannequin lightly charred at the top and an active flame at the top. 12 seconds. Could be better. And the electricity could use some work. Izuku muttered as he wrote down in a notebook that he pulled out from somewhere. At least the foam gets hardened quickly as it should. After that, he grabbed a small fire extinguisher to put out the flame. Is the electricity meant to activate the hardening reaction or for taking down the enemies? Maijima asked as he pondered on the application before him. The boy turned to face him and briefly, Maijima thought that there was an odd look of sorrow and melancholy. But just as quickly, he saw the face of a young inventor wanting a professional opinion. Both actually, Higuri-sensei. The electricity is meant to speed up the hardening process of the foam, but I had tweaked the device such that the electricity is at a low enough voltage to stop the criminals from trying to force their way out by messing with their muscle controls. Izuku pulled out an extendable conductor's baton and hit the foam to get a loud thud out of it. Interesting concept. Shoyuta stepped forward at this point to look at the foam. Then, with a push of his feet, he jumped and gave a solid kick at it with enough strength to knock down most criminals off their feet if not sent crashing to the ground. The foam, however, barely budged from that, making the underground hero hum as he landed lightly on his feet. Sturdy too. I should hope so. It may be a quick build, but I wanted to make sure it cannot be broken unless we use a certain chemical compound to break it down, or we get someone with a strength quirk to start cracking it. Izuku remarked as he shook the spray can and sprayed it on one side of the foam while starting the timer again. Almost immediately it turned gray upon contact and spread over the surface with spider-like web cracks. Before the foam he sprayed on suddenly split and broke off. So it takes at least 30 seconds to spread over a larger area and another 20 for it to break off from the origin. Izuku watched more of the foam petrify and break off along the path of the spread. At least it gives officers more time to prepare for sudden attempts for escapes. But it could be problematic if you want to give medical aid to criminals. Hiro pointed out that bit. That is true. Izuku wrote down in his notebook before looking up. Thank you for indulging me on this. Is there something I can help you with? That is if I am presuming correctly with Principal Hamada here. Indeed, he was showing us around and wanted to introduce you to us. And I must say, this is becoming quite a nice change to my schedule. Nizu clapped both paws together with another gleam in his eyes. And based on what I have seen, this could be a very nice talk. Izuku looked at him before giving an angelic smile that made the humans feel chills down their spines and Nizu to start cackling. I get the feeling we are going to get along very well, Principal Nizu. Oh shit. That was the only thought going through the minds of the adults as the mammal and the child started doing their best impressions of an evil overlord getting the fruits of their labor. They were doomed. They have left the premises, sir. Thank you for that update, Isaac. Izuku took a breath and let it out slowly to release the tension that came from seeing Nizu and two of Yue's teachers in his workshop an hour ago. He certainly did not expect to see them this early on this timeline. Heck, he only met them a few times in his previous timeline, and those meetups have weeks if not months in between due to the conflict going on at the time, not to mention his work was mostly off the radar since not many would work with a quirkless. And when they fell to the League of Villains, Izuku was unable to go for their funerals. Nizu was someone he could talk to quite easily once the momentum was made. They could exchange ideas and thoughts on everything ranging from the most mundane of quirks to philosophies and even workings of governments, all while enjoying a cup of tea that the principal would brew for their meetings. Nizu never dismissed him on account of his lack of quirk and enjoyed his rambling on the type of animal he was supposed to be, and on the few occasions Nizu asked for ideas to train students, to make sure he was compensated very well. Sure, Nizu would appear as a psychopathic creature, but that was more due to the upbringing and the need to suppress it at times. Once you give him an outlet, he would mellow out and be a great conversationalist. He was not sure why everyone kept fearing him. Nizu was such a nice being. On the road back to UA, Maijima and Shoyuta shivered as their boss had the unstoppable urge to laugh out madly. Elsewhere, a certain hero with fire on his hair and beard looked up from his paperwork, wondering why he was hearing boss music. In the hidden underground, a certain villain recovering from his greatest fight felt chills going down his damaged spine and tried to get more morphine for his pain, while an upcoming Yakuza leader had the desire to shower under lots of hot water to get rid of the chills. Higuri Maijima was another person he could talk and exchange ideas with, not to mention becoming Izuku's new hero in the future due to the man stance that one did not need a flashy quirk, or any Quirk for that matter, to be the best inventor. They would meet up in either their respective offices to banter or discuss different ideas on their inventions, or at the local bar to bond over drinks. Izuku would often act as the sounding board for a few of Maijima's rants on the HPSC, unruly students, and Hatsum Mei's madness to her work. He could do without Maijima's constant shipping of the two of them just because the woman would for some reason listen to Izuku closely enough for him to get her to take a break or do the paperwork properly, or the woman seemed to anticipate his visits more often, and more importantly to Maijima, keep the explosions to a minimum. Back in the car, Maijima had the sudden urge to go to the nearby town council for marriage forms. Somewhere else in Japan, a girl with shocking pink hair sneezed suddenly, causing her father to accidentally apply his soldering iron to hit the wrong part of the circuit board and causing their latest work to blow up in smoke. Shoyuta Aizawa was a bit of a mixed bag for Izuku. The man was someone who kept emphasizing on the dangers of the hero business and being logical, but he also showed bias towards Hitoshi Shinso and against anyone that he deemed to have zero potential in using their quirks and behaviors. There were times he believed that having no quirk was not a liability, but he could also switch around and say that being quirkless meant he should stick to the sidelines. When it came to his expulsion streak, some were justified, such as one Minoru Mineta who he recalled got arrested in the previous timeline, but there were a great number that had the right attitude and strengths but ended up getting expelled from the heroics course. It was meant to be a lesson in humility to ensure they took their work seriously, but a few students took it badly, to the point they even turned to villainy to get things done, including revenge against Aizawa at the top of the list. Honestly, the logical ruse trick was an illogical pain in the ass. Back in the car, Shoyuta had the urge to go back to the school and pull off some type of logical ruse to teach the brat a lesson. He did not know why, but he really wanted to do it. Okay, I am more or less done for the day. Is my schedule clear? Izuku asked while cleaning up the workbench. Yes, sir. Tomorrow you do have an appointment with your training instructor at the Saika Dojo in the morning. Principal Hamada knows this and has granted you the day off. Isaac answered while showing the planner on the screen. Your mother is currently shopping at Shinjuku for your dinner tonight. I believe she has something planned for the evening, given the recent expenses on her card. She is requesting your aid in helping with lunch. I see. On a side note, you do know you need to hide the fact you can access other systems on the net, correct? Izuku looked at the droid body. Of course, no one knows about it. I am just that good. If an AI could ever sound smug, Isaac did it easily. Izuku briefly wondered if he had brought about the birth of the next robot uprising by accident but held back the remark. Okay, do the usual checks on the servers and grid while I finish up here, then we can leave. Understood, sir. Izuku did not take too long to clean up his workplace and leave the storage workshop, ensuring it was locked up tightly before he made his way to the office to sign off for the day. As a support-based institution, there were plenty of opportunities for espionage and sabotage from both outside and within the campus, and sadly as a quirkless, he was one of the favorite targets, as some believed that there was absolutely no way a quirkless could be that smart and was most obviously stealing from another person, mainly the ones trying to steal from him in the first place. Let's just say he has a love-hate situation with some of the police and leave it at that. After signing off and waving his goodbyes to the other students and Principal Hamada, Izuku left the institute while ensuring none of the usual quirkists were about, and in no time at all returned to the house that Izuku and his mother had moved into after the debacle that saw the purge of Aldera District. It was certainly a lot of money, majority coming from Inko successfully suing all who had harmed her son in any manner, but some did come from the government helping to move them and others affected to new locations as part of their protection, along with possible hush money to keep them from going too far with their suing. Well then, they should have cracked down on this bad behavior early on, especially since Aldera District was one of the training camps for the MLA. He was doing them a favor by pulling the curtains on them before they could start up their insurrection. I'm back, Izuku called out while removing his shoes. Welcome back, sir. Madam is currently still on her grocery run. Expected time to return, 12:45 p.m. Izuku turned to look at the clock and saw that there was still time before she returned, giving him some time to cook up a quick meal for the both of them. Right. I better get cracking on lunch. Izuku moved to the kitchen and got into the motion of setting up the cookery and cutting up the ingredients after washing up. Within a few minutes, the kitchen was filled with the sense of sizzling food as Izuku handled the woks, a feat that could only be done with the exoframe strapped to his arms and shoulders. He built it to help in the kitchen when his mother was too tired to handle the cooking, and admittedly he missed cooking from his old timeline. Well done, sir. Madam would be pleased. Isaac sounded out from the kitchen speakers as he laid out the food on the dining table and went to remove the exoframe. Thanks, Isaac. Izuku hummed as he placed the frame back in the slot by the kitchen and closed the door. I am heading up to my room for a while to check the records and projects after I am done cleaning. Mind helping me boot up the server and grabbing the files? Understood. They will be ready upon your arrival. Izuku nodded and continued washing up the pots and pans before he grabbed a towel and dried his arms as he made his way to his room upstairs. He barely stopped as the door opened for him to enter, revealing a room that had a decent view of the park in the distance with several tall buildings further down that helped to frame out the sun in the evening, a bookcase with several notebooks and disc covers, a decent-sized bed, and more importantly, several terminals, monitors, and a couple of holographic projectors. It was a far cry from a room that used to have the face of All Might staring back at him, but Izuku had gotten used to this setup from his old timeline and did not want any reminders of his past, especially the fake hero who he used to look up to. How is the stock market? Izuku asked as he grabbed some sanitizing alcohol to clean his hands. Your stocks are growing nicely, sir, Isaac announced as the projector lit up and displayed figures of different entries. Your most recent purchases of some of the local support companies have been successful and done at a lower pricing since they were prepared to declare bankruptcy. Many of the suspected workers have been turned over and confirmed to be contacts or spies for the MLA and several high-level criminals. Good, we are getting somewhere. Izuku had a rather scary smirk as he heard that. Considering all the shit he had to go through in the past timeline thanks to MLA, he was being rather nice to them by delivering them to the authorities along with the evidence uncovered through the digital records, and perhaps with their faces plastered all over internet forums that want to place bounties on their heads. All while he bought over their companies and prepared them for his own use to see if he could bring back his old company. See, he was nice. The next set of factories can be bought with your recent patents on Quirk suppression batons and gas controls, allowing you to combine them into one when you need to upscale production for your next set of inventions. With the support companies ready to be under an umbrella corporation, we should be able to hit the markets within a couple of years. Good, that is very good. Izuku nodded as he typed on a holographic keyboard to check the amounts before selecting the ones he wanted. Okay, Isaac, let's see if we can get some of the software companies next. Next matter on the agenda. When and where is the next checkpoint? Your next checkpoint would be in the Nami district, South Pier, 1 week from now. That would be when D-rank villain Astro McKinnon would be taken out by Airjet, granting an allowance of 2 hours to clean out his hideout of all the equipment. Isaac answered while displaying a map on the screen. And if I may comment, that is a terrible name for a villain. Izuku snorted at that. Well, names for heroes or villains are usually thought up on the spot. Very few would give it the time needed to reconsider a change in names. So 1 week? Where is he now? Currently in Shinjuku, and running away from Mugen Rider. Isaac answered while displaying a camera feed. Izuku hummed as he considered the timeline and ignored the fact that Isaac effectively hacked the security cameras for this. If my memory is correct, he only returned a couple of days before his arrest, so during that period I can go and grab the major necessities before his arrest, and then the remainder before I have to blow up the area to cover my tracks and to preserve the timeline. May I ask a question, sir? Izuku raised an eyebrow at his AI. Sure, go ahead. Based on the amount of data you have placed into my memory bank and the scenarios that have been created, I am predicting a 45% probability that the timeline would still be changed just by your presence alone. And considering the scenario regarding USJ, it would be a 95% chance that your planned actions would undoubtedly alter the timeline to the point your previous knowledge would be rendered obsolete. Why would you still insist on preserving the timeline when you seek to change the final outcome? On that note, would it not have been better to find and interfere with the fight between All Might and All for One? Izuku placed the towel on the backrest of the chair before looking out of the window. Regarding the initial fight with All Might and All for One, there is absolutely no trail of information I could gather up on that. The HPSC along with Nizu and a few others made sure to clean out the entire digital records and no paper records were created. And given the unusual radio silence and odd behaviors of people talking around that period, I wager the HPSC engaged someone to even modify some of the people's memories to hide the truth. Izuku shivered as he recalled much of the tasks he had to undergo to find any related information and what he knew of the HPSC from his old timeline. Even if I could find them, I am in no position to do anything, and there is no way anyone would believe a kid right now. As for your other question about changing the timeline, there are too many variables to consider, and you are correct in pointing out that my presence would already have some effect on the time stream. I certainly did not come to Hamada Institute before, so things would change just with that bit of fact. But there are certain factors I do need to take into account on how they would affect the timeline. I can't just go on a whim to change everything at once. Unfortunately, that means certain events must occur at the exact time as before. Only then can I do something about it. Izuku gripped his hand tightly as he talked. That said, if I can still save lives and change the future for the better, I will do that. What about entering UA itself as a student? Izuku stayed silent for a moment to collect his thoughts. The idea did enter my mind. Being there would likely help to deal with the many incidents that kept plaguing Class A. But there are challenges if I am to take up that option. I may be able to stay under the radar for a while as I won't garner that much attention as a support student, but there are still people who look down on me based on my quirklessness alone. The HPSC would likely keep an eye out because of their whole hero ideology that one must have a quirk to do so, and there is the issue with Nizu being around. Izuku paused before continuing. And I suppose that all might being there could be a factor for me. I am not sure if I am prepared to face him anytime soon. And what of Katsuki Bakugo? There is still a chance for him to be there. Izuku actually gave a minor growl at that name. That guy, I am not going to bother giving him any attention. In any case, there are still a few years to go, and it is highly unlikely I can go to UA Academy in the first place. After all, I tried to apply there the last time and they rejected my offer, even the General Studies Department. I rather not waste my effort on that. Understood, sir. Thank you for the clarification. No problem, Isaac. It is nice that you ask for answers. Izuku smiled as he considered his creation. It has been a bitch and a half to get Isaac up and running from scratch, mostly because he had to do it without the resources from the previous timeline since the war accelerated the technological innovation to adapt the tools required for whatever needs used for each faction. Much of the support gear created back then were heavily focused on attack or defensive needs, but there were better computers built to track the movements of the Nomus and villains. Izuku had acquired a number of them along with the parts necessary to get the framework of Isaac before building him up. Doing the same in the current timeline was more challenging, but at least he had the blueprint and know-how in his head, so all he needed were the parts to get the necessary memory storage. Some he might have gotten with questionable means, but it was legal in the wording. Honest. How are my private projects coming along? Izuku's answer came in the form of the holographic projector displaying different images and schematics in the air. Project Arquebus is currently entering the final stages of testing and development. The first prototype should be ready within the next 2 months, and if there are no issues from that, the Vilcus model will be prepared for final build. Project Hardlight has passed the necessary tests and the prototype is showing no issues for the initial phases. Izuku nodded in delight at this bit of news. Unfortunately, Project Stratos is still in the test phase. The materials we are testing have been experiencing the icing problem from higher altitudes, and they are unable to meet the strain required for the parameters. The individual components can work, but they cannot be assembled together. Izuku let out an irritated sigh at that bit of news while he manipulated the images to see the entries. So the modern materials are still not as good as what I cooked up previously. That is a problem, but not too big of an issue. I imagine Project Phase Shift is also being held back. Indeed, without the necessary materials and building equipment, Project Stratos cannot move forward, and with it, Project Phase Shift. Izuku looked through the data as he considered the AI's observations. Very well then, we put those two on lower priority for the time being, and speed up Project Arquebus and Hardlight. I will need to synthesize the material needed for the other projects. Izuku answered as he went about resetting the parameters. Sir, even if we do this, there is still the power requirement for all of them. Izuku smiled at that. That is why we have this baby. Izuku opened up a box that he pulled out of a drawer and looked upon the design that made a lot of his projects possible in the previous timeline. Inspired from a pre-Quirk era, the arc reactor was one invention he was extremely proud of developing in the previous timeline and looking forward to creating again in this timeline. He may not have built it in a cave, but he was able to create a working prototype from a box of scrap and with a makeshift soldering iron while getting chased by Nomus. "Ah yes, the arc reactor," Isaac remarked, and if he had a head, he would likely be nodding. "But the design requires palladium which, while available in small amounts found in electronics and some old jewelry we have found for your time trials, is insufficient to create the necessary number of reactors required for all your projects. Furthermore, the breakdown of the element proves to be problematic and dangerous in the long term." "True, which is why I am telling you to put Project Stratos and Phase Shift on the back burner for the time being. Project Hardlight would be the primary focus for now, with Arquebus a close second. I should have a few arc reactors with the palladium element ready by then. And ultimately, those are stopgaps." Izuku manipulated the screens to show what looked like a donut with dimensions and percentages around it. "Until I can get my hands on a particle accelerator, or at least find the parts necessary to build one from scratch, so that I can recreate the element I used for my old inventions." "Well, I would imagine you would need more inventions to patent in order to get the amount needed for such," Isaac answered in a somewhat flat tone while displaying the figures for the smallest particle accelerator possible. Izuku sighed as he recalled the difficulties of trying to get a particle accelerator to work, and the monumental power consumption just to work one for a few minutes. There was so much bullshit to deal with, and to think it was less than normal in the past timeline due to the war taking precedence that HPSC did not bother checking their inventory of parts when he went window shopping. He really needed to get those palladium reactors up and running before he could even think of building the accelerator to create the other element. That said, a smile appeared on his face as he manipulated the screen once more to see the blueprints for Project Hardlight, showcasing a skeleton exosuit on the left side and what looked to be a rough sketch of armor on the right. In the past, he would not have considered this line of action, but now that he was here, Izuku was going to make sure that Eri and his mother would be protected, and for that to happen, he needed to get better and stronger. And maybe, just maybe, he was going to enjoy rubbing the noses of those who looked down on him or dismissed him for a lack of quirk. Chapter 3. Izuku took a deep breath and let it out slowly as he faced his opponent of the day, a boy 3 years older and roughly double his height and weight class. The older boy had that smug expression that pretty much he was going to enjoy his win against Izuku, while Izuku maintained his cool and just waited for the first strike. Sure enough, the guy rushed forward with the intent to strike him down quickly, but Izuku could see the feint being given and dodged to the side while using his elbow to strike his opponent with his opponent's momentum. That got his opponent to back off while Izuku stepped back to gain some space. The older boy growled and moved again, this time being a touch more cautious in his approach, although it was clear he wanted to be more aggressive. Izuku mirrored his movements while keeping an eye on his surroundings, knowing that his opponent was impatient for a win. Sure enough, his opponent decided after a few feints that he was done testing Izuku and went to go for a low ground attack with the aim to catch him off guard and likely slam him into the ground. Izuku merely sidestepped the charge and did a chop on the back of the neck, making the guy stumble to the other side. It was not really meant to knock him out, merely to stun and agitate him to make a mistake. And it worked perfectly as the opponent roared out in frustration and went after Izuku, all forms of strategy forgotten in favor of brute strength. Izuku grabbed the hand aimed for his face and twisted on his heel to throw the guy off his momentum, swiping the leg beneath at the same time to send him crashing to the ground. Izuku seized the chance to grab his opponent's arm and coil his legs around it and the torso before exerting his weight on the arm to lock it in. His opponent yelled and attempted to push off to no avail, then tried to use his quirk only to be cancelled out by the quirk nullifier activated for the fight. Izuku hissed as he increased his grip on the arm when the bell thankfully ended the fight. "Stop! Winner by submission, Midoriya." The instructor came up to the training mat. "You can ease up on him now." Izuku nodded and released his arm lock on his opponent while moving away a few meters, knowing that some did not appreciate losing to him. Sure enough, the older student got up to his feet with an angry expression only to lose it at the sight of their instructor looking at him with eyes narrowed and nerves being obvious around them. With a huff, the older student left the mat and moved to the other side of the training room with some of the younger students moving out of his way. "Did I overdo it?" Izuku asked. While he was mentally older, he was still physically an 11-year-old who was supposed to be a nervous wreck if confronted by something different, so he had to act the part a little. "No, don't sweat it, kid." His instructor dropped the stern expression and gave out a smile while lightly patting his head. "If anything, I am grateful that you gave Taiho his first taste of defeat in a long while. He has been getting very arrogant with his attitude since he has been on a winning streak with some of the contests, not to mention his usage of the quirk gives him a fair amount of advantage. Well, it can't be helped, Hyuga-sensei. These days, the majority of the contests for anything have people using their quirks a lot. Izuku shrugged. I am still happy that this dojo is willing to teach the traditional techniques properly instead of the mainstream fighting style emphasizing on the different quirks around. Exactly. And on that note, I am so thankful that you created the nullifier. It has made my work so much easier and helps to keep the damage down. The man looked at the device in question that clashed badly with the old-school dojo setting. If you ever consider promoting this, perhaps you can try a dojo-inspired theme. Izuku chuckled at the man's words. I will keep that in mind, sensei. The man nodded and shooed him off the mat to allow the next set of fighters to join in. Several of the others congratulated Izuku for his win, with a couple offering their fists to bump against. It was a very surreal experience for Izuku as he bumped them back and reached the wall to lean against. He had endured and almost broke under the societal weight of bigotry in his previous timeline, so to have other children being genuine with their interactions was a new experience. Granted, there were still holdouts, but this was already a better setting than last time when he was just a Deku. Nice job beating Taiho. Izuku turned to face a young girl with orange hair tied into a side ponytail and teal eyes. She was currently dressed in the dojo's karate GI uniform with a blue belt to show her current rank, one level above his. Even if she said that he was potentially the same level as her, Izuku felt he was fine with his current rank. It had nothing to do with him wanting to hang on to his green belt because it was his favorite color. Honest. Thank you, Kendo Mitsuka. Izuku quickly changed the name upon seeing her narrowing her eyes slightly. With a raised eyebrow from her, he crumbled further. It's Suka-chan. The girl immediately beamed and gestured to the drink table before moving on. Izuku let out a soft sigh before moving to follow her and ignoring the light snickers from a couple of the others watching their interactions. So this is what? The 6th win against a senior. Itsuka grabbed a bottle to offer to him before taking another for herself. 7th, actually. Izuku took a big gulp of the water to quench his thirst. You were not around for the last 2 sessions, and the last opponent got kicked out of the dojo because he was harassing the other girls before your return. Hyuga-sensei needed a good excuse to get him out, since that parent of his kept putting him back. Oh, so that is why I have not seen Kobayashi today, and why the girls looked happier. The orange-haired girl nodded. Not that I blame them, he is a creep. Oh. Izuku maintained a level tone and neutral expression. That guy kept looking at me in a manner that kept making me want to take a shower every day. Itsuka shuddered while unconsciously rubbing an arm. And I have no proof, but I think he had something to do with some of my stuff getting messed up, especially my clothing sack. Note to self, get Isaac to get all the information on Kobayashi. Check the proof and then ruin him completely. Izuku kept his face fixed while his thoughts got very detailed with what he had in mind for Kobayashi. He recalled a few times in the old timeline a few guys who kept on harassing younger girls due to the lack of order, and did not want Itsuka to get through that if he could help it. Don't. Itsuka poked his head with a finger. Don't what? Izuku blinked while rubbing his forehead. I may only know you for about 2 years, but I know enough that your big brain is thinking like 5 different ideas on how to get Kobayashi into trouble. Please don't. Itsuka then raised a finger at him. And don't even think of using Isaac either. Damn it, there went that avenue. I am just happy he is gone. Let's not think about him. Itsuka gave a firm nod and drank her bottle. Izuku merely shrugged and took his drink. How about you? What are your scores? Itsuka hummed in thought. If I can win the next match, it would be my 9th. She answered. Izuku nodded at that as he knew she started earlier being the senior rank. I wonder if I will go against Chong soon. I have been meaning to go against her for a while. Chong Yu, 2 years our senior, correct? Izuku hummed. Did she do something to you? Itsuka asked, noting the odd sound. She tried to pull her rank on me and forced me out of the dojo despite the fact I literally arrived 5 minutes before her to book the mat for a few minutes while there were other spaces available. Izuku rolled his eyes at the memory. Given how many times he had heard variations of the same discrimination in the past, Izuku was just bored with them. Chong was one of those who kept trying to get Izuku thrown out of the dojo on the grounds that he was dirtying their air with his worthlessness. It was definite abuse to any other child, but Izuku was just not getting it and just ignored her while making sure to have his private camera on in case she tried to frame him or something. I see. Itsuka's eyes narrowed at that as her hand slightly increased its size while crushing the bottle lightly. Izuku decided to return the favor from earlier and poked her forehead. Don't try it, Itsuka-chan. Izuku had to suppress a smile at the pout that she was giving him. If I can't go after Kobayashi, you can't go after Chong, even if both deserve it. Not fair. The girl answered with a slight whine while rubbing her forehead. Before he could reply with a snarky answer, Hyuga-sensei called out for the next set of fighters, which included her. She huffed before passing her bottle to him, which he nodded to hang on for her. She walked up to the mat and bowed to her opponent before they both took a stance and waited for the instructor's signal to begin. As the man swung his hand down and the two battled it out, Izuku let his thoughts wander about the girl whom he had become friends with for the past couple of years when he was learning martial arts. Kendo Itsuka, hero alias, Battle Fist. Quirk, Big Fist, a transformation-type quirk that enlarges the size of her hands up to 3 times her body size. The size increase correlates to the muscle mass and physical strength, allowing her to easily crush tungsten shields, carry heavy objects, restrain or knock out people with a few strikes. This quirk, when combined with her martial arts, helps to overcome heavier opponents by granting her the opportunity to deliver hard impacts and enhances her grip strength. Izuku took another sip as he continued with his thoughts, while watching Itsuka handle her older opponent easily. Personality: upbeat and helpful. Her maturity at a young age granted her the title of Big Sister that lasted all the way into her career. She is able to criticize anyone if they are offending her senses or beliefs, and able to discipline them if required, as proven during her time in UA. She has some decent capabilities for strategy that helped her class handle the provisional exams. Itsuka dodged the grab maneuver from the older girl and hit her by the side. 10 years after graduating from UA, Itsuka and her team would end up in Kansai trying to save a group of people from opposing forces by the villains and hostiles from HPSC. She had to withstand ongoing attacks from villains and Nomus over a period of 8 days without proper rest and nourishment before having to deal with the HPSC operative sniping her. Eventual cause of death: blood loss and organ failure due to untreated wounds. Hiya! Itsuka ended her fight with a sweep of the leg and then a punch into the stomach of her opponent. Winner by 3 strikes, Kendo. Izuku lightly gripped the bottle as he waved to the girl smiling at him, while considering the information that he had memorized over the years of his previous timeline. At the time, he was cataloging all the different attacks from the different factions to ensure that he and Eri were well away from the danger. He did not know the students of UA personally that much. Most of what he knew came from offhand accounts by Eri, talks with Nizu, Majima, and Shoyuta, and some record checks from Isaac after the heroes' deaths. But now that he was interacting with one of them, this made it all the more real to Izuku. He was not sure if the interaction with Itsuka was a good thing in this timeline, but at least he would make sure that she would survive the incoming war and any others he might encounter in the future. That much he would at least try. Eri and his mother would want that in some manner. Sir, there are a few matters and recent developments requiring your input, Isaac announced right as Izuku closed the front door of the house. What are they? Bad ones? Izuku asked while quickly removing his shoes, thinking this was important. Not bad per se, sir. Perhaps I am just being cautious due to certain factors that have been discovered. Do you wish to listen in the main living room or your own room? Mum is not around, so put it up in the living room. Standard privacy checks. Izuku answered while slowing down since it did not sound like Isaac had bad news, merely paranoid with the information. He first went to the kitchen to grab a drink before moving into the living room just as the binders by the glass doors and windows were lowered to prevent anyone peeking in from outside, before the television turned itself on to display some documents and a video feed. To an outsider, that was not enough privacy for something important, but Izuku knew that the anti-bugging system was scrambling all frequencies and messing with any spying equipment in the room. Just in case. First development to report. There are movements from the bank accounts belonging to suspected MLA sympathizers that had evaded arrest and are heading to Daika City. The numbers are smaller than expected, But these are the people who belong in the upper echelons of society. Several photos appeared on the screen and Izuku frowned heavily as he recognized a good number of the people from his old timeline. Are we able to track them? Only 5. Most of the photos grayed out to leave said 5 brightly lit. They are wanted for smaller crimes, so while they are not arrested yet, the police have been keeping tabs on them in hopes of locating others and leading them to more important targets. And the rest. This time the photos switched to show the others. They are proving most elusive, sir. Much of their movements suggest they would be taking an extended trip outside of Japan until the heat dies down for them to make their way back into the country and into Daika City. Izuku had to let out an irritated grunt at that. While he would like to see the whole lot in jail cells within a few days, he recalled many of these people were the type that got away with a combination of cunning and bribes. Even the recent purges were getting stymied since these people could afford to get some of the most ruthless lawyers known to society to delay proceedings enough to skip town. What about the leading members? Have their movements changed? In response, the screen cleared of all the contents before bringing up 4 photos showing 3 men and 1 woman, with 1 superimposed for the debriefing. Izuku recognized him from the recent news on television just the other day. Hanabata Koku, aka Trumpet, is currently using his political party to keep watch over the recent purges and attempting to redirect them away from key sectors that are under his direct control, or at least related to Daika City's exports. His latest move is proving quite effective, and with only circumstantial evidence to tie him to the MLA, there is a 61% possibility that Hanabata could consolidate power to influence the searches and redirect attention to his opponents to falsely lead and detain them while his party gets a stronger hold on the government. Well, we definitely do not want that, Izuku muttered as he sipped his drink. See if you can find any paper trails or records using one of the anonymous accounts. The best we can do for now is to bring it all together to form a rough picture, but if we can get something concrete on him, keep backups of it before sending a note to the police. If need be, we will send one to Nizu. Understood, sir. Next person on the list. The photo dimmed and shrank to allow the photo of the soul woman to take focus. Admittedly, Izuku did think of the woman as attractive with her overall looks and figure, with the blue skin adding to the charm. He did not really know her from the previous timeline other than her being the executive director of Shueisha Publishing and being a rather zealous reporter who suddenly died off due to some accident. Finding out that she was one of the leading members of the MLA was a bit of a buzzkill for him, even more so when her true death came at the hands of a girl from the LOV. Chitose Kazuki, aka Curious. Of the 4, she has been the least active, although it could be assumed that she is currently being careful with her movements. On the one hand, the populace are under the impression that the Aldera Purge was done on the premise of rooting out terrorists, Quirkists, and possible villain training camps. But with the number of people going to jail, the public are somewhat aware that there is something big going on. That is what her company is trying to portray, but with 2 sides of the same story. The rest of Japan gets one version regulated by the HPSC, while Daika City gets the official version? Izuku asked. Indeed. While I could only go through the first layer of the encryption in her company servers, I got enough to conclude that the MLA is spinning the story as an attack by unruly masses to supposedly move the citizens into brainwashing camps. Isaac explained with a tone of absolute sarcasm evident with his words. Well, that is something at least. Izuku shrugged. Same instructions as Hanabata. Monitor her and keep track of her actions. Will do, sir. Next person to report. Chikazoku Tomoyasu, aka Skeptic. Another photo took center stage, this time a man who needed a haircut. He is proving most irritating, if I may be honest. Oh! Izuku raised an eyebrow at the genuinely irritated tone from his AI. He has been guarding against the hacking attempts from the HPSC and other agencies trying to find them, and he is proving most successful in deterring them from finding any weak points to enter. Isaac brought up several diagrams of buildings and several recordings of camera feeds featuring the man in question. Tomoyasu has been keeping an eye out for any and all intrusions. I have been unable to infiltrate properly. Not to mention, he and his crew have successfully reversed several attempts and infiltrated their intruders' servers. While you have outfitted me with advanced firewalls, I have found evidence that Tomoyasu has even infiltrated Tartarus's servers and almost breaking into UA to find suitable recruits for their cause. That is bad, very bad. Izuku placed his hands together as he considered what he knew of the man. The man was one that Izuku admitted was his adversary when it came to hacking. It was because of Tomoyasu that Izuku had to go underground during the early years of the war, his status of being quirkless working a little for him since he kept very few electronic traces on him to avoid the online bullying. After Izuku learned as much as he could on computers, coding and hacking, they would bump into one another on the wide net and engage in something of a turf war to gain dominance over the other. It did help to have Isaac on his side back then, so that he could stay one step ahead of the villains trying to find him. But the fact that this guy was able to go against multiple hackers and Isaac in the previous timeline without a technology-related quirk was terrifying. I was however able to detect data packets being moved from several locations between places that are either situated in Daika City, owned by suspected supporters, or are related to the management in some manner. After a few days, the packets outside of the city would go there. A street map of the area along with the addresses of several buildings appeared on the screen. Based on the movements, it is likely the information is split to avoid authorities getting the whole deal. I have implanted several worms into the data to test the theory with a few already infecting the main servers in the city. With some time, I believe I can get through their security by that route. Oh, Isaac. I'm so glad to have you on my side. You are the best. Izuku smiled brightly at all the help he was getting from his AI. Thank you, sir. Could you tone down the brightness? My cameras are unable to handle the brightness. What did he mean by that? Finally, Yatsubashi Rikiya aka Redestro, leader of the MLA. The last photo took center stage with the man seemingly mocking Izuku through the screen with his eyes down his beak-like nose. Izuku could not help the curling of his mouth seeing the shot of the man. His company has been increasing their rate of buying of shares from various support companies since entering the hero industry, and as of a year ago started going after patents for attack-based equipment. They are still going strong when it comes to supporting general lifestyle alongside quirks, but in the dark web, much of their prototype designs are being leaked to small crime crooks and villains for their usage, unaware that part of the designs include a monitoring bug to collect their usage data and general information to either improve on their work or to scope out suitable fighters. Of course he would do that. Izuku placed a hand to his forehead to try and relieve the sudden headache that came on when dealing with Rikiya. He remembered Rikiya from the brief time he was the leader of the MLA before they got absorbed into the League of Villains and he got demoted to a lieutenant. He was also the one that got the remnants of the former group riled up on hunting Izuku for being the last relic of a forgotten era that needed to be purged, and for constantly surviving against him through sheer stubbornness and dumb luck on Izuku's part. There is one thing I should point out. Izuku looked up, noting the odd tone in Isaac's words. What's that? This is the one that I wanted to convey to you. Rikiya has been looking into reports and the darknet regarding the purge of Aldera District. From his search parameters, it appears he has been trying to find the one who started it all, specifically you, sir. He has recently placed a reward for whoever can find him your name, and a bounty for your head. Izuku honestly had to blink a few times to get that message into his head. Well, that is just bloody motherfucking fantastic. Those were the first words that came out of his mouth after processing that reply. Somehow or another, Izuku managed to have a bounty on his head earlier by at least 11 years. What the heck was with his luck? Language aside, it is bad, sir. Rikiya has also been taking in a few of the families from Aldera District that have identified with the MLA teachings, wording it as him being a philanthropist aiding the families for being unfortunate victims, but at the same time questioning them for their knowledge regarding the details of the purge. Considering your status at the time, you would be on his list. Izuku placed his face into his hands and groaned loudly at that. It was times like this that he wished he was older so that he could legally drink alcohol. It may give him a raging headache the next day, but he would really want it. Okay, that is a thing. Just keep an eye on Rikiya and gather whatever we can get on MLA so that we could attempt rooting them earlier. Izuku went to grab his cup of tea to drink a big gulp in an effort to keep calm. What's next? Second development to report. Chisaki Yamamoto has recently left for Inasa Prefecture, roughly an hour ago after a phone call. The cup hit the table a lot harder than needed and spilled the contents all over the surface. But Izuku did not care about it as he slammed his hands on the table and leaned forward with focus on the screen. Has he made contact with a woman related to him? Is there a young girl with them? Izuku held a breath as the screen flashed quickly before displaying an empty inbox. Nothing to indicate that request, although data searches indicate he had the call erased from entries. Do you wish for me to keep tracking him? Yes, please. Also keep an eye out on Site Y if there is any increased activity. Izuku took a breath and got back into his seat. Ever since he returned from the future, Izuku had been trying to find some links to Eri to fulfill his promise of adopting her into the family. Given that Eri was roughly 7 years younger than him, that would mean that she would only be born around the time of his arrival, and by this point in time she should have started awakening her quirk. Based on what she told him from the little memories she had left, she had met the Yakuza boss and stayed with him briefly before he fell into a coma, and she fell under Overhaul's custody. He hoped to avoid the entire drama of that mess by getting to her first before Overhaul started his horrendous experiments, but in the event he could not catch them on time, he would settle for invading the Yakuza compound based on Eri's memories of the place and from the news reports. Maybe he should get Nizu along for the ride? Izuku was sure the Chimera would appreciate the gesture, especially when it involves people who were callous with their experiments. What worried him was whether Eri retained her memories of her past life. Before they embarked on this venture, Izuku had read up on all the fiction and theories regarding time travel, and from what he could gather from the latter, the chances of memories potentially be lost increased the longer one stayed in the past, especially if one were to regress to a younger age to fit the physical body. That was why immediately after his return, Izuku took to writing every single bit of information he could recall along with having Isaac keep track of matters for him. He had yet to forget anything, but then again he kept refreshing his memory to ensure he could still recall the relevant parts. Eri, however, would not have that chance since she would be a baby upon arrival, unless she would only have her memories back when her quirk awakened based on the assumption that her quirk allowed for some time-related memory immunity. Whichever the case was, Izuku had to find Eri soon. That much he swore to her. Developments completed. Now on to smaller matters. Firstly, the alloy you have synthesized is achieving the necessary requirements. If there are no deviations, we can recommence Project Stratos and Phase Shift. That lifted Izuku's mood a little. He would have to keep an eye out for Eri, but when she does resurface, hopefully the projects have yielded enough results for battle applications to be usable in the field, then he could go and rescue her. Very well. How about the production of arc reactors? It is going quite nicely. The screen changed to reveal figures. Granted, we are using rudimentary methods to collect and process the palladium from all the circuit boards and old jewelry collected around town. It is taking at least 3 hours longer than necessary to refine the palladium enough before adding it to the reactors, but we have enough reactors to run the necessary equipment for testing the different projects and prototypes. I know. We can afford to assign 1 or 2 of the reactors to help speed up the production until I can get a particle accelerator to create the necessary element for the next upgrade. Izuku hummed as he cleaned up the table. Second matter to discuss. Stocks for Yoshiyuber have dropped and the owners are currently finding buyers. If we were to purchase their business, we would be able to have some contacts with other transport services. Izuku hummed at that information. That would be ideal, at least we would have something for transporting whatever we would produce in the near future. Izuku remarked before pausing. We are becoming business sharks, aren't we? Indeed, and I must say, I think I enjoy the sounds of the people crying as we get their businesses, especially those from suspected villains or terrorists. Izuku was again wondering if perhaps he had granted Isaac a little too much personality if he was willing to enjoy tormenting his targets. Oops. I do need to point out that at this point we really need to consolidate the businesses under one roof, so to say. They are currently too spread out over the city or districts to be of use to us, and the trade union has been noting the recent buyouts. We would need to relocate the businesses ideally in one location, if not close to one another. Okay, let's see a list of possible locations near where we are. Izuku hummed as Isace projected said list with distances and market value added on. Since their new residence was in Numazu, thankfully still in the Shizuoka prefecture, Izuku would need a location that was both close enough for him to travel and far enough to distance himself from the area for security reasons. How about Hadano District? The area has been slated for development but stalled for a few years. That would be a decent choice for the majority of the businesses that have been procured, but we would need to consider the size of the corporation you wish to create, along with the construction company to call for. Isaac then called up another screen. I am preparing a list of possible construction companies to aid with this venture. Good, we can decide which companies to deal with the actual building and the industrial equipment. Size-wise though, we need a dedicated team to build at least the infrastructure. Izuku remarked as he looked through the list of companies flashing on the screen before shooting out a hand to press the pause button. Hold on. Sir. Izuku stayed silent as he scrolled up the list a little and paused. Isaac, pull up the list of potential students. Another screen window with said list was placed by the side, allowing Izuku to manipulate the screens to check against the names, and paused on both pages before a smile worthy of Nizu appeared on his face. Sir. There was a notable tone of confusion and a touch of nervousness in Isaac's query. Isaac, help me check out this company, management and all. Check against the name here. I believe we can kill two birds with one stone. Izuku answered while checking his information once more. If I am not mistaken, this can be the one to help with the actual infrastructure, and this will really piss off the MLA. A slightly evil chuckle issued forth from his mouth as he considered the possibilities. In UA, the staff were rushing to leave the meeting room when their principal suddenly broke out into maniacal laughter. When asked later, the principal answered that someone outside of the academy was having a devilishly good time for something right up his alley. Oh dear, I should prepare arrangements for the funeral. Hush you. Ha! A man in his 30s sighed heavily as he placed the papers he was looking through on the table, removed his spectacles and rubbed the bridge of his nose. A pair of hands touched his shoulders and he groaned in slight bliss at the fingers expertly removing the tension from him. Feeling better, dear? The man turned his head slightly to smile tiredly at the wonderful woman he was married to. Just tired. The man looked back to the papers. We are at least breaking even for this period, but our projects are not getting easier, and too many people want buildings done fast and quick within days as opposed to weeks or months. Well, considering the type of society we are in, people would want quick instead of slow and stable. His wife huffed in annoyance. Never mind the fact that their buildings will get destroyed within the next few weeks from yet another villain attack or heroes dealing out damages. Don't I know it? The man let out another heavy sigh. It was not the fault of his or his crew that the buildings get destroyed by rampaging villains or heroes showboating to the crowd and cameras. Heck, if one looked at the statistics properly, people would know that his company was one of the more consistent to have buildings still standing after heavy attacks. How is Ochako? Oh, she is doing okay, Tazuna. The woman smiled warmly. The men are pretty much wrapped around her fingers. She is also doing her part to help out every so often with some of the heavy loads. She should not have to, Suki. Tazuna scratched his head. I just want to give her a good childhood. I know, dear. We both want her to be happy. The economy is just that problematic at this time, especially with the recent purging of Aldera. Suki lightly shuddered at that. Goodness. I did not know there were so many MLA sympathizers in one spot. I am most glad you did not pick up that last job from that place. You get no complaints from me, Tazuna remarked with a shudder of his own. He recalled getting that order a couple of years back and something in his gut screamed at him not to take up the job despite how lucrative it could be. Reading up on the news of the purge had Tazuna treating his crew to drinks partially to celebrate the news and to calm his nerves. Most of them were quirkless or people with weak quirks who were having a hard time getting jobs in a society where quirks seemed to determine your worth. Tazuna wanted to help them out since it was the quirkless who helped his grandfather start up the family business. He did not want to imagine what would happen if he had accepted that job offer, not only because he feared for the crew, but he feared for his daughter being in that type of poisonous environment. Come on, it is time for dinner. I made your favorite tonight. Suki reached forward to grab his cup. I will get this filled with some tea. Tazuna huffed but smiled tiredly at her. He could use a break for now, but he really needed to get a new project to help settle the bills and pay the wages. Ring. The telephone rang at that point, prompting him to direct an apologetic expression at Suki, who merely rolled her eyes and moved on. Hello. He may sound a little rough answering the call, but he was tired, frustrated, and getting hungry. Is this Uraraka Construction Movers? Yes. Who is this? Tazuna straightened his back as he noted the voice to be a foreigner speaking rather adequate Japanese. My name is Isaac, assistant to my employer who is seeking a construction company to help with some construction of buildings. We wish to employ your services. Tazuna raised an eyebrow at that phrasing. I am going to need more information than that. Ah. I guess that sounded suspicious, like I am from the mafia. The voice sounded sheepish. My employer has recently purchased several small businesses and is trying to consolidate them into one group. The issue he is facing is the fact that some of the buildings from said businesses were not built to code and their previous management did not bother to bring them up to standard. Rather than wasting time doing that, my employer has decided to move the consolidated businesses to a new area for easier management and product control. In doing so, he requires new buildings to be created to house the different services. Tazuna hummed as he wrote down the details. How big is the scale? By block or by land area? Tazuna paused by that odd phrasing before selecting the latter. In that case, roughly 2/3 of the area that UA is currently sitting in. If Tazuna had a drink in his hand, he would have given off a spectacular spit take at the answer. As it was, he choked on his own saliva and took a moment to recover himself. You are not pulling my leg, are you? Tazuna could not help that question right as his brain rebooted. I am not pulling any legs, Isaac answered with a slightly confused tone. Oh dear, is my translation going off again? No, you are speaking fine, Tazuna quickly assured the man. I was asking if you were trying to pull a joke on me. Because no offense, what you just described sounds a little unbelievable. Ah, I see. In that case, I am being very serious with the request. We wish to hire you to construct several buildings in a place roughly 2/3 the area of UA High School. Tazuna was very glad to be sitting down at this. He was going to have to get more details after this, but the land span alone meant this job was guaranteed to help his company get past the recent money issues for just the infrastructure alone, and he could afford to employ more workers for the job. Mr. Uraraka? Sorry, I was distracted briefly. Tazuna cursed his mind for wandering and for needing clarification for the coming question. I feel I should tell you this first before you accept us. What would that be, Mr. Uraraka? Most of my workers are quirkless. There, Tazuna said it out loud. Let's see if this guy was prejudiced like many of the other bastards in their society. So, the caller sounded genuinely confused at his remark. Does it not bother you? Tazuna was still pessimistic, but a seed of hope was placed. My employer and I do not care about the craze that is going on with quirks. Unless the quirk is specifically helpful in construction, he is not bothered by people with weak quirks or no quirks. He only cares for people actually having the knowledge to do a good job on the first try instead of slapdash work that is being done in construction these days. Tazuna took a slow breath at this. This was great news. He had been worried for his men, and now there was someone who could possibly pay them an honest fee without shortchanging them. Okay, if you are willing to accept us, I am open to hearing your proposal. Understood. We shall send over the initial proposal through your company email, and hopefully meet up with you in person to discuss the details. Isaac answered with a cheerful tone. I should tell you on my end to not be surprised when you meet us for the first time. We are not your usual customers, so to say. Considering your request, I should think so. Tazuna paused briefly. Thank you. If you are referring to the proposal, you are welcome. If you are referring to the fact that we are willing to hire you despite having quirkless workers, you need not do so. My employer would have hired you in a heartbeat anyway. Oh, the doubt came back again. Sometimes some people just try to get their kicks from seeing those beneath them work themselves to the bone. That happened a couple of times in the past from those rich real estate agents who laughed at getting their properties built at a lower cost than it should be while taking a mickey at his group. Yes, after all, there was a tone of gentle assurance. He wants to help his fellow quirkless stand on their own feet. Have a good evening. The call was cut off at this point. Tazuna was still holding the phone to his ear with slightly wide eyes and his mouth open. Dear, is everything all right? He blinked to find Suki, who had taken the phone from his hand and looked concerned at his reaction. Honey, I think we are about to get a windfall. Elsewhere in two separate locations, Izuku and Nizu unknowingly shared maniacal laughter over a plan well done, the latter not knowing why but enjoyed it all the same. Somewhere in Daika City, a certain revolutionary was torn between the sudden urge to search and destroy some people and the desire to hide in an underground bunker for the next few years. Chapter 4. Ochako, time to wake up. A grumble issued from under the blanket before a head popped out on one end of the bundle. The brunette opened her mouth to let loose a loud and long yawn before closing it and mumbling with her eyes still closed. Then, like a butterfly, she came out of her cocoon and dragged her feet to the bathroom to wash up. After getting freshened up, the 11-year-old girl changed out of her pajamas and went to the dining room where her parents were already sitting and eating their breakfast. "Morning, sleepyhead," Tazuna called out while still reading the newspaper. "Morning, dear." Suki placed the plate of food in front of Ochako. "You slept in? Were you very tired?" The girl nodded as she reached for the cup of tea to invigorate herself. "I was finishing up my homework before the weekend started, and then I wanted to try out something new for my quirk." Ochako answered a little clearer after the much-needed caffeine. "Did it work?" Suki's query had the girl nodding eagerly. "It did." She then pouted, which made the woman want to squeeze her cheeks. "But I can only do it for a few minutes before vomiting." "Oh dear. I hope you did not push yourself too far." Suki placed a hand on her head. "No, but I really want to get better at this. Then I can help you too." Ochako answered her firmly. "Oh, sweetheart." Suki wrapped her arms around her daughter while directing a look at her husband, something that he knew that he had needed to fix quickly or risk the couch. "Dear, how about a little trip to the new worksite?" Tazuna asked while laying down the newspaper. Ochako got out of the hug to look at her father. "As in the one from Shizuoka Prefecture?" she asked, to which Tazuna nodded. "I know you have been wanting to see the others again, so I can bring you along for today. Also, there is someone I would like you to meet," Tazuna remarked while Suki hummed. "Isaac and the client?" the woman asked. "Exactly. I think it could be a good thing for Ochako," Tazuna remarked. Suki tilted her head thoughtfully before nodding slowly. "Yes, it might be a good thing." Suki smiled at her daughter. This could be a good thing for Ochako. He would have some ideas for her to use her quirk. The girl tilted her head at them, not knowing what they were talking about, but decided to hold off on it in favor of wanting to meet the workers from her father's company that she grew up with. She had not seen them for a while and wanted to know if they had any funny stories to tell her. Even the ones that her mum did not want her to hear for some reason. The others always laughed nervously while looking around them as though she was around the corner. So it was roughly a couple of hours later that the trio were in the family van and on the way to this new job that her father was now doing. It was still in the early morning of the weekend, so the roads were empty enough for her father to move along smoothly with no other cars to slow them down. While the parents talked to each other, Ochako took the time to relax and let her mind wander about her life. Her family had been in the construction business since her great-grandfather's time, but they had been having trouble getting jobs and projects despite how frequent buildings get destroyed from either villain attacks or the exuberance from heroes. Many people wanted their buildings up and running in a few days, not caring that such buildings would eventually get broken down by the next attack or just plain neglect of maintenance. And all her pseudo-uncles were having problems of their own since many were considered worthless due to having weak quirks or no quirks, and they had to make ends meet. They were nice to her and told her that she did not need to help them out too much despite having a quirk to lessen the weight for them. Some people were so mean to her uncles. She should be sending them to the sun. But recently there seemed to be a new project being started in Hadano district in Shizuoka Prefecture that got her father almost skipping his way to work for the past couple of months. When her mother visited the area to meet the client, she too seemed happy about it. Ochako had to wonder who the person was to make them happy and want her to meet with. She hoped there was someone around her age to talk with. It was a little weird for a little girl to keep talking with adults all the time. Ochako did not need to be bored with the traveling as they got to the designated worksite faster than she thought. What she saw outside of the card window had her planting her face against the glass with her eyes wide open. "Dear, you should move away from the window," Suki lightly admonished her. "Is that really the worksite?" Ochako asked for a good reason. Having been around the workers for a while, she knew what to look out for in the event she left the worksite and into town by accident, including their company logo stamped on the protective covers and equipment to keep track of everything in case some people had the idea of stealing their equipment. She also knew that they normally dealt with small worksites, the biggest being their last job in Yamaguchi Prefecture involving several low-rise buildings for the residents. So she could confidently say that this worksite more than tripled the size of their last job, and they did not own what could pass for construction mechas for their work. Yes, even with his back towards her, Ochako could hear the smile in his words. "Let's just say that your daddy has some new toys to help with the construction." Ochako blinked before turning back to the window where she could spy one of said new toys, lifting up a giant block and moving it easily to one of the further builds, something that would normally take a crane and a couple of the workers to do within 30 minutes. The car ride continued on to the gate that had the company logo, and after a quick greet from the guard, let them into the site where they disembarked at the more familiar container office that Ochako knew. Several of the workers near there smiled and waved at the little girl as she got out of the car, more than familiar with her around the worksite. "Hey boss." The closest worker came forward dressed in the company's worker uniform and wearing an odd metal framework on his body. "And good morning to you too, Suki and Ochako-chan." "Good morning, Haru." Tazuna greeted the man, followed by Suki and Ochako, who added a hug to her greeting. "Uncle Haru," the younger man chuckled as he bent down to hug her back. "Hey there, Machi Cheeks." The girl looked up with a deep pout, lending credence to his nickname. "Well, it is true." The girl huffed and crossed her arms, making the adults in the area chuckle at her action. "How is the construction going?" Tazuna asked while looking around. "We are going quite well. We already got the ground excavated for the majority of the area and the foundations are being laid in roughly the same time. The last of 3 old buildings are being prepped for demolition as we speak." Haru raised an arm to show off the brace on his arm, the soft sounds of servos evident with the movement. "These new toys are really something. We are cutting our time by at least a third of the time. And that new cement mixer really gets the concrete mixture going without drying out too quickly. I really want to know how that is done. If it can be saved for future projects, it would be a money changer. Just remember to thank the client for all of that. He is giving us a lot of trust to try the new equipment out," Tazuna said. "I will. He is putting a lot on the line to help us." Haru clenched his fist with a firm expression. "I for one would make sure to repay it by getting this construction moving." Mr. Midoriya would be pleased to hear that. Ochako turned along with the adults to see the speaker, and her eyes bulged out from seeing an authentic robot with shining white plating walking up to them with soft footsteps, the glowing eyes lingering on her briefly before looking to her father. "Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka." "Good morning, Isaac." Suki smiled while lightly nudging her daughter forward. "This is our daughter, Ochako." The robot turned lightly and bent down on a knee to look at her closely, and Ochako could see her reflection a little on the smooth surface of what passed for the face. "Hello, little miss." The robot called Isaac presented a hand to her. Ochako, with a little encouragement from her parents, raised her own to grab it and shook it, surprised that the grip was just under the firm side. "Hello, Mr. Isaac. I am Ochako." A light vibration felt from the hand as the machine gave out a chuckle. "Very polite, young miss." Isaac stood up from the position and looked to Tazuna again. "If I may ask for the progress of this build?" "Sure. I am about to listen to the report myself." Tazuna looked about. "So where is our client? I was hoping to introduce him to Ochako." "He is on site, currently 3 kilometers away from here." Isaac turned and looked about briefly. "Boss," as Haru commented, "excavation and foundations are doing good. Do you want to oversee the last bit of demolition?" Another worker called out while holding a radio. Apparently the last building is proving difficult with the old foundations set just short of the old canal overseeing the railroad. "Who on earth built that so close to the railroad?" Tazuna frowned before looking at Ochako. "Sorry about this, honey. Daddy has to supervise this job." Ochako merely smiled while shaking her head. "It's okay, Daddy. I understand. I will wait around here. And I can assist a little." Isaac came forward at this point. "Mr. Midoriya is currently returning to this spot to deal with some work." "Thanks for the help, Isaac." Tazuna lightly ruffled Ochako's hair. "Stay safe now. While the equipment is safe, they are still new, so please pay attention." "Okay." Ochako nodded. Tazuna smiled again before moving with the others, leaving her with her mother and the shiny white robot. "Let's go inside for now, Oka." Suki gently directed the girl to the container office with Isaac following suit. When they entered the office, though, Ochako paused briefly to look at the fresh set of paint, new furniture, and more importantly, a brand new air conditioner. Her expression must have been showing as Suki giggled and moved her along. "Surprised to see all of this?" Ochako nodded while looking around. You can thank our client for this. When he heard about the equipment requirements, he just went and upgraded everything for us and then some. Really? Ochako could be forgiven for having wide eyes and an incredulous voice. But why? Mr. Midoriya does not believe that one should be hindered by the lack of resources. Isaac spoke out while waving a hand at the surroundings. He spares no expense to get the job done when needed, even more so for those who are in the same position like himself. Just like them. Ochako frowned at that odd wording while Suki fidgeted a little. To be discriminated against for something that is genetically decided from birth. A new voice prompted all to turn to find a boy entering the office. Ochako blinked at the sight of the boy who looked to be around her age with short curly hair that looked so fluffy that she wanted to touch it, freckles that looked rather cute to her, and a smile that made her want to squint her eyes a little. I know the feeling very well. Hello, Midoriya-kun. Suki greeted the boy with a smile. Ochako turned to look at her mother with wide eyes upon hearing the name. Hello, sir. How were the test runs? Isaac came forward while the boy pulled out a tablet from his bag. The personal frames have been doing well enough, same with the work loaders. The workers have given positive reviews so far considering they are still new to the equipment, and progress is noted to be sped up by at least 60%. Midoriya pressed something on the tablet to display figures and images. Is Mr. Tazuna on site? He asked Suki. He is currently overlooking the demolition regarding the old building around the railroad? Suki queried. Ah yes, that one. That worker. Baki? He did state that this one was proving difficult to demolish with it so near the edge. Something about it not being built to code. Midoriya hummed as he wrote down something. Perhaps a machine that could reinforce cliffs or steep slopes before any type of demolition work? Oh dear. You are planning another invention of yours? Suki placed a hand on her cheek. I think the men have enough toys to play with. I believe the human way of saying is, one can never have enough toys to play with. Isaac spoke. Mum, Ochako voiced out, feeling very left out at this point. Suki blinked before looking sheepishly at her. Oh dear me, I am getting caught up with the talk. She turned to the boy who looked at Ochako curiously. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is my daughter, Ochako. Honey, I want you to meet Midoriya Izuku, the young man who created Isaac here along with providing your father and the men the new equipment for this job. He is also the client who hired us for this new job. Ochako's eyes were getting a workout with how many times they felt like bulging out of her sockets with the news she was getting. She turned to find the boy smiling at her with a hand held out to her. Hello, nice to meet you. Ochako blinked before smiling as wide as him. Nice to meet you too, she greeted back while grabbing his hand and shaking it, not knowing that this meeting would change her life forever. 1 week later. Come on, work for me. The sounds of a car engine being started up echoed about Takoba Municipal Beach in the early morning. Something that would be a bit odd since the beach was unofficially designated the area to dump all the trash since the sea would wash up any junk due to rampart pollution and the residents near the area would use it to get rid of the junk they could think of. It was a great place for Izuku to come and find usable scrap or electronic parts that were in good enough condition to be brought back for his personal projects. Since Principal Hamada had joked that he was cleaning out at least a third of the institute's assigned junkyard and making the other students complain on it. Izuku had been going to the beach since returning to the past to get some parts he needed to see if he could remember to build certain tech and ensure that he had something on hand to protect him and his mother from the people being affected by the purging of Aldera. He still continued to do so after his entrance exam at Hamada Institute, slowly clearing the area to get whatever he needed while doing some weight training and some community service. But for the past year, Izuku needed to get bigger pieces and scraps out of the junkyard for some of his more obscure projects if not meant for the recycling plant down by the industrial district. While he had built the equivalent of a trailer with repulsor tech to help him move with the aid of Isaac, he could only do so in the early hours or late evenings to avoid the traffic. Hence, for the past couple of months, Izuku decided to fix up a pickup truck that he had found under some old scaffolding. With the truck already gutted of its original engine and some of the other components, Izuku decided to try out an idea that had been at the back of his head for some time now. Using the arc reactor technology he had developed along with Project Arquebus, with a few scans of the truck and a couple of searches on the net, Izuku created a prototype engine design to circumvent the need for batteries or standard petrol to power the vehicle, along with a myriad of stuff he had around the junkyard to replace the missing components. It took some effort and a few days in the sun, but he was able to assemble the truck enough that it could be usable again, made easier since the frame itself was in good condition with hardly any rust thanks to the scaffolding that hid it from the elements around it. The only way he knew his efforts paid off was if he could get this test to work. "Come on. I know you can do this." Izuku pressed a button to connect the engine shaft to the truck's modified drive shaft, feeling the truck frame shake beneath him as it connected with a grind. The engine could work in the workshop, but that was without being connected to the truck itself. Isaac helped him with the actual lifting of the engine into the frame along with connecting the engine to the gear shaft and removing the unnecessary parts of the car. So much of the old wiring had to be removed and replaced since they had decayed over the years and would not be able to handle the power output from the new engine. Izuku had a newfound respect for car builders in the past when they had to do this by hand, and decided that he would not mind doing this every so often. He had spied a few vehicles dumped around the beach that were also in decent condition and wanted to get them out of the beach and into his workshop, including, much to his shock, a Chevrolet Camaro that looked brand new. The keys were in the ignition and the engine was working fine. "Don't worry, Bumblebee. He would save you from the indignity of these heathens." The truck lurched wildly, prompting Izuku to grab the steering wheel as the glow of the arc reactor started getting brighter in front of him since the hood was removed, and the whine of the engine started to get louder with the exertion being used to move the drive shaft after years of unuse despite having it cleaned up, fixed and oiled for this test. With a light prayer, Izuku disengaged the locking mechanism and almost yelled as the truck shot forward from the sand pit it was in and almost hit a pile of trash ahead if not for him quickly turning the wheel and slamming on the brakes to stop the truck going into the water. Okay, that worked. Izuku took a deep breath and let it out slowly before shifting the gear and backed the truck further up the beach. Once he was certain of not hitting any of the junk or in danger of the vehicle going into the ocean, Izuku parked it and engaged the brakes just as the sounds of air being displaced came to his side. "Are you all right, sir?" Isaac's voice called out as a robotic frame landed on the sand with a light crunch. The design was similar to the one from the workshop, but bulkier around the torso and limbs from the armor plating on it and the small jets on the back and feet providing lift. "Yeah. I overestimated the amount of torque required to move the truck out of the sand and almost wrecked it." Izuku let out another breath as he untied the blocked shoes he had to reach the pedals and exited the truck. "Still, at least we got the truck moving. Good thing I remember how to drive a stick." "Indeed, sir. Now we can move the bigger items to the workshop with the truck and the trailer." Isaac looked at the vehicle before turning around. "Would you be moving the other vehicles in the future?" "Maybe later when we actually load up the truck and bring it back to the workshop. If the fixes can handle the load for the next few rounds, we can get them out." Izuku paused before raising a finger. "But we are taking the Camaro back today no matter what." "Understood, sir." Isaac then hovered above the ground and moved to the back of the truck to grab the frame and lifted it with zero effort, dragging it further up the beach to a clear part that had some of the old scaffolding used as a makeshift road path so that the truck would not get stuck in the sand. It seemed premature at the time, but Izuku did not believe in half-efforts after all he had gone through. Either he got that truck out with the engine working or he would bust it up and smelt it for parts. Izuku decided to take a break and moved towards the ocean to watch the sun rise over the water as his mind wandered, and then focused on his latest meeting with another person from the future. Uraraka Ochako, hero name, Uravity. Quirk, officially called zero gravity due to the ability to remove gravity from an object to make it float, but based on accounts from Eri and Lav's member Himiko Toga, the Quirk's full capabilities appear to affect gravity on the whole, increasing or removing gravity instead of just removing gravity as previously thought of. Weakness. Nausea of varying levels based on the amount of weight Ochako needs to remove from the object. However, it could be overcome with training and selected pressure points. Also possible to be negligible after understanding the true aspects of the Quirk. Personality. Cheerful and easygoing, but known to have confidence issues along with her views regarding the idea of charity and is extremely protective of her family. She wishes to help with her parents' burden on the finances and hopes that becoming a hero would grant her the money to support the family along with a license to allow Quirk usage. The sun was now peeking over the water with the rays hitting the water at an angle to give off orange strands mixing with the dark water. Ochako was able to obtain a provisional license to use her Quirk from the provisional exams, and has survived many of the attacks that had taken out a majority of the original Class 1A. She had also aided with the rescue of Eri from Overhaul and remained in contact with her during her time in UA. However, due to attacks from the villains in HPSC, her parents were almost killed and she was forced to drop out of UA before graduation, but allowed to keep her license to aid with the ongoing war. She went back to civilian life to help her family and try to leave the country, but was unable to due to the lockdown implemented. At one point, Ochako almost became a call girl for a group of men to be designated her sugar daddies, trying to hold her parents' debts over her, but got help from Eri and the police to arrest them. Shortly after her parents' capture and demise from the villains, Ochako was forced to protect a group of elementary children from a group of Nomis attacking the school. She was able to rescue them at the cost of her own from bringing down the building to destroy the Nomis. Cause of death: Quirk overuse and severe body trauma from being crushed under rubble. Out of all the students that Eri had interacted with, Ochako was one of the more frequent based on her stories. Seeing her in the flesh for the first time, Izuku could understand why her death had devastated Eri a lot, to the point that it took a week to knock her out of her funk. Hopefully his meeting with her could help to keep her alive and to make Eri happy when he finally got a chance to get her away from the Yakuza. Oh wow, these were very depressive thoughts on such a nice morning. Better change the mood. Izuku winced when the first rays of light hit him in the face, taking a while to blink the bright spots away before he could look about. He had to admit, he could understand why in the past the beach could be a good tourist spot for the morning. It pissed him off that such a treasure spot was not being well taken care of, and the heroes of this time were not bothering to do proper work, instead looking for opportunities to promote themselves or to bask in the limelight of fame and the cheers of their fans. To some extent, he had to agree with Stain, the villain known as the hero killer. There were too many fakes that were in it for fame and fortune, and when the going got tough, they would just quit and fade away. Izuku could recall during his 16th birthday in the previous timeline, the televised resignation of dozens of heroes from the open war declaration of the now named Paranormal Liberation War, many of whom did so from the pressure and scrutiny placed on them by the populace. With the release of Endeavor's crimes and the forced retirement of All Might prior to that, the people more or less lost faith with the heroes and the system. That was one of the reasons why Japan was effectively divided by the villains, the HPSC, and the hero faction composed of the different academies, with the civilians stuck in between. The lucky ones could get out of the country before all the airports and seaports got locked down or destroyed, and the rest of the world quarantined Japan with the addendum to effectively wipe it off the map if no one handled the situation. Well, considering what happened in the last timeline, someone handled it all right, just not in a good way. Izuku shook his head violently to try and forget what happened in the other timeline and just looked at the sun now halfway out and shining upon the beach in its glory. Despite all the trash on the beach, there was a certain level of beauty between the clean ocean and the rubbish left by the people. One would probably try to wax poetry at some perceived dualism. Izuku, for one, was thinking more of the latter and how it applied to certain people he knew in the past. Nizu would probably get the town council involved to get some people to clean it up, or perhaps even the students for some crazy idea of his. Shoyuda would not think about it unless he incorporates it into his logical ruse training, like some type of survival training. Majima would probably think this would be a waste of good resources and get his students to clean up the beach. Izuku paused as a memory of a woman popped into his head and he snorted. And of course we have that one. If that woman were here, she would probably say something like, "Oh, look at this treasure trove of parts, all waiting for me to turn them into all sorts of babies." Like that, and goodness knows what she would say if she were to see Isaac or the engine. Probably exclaiming at the engine design and his body frame like, "Oh my goodness, what is this engine made of with that glowing part? It sounds so silent. And who made this baby? It can move around so easily. Gasp. And it flies too. Yeah." And Isaac would likely be confused from that and go, "Sir, there is an unidentified pink-haired girl wanting to strip my mechanical body for parts. Please advise me on my course of action." Yeah, something like that. Izuku drawled at the end as he realized that the thoughts were complemented with actual words and voices from someone else. Slowly, Izuku turned to where Isaac was and stared for a while before sighing heavily. "You have got to be kidding me." A few feet away from him, Isaac was currently standing still with a young girl zooming around him in clear excitement, dressed in slightly baggy mechanics overalls that had seen better days with the tears and oil stains. When she turned around, Izuku could see that she had salmon-pink hair styled as thick dreadlocks barely reaching her shoulders and freckles on her stained cheeks. While she had no goggles and was a lot younger in this timeline, Izuku could still recognize her based on her green-yellow eyes with a cross in the center to give the look of scope lenses, and her general behavior. Hatsum Mei, future UA support student of Higuri Majima and future CEO of Hatsum Industries. Good lord, she is tiny. That was honestly the first thought that popped into Izuku's mind once he laid eyes on her. Granted, his last memory of her was a woman a little taller than him, but he had a delayed growth spurt that came about after he threw away his obsession of being a hero and focused his mind on inventing different equipment to survive and to render quirks obsolete. Moving away from many of his bullies and previous influence had allowed his body to recover along with a visit to a doctor who was able to bring about the biological changes that his body should have. That said, it was a little weird to see the woman he knew once was so tiny at their current age. May barely reached his chin right now and looked more like she had found her father's work clothes to put on with the sleeves pulled up to not cover her hands. And she was in front of him, face to face. Izuku let out an unintentional yelp as he backtracked just to get some distance, only for Mei to keep up with him easily with an eager smile on her face. At least one thing still maintained in both timeline. She still did not know the meaning of personal space. Oh, and also the meaning of the words slow talking. And yes, he was being a little hypocritical on that. Did you make this baby? What is it made of? How is it able to lift off the ground with no intake ports? Is it the same as the engine from that truck? How are they made? Teach me how to make your babies. Context. Izuku reached for his belt and pulled out a water squirter to spray the girl with water in the face. It was only a few seconds later that Izuku realized that he did that on habit since he had taken to packing a portable water squirter with him to help get Mei to pay attention and to respect boundaries. Oops. Haha. That laugh drew his attention to a man who was currently grabbing his stomach while looking upon the scene. Isaac immediately jumped to Izuku's side and looked at the two intruders, the sounds of the servos building up speed getting louder in the beach area, while the repulsors on the palms started to glow with a dim light. Who are you? Isaac asked with a notable edge in his query despite sounding polite. The man at least recognized the coming danger as he got himself under control and got to Mei with a raised hand. My name is Hatsum Takaya, and this bundle of energy is my daughter, Mei. The man introduced himself and Mei. Apologies for the interruption. We were going around looking at all the scrap that could be used for our projects, and Mei wandered off when we heard a sound. I am guessing your engine was the one that made the noise. The man pointed a thumb over his shoulder at the truck. I see. Izuku lightly patted Isaac's arm in a pattern to get him to stand down but keep watch for sudden attacks. My name is Midoriya Izuku, and this is my companion, Isaac. We too have been scavenging for parts and went to test out a prototype engine using the old pickup truck as the base. Quite an interesting design. You designed this yourself. The man's interest and curiosity was evident, and clearly had more restraint compared to Mei, who was once again looking at the engine with undisguised interest. Designed and built by my own hands and some equipment, Izuku answered while shrugging his arms. You look like you're barely in elementary school. Takaya blinked at that. I am currently undertaking an advancement course at Hamada Institute. By all accounts, I am a third year at the institute. Izuku barely blinked when Mei was in his personal space again. Hamada Institute, the school that teaches their students from junior high and above how to make incredible babies. Mei was practically squealing and grabbing Izuku in excitement. And it was due to habits long past and the sight of Isaac powering up the servos again that had Izuku using the squirt gun again on her. Ugh! Personal space and context, please. Izuku was already feeling a very familiar headache that came from dealing with Mei, and when one added the unbound energy of a young child into the mix, you would get the reason why Mei was sometimes referred to as Hurricane Hatsum in UA. And now there was the father who also had the same look in his eyes when looking at the prototype engine in Isaac. Damn it, the last thing he needed was Majima getting ideas to ship the two if he were to meet Mei again. Back in UA, Higuri Majima aka Power Loader had another urge to go to the nearest town council for marriage forms, while Nizu had the odd urge to read up on how to be a preacher for shotgun weddings. In the staff office, other members were moving away from Aizawa Shoyuta, who was lightly crackling in his sleep while having a very scary smile on his face. That was draining. Izuku sighed as he got the truck parked inside the fenced area leading to his workshop and the gates closed behind them. He had utterly forgotten how inquisitive and demanding Mei could be while pursuing knowledge on any new inventions that caught her fancy, and it was only thanks to Principal Hamada coming over to check on him a couple of hours later, at the private request of Isaac, and Mei's father that they were able to get away. It was just as well they had the principal with them as he helped to explain to a couple of officers who stopped them on the way what they were doing to let them go on. At least they got the stuff out of the way, the truck had lasted the journey, and the Camaro was safe within the complex. Principal Hamada was also taken with the car and was horrified that the car was left there without any reason. Last Izuku heard as they entered the premises, he was muttering about finding out who recently purchased the car and giving him a piece of his mind. He hoped to keep the car for his own use. Indeed, sir. I think I now know the feeling of fear. The robotic frame of Isaac shook a little. I do not like the way Miss Hatsum looked at my frame. Permission to install the hard light shields and inertia deflectors on my frames. Good ahead. Use beta version 3 for your base if needed. Izuku nodded as he went to grab his exosuit for moving the heavier items out of the way. Start up the radio, would you? Will do, sir. Isaac moved to the docking station to get the unit cleaned up and charged while the radio turned on to play some music. Izuku just went about depositing the scrap and other materials to the room designated for sanitation, then went to check on the truck to see if it held up properly with the load on it. At least his fixes were okay along with the prototype engine, although Izuku could tell that he needed to give the truck a major cleanup along with additional reinforcements to the frame and particularly the drive shaft, maybe even a replacement. But it still held nicely with the journey, which meant he could get the other vehicles he found on the beach out of there and into his school workshop. Then, with whatever results he could get, he could try out a different project he currently had on paper, and if it worked, he could even get revenue for this on a commercial scale if he so wished. Sir, the items have been sanitized, cleaned and sorted into the different groups for your next set of projects. Isaac called out while the radio was partially muted for Izuku to hear the words. Results from the prototype engine have been collected and are currently being looked through for any possible issues and improvements. Currently, there are very few deviances from the test. Shall I start drafting out designs for the other vehicles found in the junkyard? Thanks for the cleaning and grouping. I will look through them and the test results later. I want to spend a bit of time with Mum. Izuku answered as he got out of the clothes he had on to be sent for laundry. And yes, please draft out some designs for a few of the cars there so we could try to get them out later, and if the next few can work well, we can see to getting a few here for testing. Will do, sir. Before you leave, you should know that projects Hardlight and Stratos have now achieved the necessary parameters for further development. Hardlight is now able to take on attacks equivalent to yields created by the cannons deployed for the USS Missouri. The new alloy using the gold titanium alloy as the base has yielded particularly good results for the Stratos framework against higher altitudes and protection against heavy artillery, and the inclusion of diamine for the inner layers has not affected the weight too much while providing protection against armaments with penetration capabilities. A screen near Izuku turned on to show the projects in question. Oh, that is very good to hear. Izuku nodded in satisfaction. For Stratos, are we able to test for atmospheric pressures? Initial tests with the pressure tanks are suggesting that it is possible to go into the deeper waters without too many issues with the decompression, but we would require access to a proper facility to test a full suit in the future. The test balls do not give accurate results, and diamine has unusual reactions with each ball, likely due to the size. That is true. Izuku hummed thoughtfully. This was one of the reasons he was considering going to I-Island. For all the equipment that he could grab from Hamada Institute, they were still considered kids' toys when compared to those from I-Island. Oh, for sure UA would likely have something similar to that from I-Island, but he was still on the fence about heading there given what he knew about who would appear there in the next few years. One would think that he had time to go over what All Might had said along with Katsuki's actions, but it would appear being back in the past had unsettled his mind and his hormones. He did not appreciate having to undergo puberty twice. Sir. Oh, sorry, I got distracted. Anything else you have for me? Izuku shook his head and listened closer. You may also be interested to know that the Exo Mark II incorporating the third rendition of hardlight projectors, second rendition of repulsor technology and first rendition of phase shift technology has been successfully tested, and the inner layer of Kevlar has been sewn into the inner suit. The windows on the screen shrunk to allow another to take place with the schematic of an exosuit with various portions highlighted to show the included portions. It is ready for deployment to the field. And now, for all of you old-timers, here is one from one of the best bands in the history of rock and roll. Here is AC/DC with their song, Back in Black. Do you wish to take it out for a test run? The radio started playing the tunes of the electric guitar from the band as Izuku took in what Isaac said and began to smile very widely at the news. Do we have any checkpoints in the coming weeks? Chapter 5. It was a very wet day by the warehouse near the city border when a van that had seen better days drove up to the gantry and paused before the gate opened for it to move on to the third unit. It waited again for someone inside to open up the shutters for it to drive through before they closed it up. After going a little further in, the van stopped completely with the engines turned off and the driver came out from the seat. Any problems getting here? A rough-looking man in street clothes called out to the driver. A few bumps on the road. The driver, being a young man in his late teens, answered as he moved to the back of the van. Some heroes were making a mess, so we had to take the longer route before we could switch vehicles. And the package? The former's query got answered with the back doors opening and a young girl in an outdoor autumn dress being roughly carried by another person with her arms tied behind her back and a cloth bag over her head. The driver pulled off the bag to show said girl with dark hair going past her shoulders slightly and a gag in her mouth. Tada! The driver waved his hand at the child like he was presenting a product to a customer. Good, the boss would be pleased. The rough-looking man leered over the girl. We can get some revenue from this before she gets shipped out with the other brats. Best to hold off on that for now. The third man, who partially resembled a minotaur with the small horns on his head and the large frame, called out while looking at the police scanner on the dashboard. Sounds like one of the new recruits screwed up and the police caught him. We may have only minutes before we get them and the heroes on us. Ah, damn it! The leader of the group sneered angrily before jerking his head to the side. Fine, put the Yaoyorozu in the room, Mizo. After that, go with Ashiza to pack up the area and prepare the truck. We would need to relocate before that lot comes here. Got it, Toryun. The driver dragged the girl easily without being too bothered with her attempts to get loose. All the way to a room which he unlocked and opened the door quickly to push her in before locking it again. The girl took a moment to right herself up from the impact and look around the room that had a light bulb dimly lighting up the space to show that the room had seen better days with the decrepit state it was in, old chairs covered in spider webs, and what appeared to be mold growing in the corner. The girl sighed heavily as she closed her eyes for a moment before a light appeared from her back briefly, and her hands were freed from their restraints with a thin blade in her hand. Mother and father are going to be grilling me on this. The girl named Yaoyorozu Momo spoke as she rubbed her wrists to ease the blood flowing, slightly wincing from the rope burn on it. All she wanted was to find a birthday present for her mother and wanted to travel on her own. It was honestly bad luck that the one day she left the house without any guards was also the day that these kidnappers were able to capture her. Not to toot her horn, but as the heiress to one of the richest families in Japan, and to some extent in the world thanks to her parents' businesses, she was a big target for anyone wanting a ransom. Not if she could help it. Let's see if the phone works. Momo moved to the table where the lone phone was, picking it up only to place it back down when there was no dial tone. Scratch that idea. Next, she looked out of the office windows to see if she could get any information on what was going on and preferably where she was taken to. She tried to look out the main window that she guessed to be facing the street, but the glass was crusted with years of dirt, and the frame had bars to stop her from getting out that way, although she could try something later if needed. Momo then looked through the window overlooking the interior of the warehouse, and from what she could see, the trio were busy gathering boxes into the container unit of the lorry while a pickup truck was next to that. Given how rushed they were, Momo reckoned she had a few minutes at best to get out on her own. She tried to increase her chances by grabbing one of the chairs to stop the handle, grimacing slightly from the stickiness of the webs on her skin. Okay, let's get out. Momo returned to the window with the bars and lifted her dress to gain access to her belly while she focused on what she wanted, thankful that she had a heavy meal before she left the house. The front of her dress lit up briefly from a glow beneath before a loud thud hit the ground. She lowered her dress quickly and looked at the bolt cutter she had made for the occasion. Momo knew she only had a few seconds to do this before the kidnappers came back, so she grabbed the bolt cutters with a bit of effort, lifted it to the bars and with a loud snap, made a cut in it. She did not dwindle for long and quickly repeated her actions, soon removing all but one of the bars from the frame right as the door handle moved and the door shook briefly and then violently as the man outside tried to open the door. Got to hurry! Momo cut the last bar out of the way before stepping on the other chair next to the window to get some height over the window. She barely had one leg out of the window when something sticky hit her back and she got pulled back hard, causing her to slip and hang on to the windowsill for dear life. Tried as she might, Momo could not hang on for long and out of desperation created a smoke capsule that she had done in chemistry and fired it out of the window as she lost the fight to her captor, and she ended up getting pulled into the arms of another person. Look at what the spider dragged in. The person who caught her chuckled darkly as he moved out of the office with all of his 8 legs and 2 of his arms wrapping silk from his mouth around her to keep her bound. Momo got a little nauseous from the turning before 2 pairs of crimson eyes looked right at her with the mandibles clicking at her distress. Oh, such fear! I am getting hungry from your scent. Hold off on eating her, Gumo. She is still useful to us. The leader came up along with Mizo and Ashiza. What about her legs, Toryun? She won't need those. Momo shivered with fear and disgust at the arm that was pinching and caressing her leg as though he was testing for steak wellness. Tempting, but no. The leader rolled his eyes before looking at Momo. But if she misbehaves, perhaps a toe at a time would do the trick. Momo unconsciously let out a whimper at that and shut her eyes while the others laughed darkly at her possible punishment. She was really regretting leaving the house without her guards. She just hoped someone would come to save her. Crash! The sounds of glass breaking drew everyone's attention to the other window closest to the warehouse entrance, showing the freshly broken glass along with something rolling on the ground. Momo had a brief moment to see what it was before shutting her eyes tightly in time when it exploded in a display of noise and light that took the kidnappers by surprise and forced Gumo to let go of her. She was certain that she would hit the floor when something wrapped around and pulled her gently but firmly to another person's arms. Are you okay? That firm voice got her to open her eyes and face to face with a green visor with her face reflected on it. He was wearing what looked to be an exosuit over a dark inner suit, all of which looked to be professionally done with aesthetics clearly forgotten in favor of utility and safety. Hold on. I will get you out of this. He held up his hand that had a gauntlet attached to it, and with a brief blast of a laser, cut the spider threads on her body to get them off. At least she could move now even if the stickiness of the threads were a bother. Stay hidden. I will get their attention. Her savior stood up and moved out of the cover of boxes before rushing off. Momo paused briefly before peeking to see what was going on. Gah! The first thing she saw was the spider villain getting kicked in the face while her savior flipped over him with his hands grabbing the shoulders and using the momentum to throw the villain high into the air before he directed the gauntlet to fire off some weird beam with a loud whining sound to push the villain further away into the wall. The villain barely slumped down when a canister hit his body and exploded into a giant blob of foam that covered him completely. The driver named Mizo rushed forward with his arm transformed into a scythe worthy to be used by a Death Reaper, only for her hero to turn on his heel to backhand him, and then with a loud shing, the scythe got cut off by a blade from his gauntlet. What the F? His cursing got stopped by a fist to the face that sent him crashing to the floor and knocking his head against the pillar, thus rendering Mizo out of the fight. The intruder did not stop moving and went straight for Ashiza, who roared and rushed forward with the horns at him. The intruder moved to a slide halfway and produced a collapsible staff he used to trip the Minotaur impersonator without losing the momentum or getting the staff slamming into him. The intruder then managed to kick off the ground hard enough to crack the ground and send him above Ashiza just as he was coming to a rough stop, letting gravity do the work of slamming the staff right on top of his head. With a quick stomp on the back and a flick of the wrist, Ashiza got cuffed and slammed into the wall to ensure he was unconscious. Damn this hero! Toryun grabbed a gun and fired at the intruder, forcing him to dive behind a stack of crates. One of the stray shots hit several bottles that evidently had some flammable liquid as they caught fire, causing Momo to scream and run out of her cover to avoid the flames. Toryun saw an opportunity at that, so he reached forward to grab Momo by the neck and wrapped an arm around her neck while his hand split open to allow tendrils to come out of the stump and wrap around her torso and legs just as the intruder got out of cover with the palms directed at him with glowing circles from the gauntlets. Momo shivered from both the fear and the sensation of the tendrils wrapping all over her body while seemingly caressing the skin and her developing chest. Okay, hero. Fun time is over. Drop your weapons, pal. There was a tense face-off between the two sides as the supposed hero appeared to be deliberating the options. Now! Toryun had two tentacles with sharp points pushing against Momo's neck, earning him a light trickle of blood from the cut skin. The hero held the stance a bit longer before slowly lowering the arms and straightening his posture. Okay, that's good. Now put down your weapons and get on the floor, and the girl here won't lose her head. Pew! Momo barely blinked when something whistled past her ear and struck Toryun dead center in the head, causing him to drop as the tendrils receded back into his body as it crashed to the floor. Momo almost got the same treatment when the hero came forward to gently grab her by the shoulders and moved her away from the man. Are you all right, miss? Momo turned to face her hero, now taking the moment to calm down from the excitement to see her hero without interruptions. Face to face, she noted with some curiosity that he was apparently at the same height as her, and very young from the sound of his voice. The exosuit he was wearing appeared to be a blend of flexible carbon fiber and metal plates stuck onto a metal frame that looked light but durable, with colors of white and black blending nicely together, and heavier armor emphasized on the limbs and torso. Said torso had a chest plate sporting what looked to be a glowing orb in the middle of it, something she guessed to be the power source for the suit. Yes, thank you. She looked him up and down before asking, You are not a pro hero, are you? At least not one I know of. The young man merely smiled at that. No, I am not a licensed hero if that is what you are asking. He answered as he turned to Toryun and moved towards him with his palm aimed at him. As for my presence, I have been attempting to track a different group of smugglers, one handling weaponry. I got leads of them appearing at this general area, so I was investigating until I saw the van coming into the storage unit, and then I saw you getting dragged out of the van. After that, you tried to do something to the window facing outwards. I knew that you were in trouble. He stopped a foot away from the kidnapper and threw a small disc that briefly electrocuted the man before bindings appeared from it and secured him tightly. There, now that is done. He bent down and searched the man quickly, his search displaying a car license card that was evidently fake, a box of cigarettes, a few unmentionables that had Momo blushing red, and a phone that the young man did something with his gauntlet before placing it back on the pile. Let's see what he has. He paused briefly before humming, likely getting an answer through the display screen from his visor. Okay, looks like these fellows have been working with the group I was tracking for a few months now. I now have some proof that these people have been running a smuggling ring for weapons, quirks, and humans. Oh dear. Momo was not sure how to feel about her situation. This sounded a lot like one of the action novels her father enjoyed reading. It seemed so unreal to be in an actual situation where it was confirmed that her kidnappers were involved with organized crime. Yeah, not to mention this fellow is a piece of work himself. The vigilante kicked him lightly before he moved to the other two and did the same routine, with the addition of dragging them over to the lorry to check on the contents. He left the spider villain on the wall though. What are you looking for? Momo asked. Something I hope to be more conclusive about. The vigilante looked about with careful hands before pausing by a box that was very different from the rest. For one, it was not made of cardboard. Rather, it was a big carbon fiber box with an electric lock on it, with a brand logo of a company that Momo recognized from her father's dealings to be a pharmaceutical company. A second point to note, rather worryingly, were the big symbols used to alert all of possible biohazard and radioactive materials inside the box. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. The tone used by the vigilante was clearly not a good one. He raised a hand to it only to pull it back when his gauntlet started beeping loudly with red lights appearing. He cursed while pushing the surrounding boxes and her away from it. Definitely not good. Get back. What is it? The vigilante looked at her briefly before taking out a capsule the size of a small ball and throwing it at the box. The capsule broke upon contact with the box and spewed out a white foam that quickly encased it and solidified just as quickly. The vigilante raised the arm again to check for something before lowering it when the lights blinked green with no sounds. I have no idea what it is, but clearly it is bad enough to trip my RID scanner. And these guys did not bother sealing it completely. The vigilante looked back at the men and hummed before reaching for his head cover. Apologies, young miss, but I need to make a quick call to someone to get this moved before I can get you out. Oh, it is no problem. Momo lightly bowed. I should be grateful for you saving me. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo. The vigilante smiled at her. I don't really have a hero name, but you can call me Tataru. He must have connected a call at that point as he turned and spoke about getting someone to drive the lorry away. Okay, that is done. Now let's get you moving. Momo followed the vigilante as he proceeded to the truck next to the lorry to get inside and checked for something before using the sets of keys he had grabbed from the kidnappers to try and fit into the key slot. After a while, he let out a heavy sigh. Great, just great. Is something the matter? Momo asked him. Just that none of them had the keys to operate this truck. That means someone else has to have it. Got to do this the hard way then. The vigilante grabbed the cover of the steering column and broke it off with a crunch, and then pulled out the wires and checked them carefully without dislodging them from the key slot. Okay, these two would be the ones to start up the truck. I just need to remove them and get something to connect them with. What do you need? The young man turned his head lightly to her, giving the impression that he was looking at her closely. Unless you have a set of clips or a simple electrical switch to connect these two, I will have to jury-rig this on the spot. Tataru asked with curiosity noted in his tone, which was a lot better than the obvious scorn or sarcasm that she would have honestly expected of such a query. Momo held out an arm and focused on what she had in mind, creating what was a push-button switch with a pair of wire connectors at the end. Would this do? The vigilante lightly took the item from Momo and examined it with a hum, before taking apart the wiring from the console and connecting them to the switch. With a press of the button, the engine started and roared to life. Looks good so far. Tataru looked at her, and she got the feeling that he was now very curious about her quirk. Based on that little demonstration, you can create different objects from your body, perhaps from lipids? Momo slightly perked up at that. Not many people could identify that so quickly from the first demonstration. Yes, I am using my lipids to create the objects I need, but I can only make small ones for now. Momo answered while watching the vigilante do his handiwork before turning the switch. He hummed both at her explanation and him checking the dashboard for some items in the booth. That sounds like a very useful ability to have, even more so if you need to memorize the different materials that go into making each item. Do you need to remember the periodic table to do this? Do you require the knowledge of the molecular structure to stabilize the creation? Could you create objects with different materials to lessen your lipids usage? I wonder if different food items can affect your lipids and in turn your creation ability. The young man notably stopped himself from going into a mutter storm and turned to her with a sheepish expression. At least one she could see based on the mouth. Sorry about that. I tend to ramble on my thoughts. Momo on her part was slightly gasping at the vigilante, her mind going at a high speed contemplating what he said just from her brief description. This young man was able to decipher parts of her quirk that she had considered briefly along with guessing correctly the limitations and providing alternatives to her creation. It also gave her some happiness that this young man understood that she had to put in the work for her quirk to work. Too many outside of her parents looked at her and praised her quirk without once thinking that she needed to know a lot of subjects that normally would be taught around high school instead. Miss Yayarozu? The young man's query broke her thoughts. Sorry, my mind is wandering. Momo's cheeks were burning at that point. It's okay. Before he could comment on it, a beeping sound came from his gauntlet. Raising it, the vigilante did something to project a holographic image of what appeared to be the warehouse they were in with several red dots appearing around it. We got company. Could it be the police? Momo's hope got dashed when the far wall got absolutely shredded with bullets hitting it. Clearly not. Stay down. I'll be back. The vigilante pushed her head down before leaping out to do something. She felt the truck vibrate from something he did at the back before he came back and slammed the door, and then engaged the gear shift. Hold on. Momo could be forgiven for screaming at both the bullets coming at them and the sudden impact of the truck slamming through the garage doors, swerving widely before hitting the main road. Are you hurt? The vigilante called out before cursing and diving his head down from a stray bullet coming from behind and hitting the glass. Ah, come on. He raised an arm and with the loud sounds of the servo, smashed the window out to get a clear view of what was in front of them. I mean, no offense, but do you know how to drive? Momo asked as she scrambled to put on the seatbelts. Not old enough for a driving test. Driving experience on the go. I can do a little bit. The vigilante grabbed the brake shifter and briefly locked the vehicle to get it to drift around the corners and take out a couple of their attackers with the tail end before unlocking it and moving on. Parking it? Still working on not crashing. Oh God! Momo was not really religious, but she could not help crossing herself and hanging on to her seatbelt like a lifeline as the vehicle hit the main road and moved on towards the city. They would soon be followed by another 2 vehicles that had a couple of guys firing upon them with fireballs and spikes. I hope this works, the vigilante muttered before calling out. Activate Aegis barrier. 6 o'clock. Momo wondered what he was saying when a hum and a bright flash of light brought her attention to the back of the truck where she was Toryun tied up and still unconscious, along with some gadget at the back that had thrown up hexagonal shapes of light to block the attacks from behind. That is amazing! Momo could not help but exclaim at that technology. Thank you. I am just glad it works. That prototype does not do well while mobile. The vigilante answered seemingly without meaning to as he focused on evasive maneuvers. Then again, maybe since it is on a flat surface as opposed to a mobile frame, I really need to consider more field testing and different equipment to see if that is the case. Momo could barely keep up with his muttering, but from what she gathered, this young man who sounded close to her age was able to build all of this on his own, and she wondered if she could do the same with her quirk. She really wanted to try that out. Hang on tight. We are entering the district boundaries. He called out to her as the truck was going closer to the boundary dictated by the signpost. Their chasers certainly did not want that happening as their shots started getting wilder and frantic in their attempts to stop them. One fireball hit the barrier and overshot them, hitting the road ahead of them and exploding in a display of fire and debris. Crap! The vigilante turned the wheel as hard as he could. The truck just barely avoided the big hole in the road but went over some of the wreckage that caused the truck to bounce and swerve unevenly. Just as he was trying to regain control of the truck, Momo spotted something at the window and turned in time to watch one of the kidnappers pulling out a rocket launcher and aiming it right at them. Watch out! Her hero cursed as he saw what she was warning him about and jerked the wheel hard right as the man fired off the rocket, missing them by mere inches when the truck jerked. Momo could feel the heat from the burners as it went past her window and continued forward until it hit the nearest building. The vigilante continued to fight to gain control and managed it by the next turn. A loud beeping sound started to sound at this point. Okay, good news. We have some heroes inbound, the vigilante called out to her. And the bad news? Momo asked while covering her mouth to hold back the urge to puke. They are still a few blocks away. Tataru pulled the wheel in time to avoid other projectiles. And we are running out of fuel. Then a fireball hit the hood of the truck and blew it off, causing the engine to spew out flames and smoke. And we just lost our engine. Of course, it is just like every other bloody Wednesday of the week. Brace for impact. The barrier that was behind them now covered the body of the truck in time for them to crash into an empty store scheduled for demolition. They continued on a bit more before hitting a brick wall that caused the airbags to expand and stop both their momentums. Momo got smothered by the airbag briefly before she could push it down enough to have her mouth free. Nice parking, Tataru snorted as he pushed down the airbag. Thanks. He then let out a yelp as his headpiece started sparking and he scrambled to get himself free from the airbags to have more room. Momo on her part focused on creating a knife to puncture her airbag and then get herself off the truck with a wince. Her hero/driver came out quickly and fumbled with the headpiece that was emitting more sparks, managing to get it off with a growl. This was the first time she saw her savior behind the mask, and she was honestly surprised to find that he was the same age as her, with curly green hair and freckles on his cheeks. He then turned to face her, green eyes that showed a strength and seriousness in them aimed right at her. Are you all right? Momo took a while to answer, partially from the crash and the odd skip of her heart from his eyes. Yes, I am fine. She shook her head lightly to get rid of the last dregs of dizziness and to force herself to focus on the situation. I have not injured myself. Are you? Not too bad, though my gear is ruined. Tataru looked at where they crashed from, the debris providing some cover from their attackers. We don't have much time. Tataru fiddled with his headgear and pulled out the damaged component from it to set it aside in time to spark and break down, before placing the headgear back on his head along with a set of dark shades to cover his eyes. This would have to do. Stay hidden. I would try to pull them away from here and maybe get the attention of the heroes coming for us. But Momo tried to say something only for him to interrupt her with a hand. I can hold them off for a short time while you get yourself to safety. You should not get involved with this, Tataru told her as he moved to get the bound Toryun off the truck and the shield device that he clipped to his side. He then dragged the kidnapper to what looked to be a locker and opened it up, pulling out the shelves and whatnot before stuffing the man in and locking him in. That will hold him for now. You need to stay hidden. In case the heroes come early, hand them this, he said while giving her a thumb drive before going towards the front of the store. I can help, Momo pleaded with him, not wanting to leave him alone. Tataru paused just short of clearing the debris to turn and give her a smirk. Trust me. He then moved on, soon leaving her line of sight. A few seconds later, Momo could hear shouting and taunts that later devolved to screams alongside gunshots and explosions that rocked the foundations. Against her better judgment, Momo moved to the window closest to the front to see what was going on. And that was when she had the front row seat of a hero going against villains. Take him down! A man with a crude mohawk yelled at the others as his 6 arms were firing multiple guns at Tataru, who had a barrier in front of him, while moving forward without fear. He paused briefly to direct the palm of the free hand and fired off a shot to knock Mohawk down, then dove to the side to avoid fireballs aimed at him. He went into a roll and then righted himself into a crouch with one arm raised with the gauntlet splitting by the seams and gathering energy, and with a straight right, fired off some pulse of energy that sent the row of attackers flying through the air and slamming into the ground, and none of them moved afterwards. She knew that they were alive based on the rising of their chests and some weird ripples of light moving on their bodies, supposedly something used by Tatu to restrain them. Tataru then tilted his head to avoid a punch by a heavy-set man with reptilian features. The attacker did not get much chance to do anything as he tripped him by the leg and then introduced a fist to the face to knock him out. The remaining attackers at that point seemed to have lost their courage and decided to cut their losses by running away, only to yelp as other heroes entered the scene. Freeze! On the floor now, all of you! A hero in oddly colored spandex ordered them while his mummy-themed partner shot out his arms to have bandages reach out to tie the closest ones around. Elsewhere, other heroes were doing their thing to round up their group of criminals. It did not take long for them to catch all the criminals and, much to Momo's mounting rage, for them to surround Tataru. You there! You are a vigilante, aren't you? The spandex hero called out to Tataru, who merely glanced in her direction as though to check she was still there before looking back. Well, answer me. There is a young girl who was kidnapped by this group of smugglers. She is in that building and may require medical attention. Tataru started talking calmly. There is also the leader of the group tied up and stuffed into a locker. If you were to head to the warehouse down the road, you would find what is left of their hiding place. Well, I guess we should thank you for that. Momo was getting irritated with Spandex Man. It made sense in her head. Speaking so condescending to her hero. You can thank us by turning yourself in, villain. His partners were all gearing up in a manner that clearly spoke of their wishes that he refused. Tataru amazingly acted bored at their actions as he scratched his head while looking about. Well, quite the thanks and escalation of labels. Do you honestly believe that your behavior would hold up to scrutiny? He asked while looking at them. We can say that you resisted arrest and we had to be rough with you. Spandex Man sneered at him. Which is more likely to be trustworthy? Us heroes or a vigilante who will turn villain? Tataru actually chuckled at that. Wow, that is some great confidence you have there, Tataru remarked with an almost innocent tone. There is one problem you missed out. Oh, humor us then. What did we miss? One of the other heroes asked mockingly, with the others laughing along. Tataru merely smirked before pointing at Spandex Man, or rather, someone behind him. Some of the heroes turned without meaning to and paled heavily at the sight. What are you guys getting scared about? Spandex Man got his query when someone tapped his shoulder, prompting him to turn and find himself face to face with a certain hero that made him lose his confidence. Oh shit. That sounds about right. The hero standing in front of him answered with a very stern tone. The hero's armor was very distinctive of the Ilda family of heroes, and given what Momo knew of her family functions, that meant that the hero who had arrived a couple of minutes after was the turbo hero, Ingenium. Behind him were a few of his sidekicks, all looking very disappointed at the other heroes for their attitudes. Clearly, The lot of you have created a list of questions that I need answers to. We are just apprehending this villain. A minor hero in some weird turtle-shelled costume pointed at Tataru. Really? Momo had to admire how much sarcasm Ingenium was able to deliver in one word. Funny thing, I had been watching for the past few minutes, this young fellow taking down the group of smugglers that had been evading us for some time, and helped to save the Yaoyorozu heiress from their clutches. You, on the other hand, had been slacking in the area for the past hour and lagging behind to hopefully get that camera crew in place. When that did not happen, you decided to come after this young man, took them to town, and then you have the gall to try and make threats of his actions. I think not. Book them. At that, his sidekicks rushed forward and took both the criminals and the corrupt heroes into custody, while two went to where she was. Momo helped to point out where the leader was before she was escorted out of the building, and enjoyed watching Spandex Man protesting the action of being arrested before the sidekick handling him had enough of his mouth and literally taped him shut. The others looked thankful for that action. In the midst of this, Ingenium stepped forward and stopped in front of Tataru, who had maintained his position, with two other aides standing a little behind him. There was a brief standoff before Ingenium spoke. Don't mind me saying this, but you are a little small. Even with the helmet, it was clear that the pro hero was frowning. Are you in junior high? Maybe, maybe not. Tataru smiled gently and slightly more relaxed than earlier. Ingenium hummed before continuing. You do have some decent moves? Have you been fighting much? Not really. I tried to avoid combat if I could. Tataru shrugged. I was actually trying to track down another group of smugglers dealing with weapons, and I ended up dealing with the group of human traffickers. He paused before leaning forward to say something. Whatever it was, Momo could not hear, but judging from the tenseness from Ingenium and the aides, along with glares directed at the villains from said aides, it had to be really bad. I see. Thank you for your help. Ingenium brought a hand to Tataru, who looked at it briefly before slowly reaching to shake it. Momo had the odd vision of seeing stars appearing around Tataru for some reason as they shook hands before parting. Honest question to you. Why do you do this? The tracking of smugglers or vigilantism on the whole? Ingenium waved at the second. No one has been dealing with them for a while, and some weapons were being taken to groups outside of Japan with known terrorist links. Someone has to do it, the police can't do much on their end, and those fake heroes were certainly not doing anything. Momo slightly shivered at the odd emphasis Tataru used to describe the earlier group of heroes. It sounded like he had a bit of an issue with heroes not doing their work properly. Understood. Ingenium did not appear to have any major reaction to his words. The pro paused to watch the other vehicles leaving with the passengers before turning back. By right, I should be turning you in. While it seems that you have your heart set right in some manner, there is a lot of destruction going on. To be frank, the majority is by the kidnappers trying to get us. I avoided attacking with projectiles. Momo nodded her head at that. Ingenium tilted his head at her action and hummed thoughtfully. You are not native to this district, are you? You only came here to track your targets. Tataru nodded briefly. Ingenium looked at him before reaching to scratch the back of his neck. I do not know why, but I get the feeling we will meet again in the future. The pro turned to one of the aides who reached into his pocket and pulled out a card for Tataru to take. If you are in need of assistance, you can call me if required. Tataru reached out slowly to take the card and held it up to examine it. You are taking a risk to let me go. Tataru mentioned it. True, but my gut is telling me that you probably do your best work on the gray side of the law. Ingenium raised a finger. Just don't do this too often. Try to get into a hero school to get licensed, okay? Tataru stared at him before huffing in good nature. Not sure if someone like me is allowed into hero schools, but thanks for the confidence. Tataru pocketed the card and turned to walk away, pausing to look at Momo. See you around, Miss Yaoyorozu, hopefully in a better setting. With that, Tataru crouched briefly with the sounds of servos speeding up before he pushed off the ground and then flew away with some weird jets on his back, seemingly fading into the air shortly after. Well, that kid has some flair to leave the area, one of the sidekicks remarked with a chuckle. In some manner, he is like us. Why do you think I offered him a card and told him to get into a hero school? Ingenium stretched and let out a sigh. Come on, you guys. Let's get her to the police. Her parents are likely looking for her. I would need to do the paperwork regarding those idiots. Ingenium led the way back to their vehicles while Momo was escorted along, her mind going through all that had happened while her hand was clutching onto a certain broken device that was the only memento of her savior. She hoped to meet him again soon. 10 minutes later. I believe this is a successful field test for the 4 Malawian kwaches, sir. True, it worked out a lot better than I thought, although we really need to update the headgear before considering it for Project Stratos. Izuku pulled off his head cover and let out a tired sigh as the last of the adrenaline bled out of his body and the exhaustion finally kicked in. He was in better shape at his current age than he was in the previous timeline and had been performing small acts of vigilantism for the past 6 months since donning on the exosuit MK2, but he was still a young boy that had just participated in the takedown of a small-time criminal syndicate dealing with kidnapping and human smuggling, and was now coming down from adrenaline rush. He may have tested the equipment under controlled conditions with excellent results, but a part of him froze up at the guns pointed at him, and each hit on the shield by a bullet or quirks had Izuku worried that the hard-like construct would break and leave him exposed for the attacks. He was at least glad that the inner layer of diamine worked as intended, but he was going to need some revisions to the protections until he could get the proper results from the other tests and projects. Am I to presume that Tataru will be your future call sign? Honestly, I had nothing. I just blurted out the first word I could think of. Izuku acted flustered while he started deactivating the weapons and removing them slowly. Indeed, build. There was a hint of amusement from the query. Oh, laugh it up. Why don't you? Izuku grumbled before wincing and lightly touching his left side. Are you injured, sir? Bruisings on the left side of the ribs, minor cramps on the legs. Possible hairline fractures on my arm from the truck crashing. Izuku muttered out his injuries clinically, having been used to fixing himself up from his time as a quirkless and the time he had to replace his left arm along with implanting a reactor to his chest. Compared to his previous timeline, this was a bloody cakewalk. This would have been a chance to try out that serum formula I have been thinking of. Sir, need I remind you that the serum is still in the theory stage, and it has yet to pass the computational testing for stability, let alone entering the first stage of cellular testing, and to say nothing of human trials? I dare say you would not appreciate having extra appendages sticking out of your sides. Oh, the sass was strong in Isaac today. I know. I am just thinking out loud. Izuku sighed as he stretched his body slowly, wincing slightly from the pains going about his body and the gas popping from the joints. And even if I can get the formula working and regain my PhD in medicine in this timeline, I doubt the medical board would approve it. Would someone with a medical background like Pro Hero Recovery Girl be able to assess your test formula? Izuku hummed as he began to remove the remainder of his exosuit to keep in the bag next to him, leaving only the bare framework with the chest plate as they required certain tools to remove them, and the left brace with the carbon fiber plating still attached to it for his potentially broken arm. Possible, but I would need a reason to approach her. Izuku sighed while looking up. I can think of that later. I need to get these back to the workshop for fixing. The school workshop is currently available. Principal Hamada is already informed that you are conducting a weather experiment outside, which is true since the drone has been out collecting samples since our excursion. In that case, let's do that. Izuku nodded as he hefted his bag. I do hope that the equipment was able to grab some data. I have anticipated your request, sir. The Repulse is already en route to extract you along with the experimental weather balloon in case you want more experiments. The drone is currently returning. Izuku made his way out the back door of the old building. He was in and out of the alley after checking the surroundings, making sure he kept to the streets before catching sight of the vehicle sent for him. Based off the Suzuki GT designs and using a mostly intact car frame he brought back from Takoba Beach along with his proven repulsor engine. It was built for Izuku to move about the general area and to other districts if required without gaining too much attention outside of the dark green color scheme with silver linings and tinted windows to hide the fact there was no one driving the car except Isaac doing so remotely, and where the car brand would be located, a logo of a rabbit's head. Inside, a gear took the place as his identifying design. Izuku came up to the car as it paused briefly by the side of the road, opened the back doors and entered it. Okay, take us to the workshop. Izuku shut the door and buckled up while the touchscreen by the dashboard displayed some windows, before the gear stick shifted and the car proceeded to move on to their destination. Here is the first aid kit, and the cast machine is being prepared for your arm. Isaac's voice came out of the dashboard while said kit was produced next to him. Thank you, Isaac. Izuku loosened the restraints of the frame and removed them along with his shirt before he started to inspect his injuries. Have you contacted authorities on the other troublemakers? An anonymous call has been placed, and as of 2 minutes ago, the smugglers have been taken into custody, along with the contrabands in the lorry. The dashboard screen displayed shots from a street camera of said smugglers getting into a police car and the lorry being surrounded by the police. I have taken the initiative of obtaining a couple of components for our own research and reverse engineering while I went to move the vehicle away from the other attackers. What about that box of radioactive material? Any updates on that? Izuku frowned at the memory of that. It would appear that our smugglers had raided one of the labs in Yamanashi Prefecture that had been experimenting with radiation in an attempt to make it safer for energy generation and at the same time for users with radiation-type quirks to use without radiation poisoning. Although if the data is correct, they are barely making any progress and are getting their work cut off. I did take the liberty of obtaining some samples in case we encounter more in the future. Izuku had a pained expression upon hearing that as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. I should be worried about having such material on hand, but at this point I am just going to roll with it. Izuku took a breath and let it out. Very well, just place the material in one of the temporary safe houses away from the populace. We can look into it later. Understood. Right, on to less illegal talk. Any troubles with the car? To an outsider, they might note how strained his cheerful tone was while asking that. Izuku was trying to keep thoughts of vigilantism and possible theft of dangerous materials out of his mind right now. Repulsor systems are going well. The hard light technology has been updated to ensure protection of the car and yourself. The phase shift technology has proven most useful with your recent vigilante activities and raids against selected villains, both in protection and changing the color scheme of the vehicle. Good, Izuku answered as he sprayed the desensitizing alcohol on some parts of his upper body, hissing from both the sudden chill on his skin and sharp pain from some of the open cuts on him. He then sprayed a different liquid on the open cuts, watching as the cuts slowly closed up like time was being reversed and then showed only pink skin as though he was just bruised. Good thing he had this formula working for normal cuts and bruises. He did not want to explain to his mother about the injuries he was getting from his side activities. Thinking about his mother had Izuku going through his memories to compare both timelines while he laid his arm in the device to create a temporary cast for his arm. In the past timeline, Midoriya Inko was an overworked mother who had been stress-eating to cope with the trials of raising a quirkless boy. She was barely able to support enough for the both of them, and she had to deal with a messy divorce. It was after getting to a good high school along with a part-time job that Izuku was able to support the two of them enough that she could relax a little, even more so when he was able to include security for the both of them when the war started to get more intense. Unfortunately, she still needed to go out every so often, and it was around his 20th birthday that she got injured in a turf war between several villains and a few heroes, one of whom was bloody Bakugo Katsuki. Her legs were injured to the point of reducing her to a wheelchair, and later complications with her treatment put her into a coma. Despite his best efforts along with Uncle Masaru and Aunt Mitsuki, the most they could do was to put her to sleep peacefully. The two adults and Eri took a bit of time to get him out of his funk. As for Katsuki, the asshole did not even acknowledge his mistake and told his parents up front that she should have known better than to get in between his kill streak. Izuku almost used his personal weapons to hunt him down only to be stopped by Eri and a few others back then, but it was also clear by that point that Katsuki had gone so far off the bend that he broke the almost saint-like restraints of Uncle Masaru, who proceeded to demonstrate the fact that he was not as harmless as many would expect and take Katsuki on without a lot of protection on him, and ultimately drove Katsuki out of the house without once getting hit. Let's just say Aunt Mitsuki spent the next few days getting comforted by Masaru for what Katsuki did, and at the same time, tried to give Izuku a cousin to spoil. He was mentally scarred by the latter despite being an adult. In this current timeline, Inko was able to have some confidence after seeing her son continue a path that was not in heroics but still helping people in his own way and forging his own path ahead. She had continued to keep herself fit by going to the gym with Aunt Mitsuki, and had obtained a new job as a lawyer for one of the most successful, and infamous in some circles, lawyer firms known in Japan and some countries abroad. Rather amusingly, Inko had managed to gain a reputation for being one of the most ruthless lawyers around to champion all those disadvantaged people with poor circumstances, be it people simply too poor to afford lawyers to those labeled weak or evil based on their quirks alone. She may have gotten too into it, likely due to his personal history, so Inko wanted to make sure that no one else had to suffer. He really needed to cook a very nice dinner for her. That, or make a booking at the very fancy restaurant overlooking Tokyo Bay. Casting has been completed. We will be reaching our destination in 20 minutes, sir. Isaac's voice broke his thoughts as the casting device finished covering his arm with the polyester cast that allowed him some movement while keeping the bones in place. The weather drone is now back in the workshop. Thanks, Isaac. Izuku tidied up his area and grabbed a shirt. I think we can skip the balloon testing and… Sir, I am detecting irregular movement above us. Isaac interrupted. Izuku immediately looked at the dashboard where the screen was while prepping a repulsor at the roof. Someone about to land on the vehicle? Izuku asked with his repulsor powering up. Negative. Movement is consistent with someone leaping or propelling themselves to another rooftop. Someone tracking us? The screen switched to a window displaying a satellite image of Japan and began zooming in quickly to their current district, and then another window started displaying traffic camera feeds. I am calculating a 68% probability that it is not the case. This person or object is just using the same area as us. A little coincidental if you ask me. Do you have visuals? The screen displaying the camera feeds sped up the processing while the satellite feed focused and sharpened the image. Within seconds, the satellite feed showed something flickering between buildings while the camera feed from a roof camera nearby captured an image which Isaac superimposed and sharpened. That is the person. Izuku looked at the image and blinked before lightly groaning. You have got to be kidding me. 20 minutes later. Ha! A heavy sigh came out from the mouth of Tsutsumi Kana, otherwise known by her moniker as Pro-Hero Lady Nagant. As she stood near the edge of the roof, she landed on top of some new apartment building being built, uncaring of the rain that was drenching her or making the rooftop floor precarious enough to slip and fall 20 stories to the road below. She looked at the people down below scurrying for cover from the rain, most if not all likely oblivious to the one who was looking from above or the type she was. If they knew, they would be terrified to flee as though death was looking upon them. Well, she was the equivalent of it. In the public eye, she was Lady Nagant, a pro-hero who just reached the top 20 in the hero ranking system despite being an underground hero. A woman who was fast becoming a household name for young girls aiming to be heroines themselves. A woman demonstrating her worth in a society that was often considered dominated by men, with a good number thinking she should stay in the kitchen, or depending on the chatter from the Rooter group if you would, someone who should be under them, preferably in the bed. On that part alone, she would enjoy shooting them in the bits to see how they enjoyed it. In the HPSC, Yakuza, UA, and other parts of Japan, multiple men of various ages unconsciously crossed their legs and whimpered as one from the sudden pain from below and chills down their spines. On the other side of the gender scale, a certain dominatrix-themed heroine, a dragon lady, and a rabbit-themed heroine felt vindication. In the shadow of the HPSC, however, she was their agent to deal out death for villains planning out acts of terrorism before they could blossom. She was the agent sent out to ensure any corrupt heroes exploiting the system for more fame and fortune would be eliminated quickly. She was the sniper who could take out any opposing politician that would disagree with the HPSC with a squeeze of the trigger. In effect, she had become the HPSC personal Grim Reaper for the people who would go against the structure of the current society, perceived or otherwise. Kana had been tasked to find and hunt down suspected MLA sympathizers and backers, something that she did not mind doing given the crap she had to endure herself in her early years from junior high with a few students that she believed to have been raised with those beliefs, if the book and amulet she had found off one of them being an indicator. But just a week ago, she was taking a break from her assignments and walking about to patrol the area when she bumped into a group of children who were excited to meet a pro-hero in person. One of them had extended his hand to her to shake, and she was going to do so when her vision shifted briefly, and she saw her arm drenched in blood with the corpses of her past targets surrounding her, with the child having a bleeding bullet hole in his head as he held out a bloody hand. She barely held her expression as she drew back her hand while her handler at the time was busy distracting the children, and then gave a shaky smile at the child who said that he would hope to be like her in the near future. Only when she returned to her apartment at the HPSC headquarters did she finally loosen her control over her composure and let out whatever was in stomach before crying under the shower head to let her tears be washed away with the bath water. The next few days appeared to be a nightmare slowly unraveling into reality as each shot she took during this mission seemed to have the body appear before her with milky eyes staring back with horror. Kana had been trying to maintain her composure during her missions, but it was a near thing, and she could not help the urge to want to upchuck her meals at the end of each day. She felt like she was drowning into a pool of despair with the hands of those she had taken out holding onto to her so that she could not escape. As if it was not enough, she just had a call that the director of the HPSC wanted a meeting with her on another possible mission. Kana was not sure what she could, or should do at that point, and had taken to leaping around the district and using her zip line on the rooftops to try and clear her head after her latest hit. And thus, she ended up here looking down at the populace. Her foot twitched forward to the edge, her mind in turmoil from all that had gone on. She wanted advice, help, anything to stop the pressure that was overwhelming her mind. But who could help her? Miss? Her head quickly snapped to the direction of the voice, one arm tensing and readying her quirk to create the weapon of her choice, when her eyes caught sight of the speaker and her mind stalled briefly. Standing in the rain with an umbrella held in an arm that had a cast on it and a light green raincoat was a small person looking at her, the hood covering the head and a scarf covering the lower part of the face to hide the features, leaving only the concerned eyes that were directed at her. Miss, is everything all right? Kana noted that the speaker was a young boy that could not be any older than 11 years, but her mind was still a little numbed by all that had happened. I know that life is bad and all, but you do not need to go to a rooftop to do this. Please do not go further. I am sure that we can talk this out. Maybe it would not be as bad as you think. Wait, what was he talking about? Why did he sound like she was going to... It was only through experience and sheer control of her emotions that Kana slowly lowered her arms and moved away from the edge of the rooftop without slipping on the ground and likely plummeting to her death by accident from understanding what the boy was saying. The young speaker must have looked upon the scene and thought that she was a depressed woman contemplating jumping off the building to end it all. At this point, her embarrassment was partially making that a nice option, even if it broke through her troubled mind. Oh, thank God! The young boy notably slumped in relief watching her come towards him. I have no idea what to do if you were to jump off. Thank you for your concern. I can assure you, though, that I was not going to do that. I was looking for something, but the rain was making it hard. Kana tried to give that excuse before asking her first question. That said, may I ask why is a young child like you here on top of the rooftop? The young boy stiffened briefly before using the free arm to scratch the back of his head with the hood obstructing him, an action clearly showing he was a little embarrassed. Well, I was working on a weather experiment and I needed a high vantage point. This building is a little out of the way from the street, so I could launch the weather balloon out here without getting disturbed. I was packing my stuff when I saw you land on the rooftop and walk to the edge. And well, the boy waved a hand like he was trying to convey, what can you do about it? And you go to half-completed buildings to do experiments? Kana raised an eyebrow at him. I did check for structural integrity, and I have a permit. The boy protested weakly, and Kana would deny with her heart how much she wanted to mess with the boy with his voice tickling a funny bone she did not have. Before we go into what is right and wrong, let's get off the rooftop and have it above us. Kana looked up at the darkening clouds. Weather is turning again, and I don't think you fancy getting struck by lightning. Oh, right. The boy scrambled to get to the door, pausing as he turned to her with eyes slightly narrowed. You are coming with me to the stairs, right? Kana lightly sighed at the thought he was clearly having while nodding and followed the boy through the roof access and to a room one level down that was mostly empty outside of some construction panels and a bag by the pillar with an open case next to it. That was where the boy headed to while removing the hood of the raincoat and the scarf, and Kana blinked at the forest of green on his head and the youthful face. He really was a young boy. Who on earth would let him wander about construction sites unsupervised? Here you go. The boy turned around after rummaging in his bag to pull out a card for her to look at, and Kana could see the number of freckles on his cheeks. He somehow looked familiar for some reason. That much Kana thought as she took the card and looked at the information. He was correct that he had a permit to go around certain areas to conduct experiments, though he was skirting the rules a little. And surprisingly, he was from Hamada's Institute of Robotics despite his young age. Seems to be in order, Kana muttered as she looked up to find the boy folding some fabric on the floor with his uninjured arm, The coloring and material indicating it was the weather balloon he talked off. The design and the case was clearly well made, which lent credence to his story, but some of the tools appeared to be made for his size. A brief flash made her turn and stare at a certain object. "What is that?" The boy turned at her voice and continued to look at what she was indicating. "Oh, that is the reason I am conducting the experiment in this weather." The boy beamed at the clear canister containing several rings with arcs of electricity bouncing in between. The rings in question appeared to be rock-like or even crystals that were glowing with energy, making them a very attractive sight for the woman. "I was testing whether lightning could be contained for its energy, and the material in question is something I have been meaning to test." "What is it?" Kana asked out of partial curiosity and also a manner of distracting the boy in case he was an operative. It would not be the first time someone tried to get a jump on her. "Something that was created by total accident." The boy looked sheepish at that. "I was trying to create a material for my science project, but I fell asleep during the last stages and ended up with that odd crystal formation. The best description I can give is organic crystal growth with the ability to absorb static electricity in the area." He gestured to the folded fabric. "I was testing to see if it could absorb the static electricity in the clouds." "So it is just to absorb electricity?" Kana asked, with the odd effect of creating something of a null zone around it. The boy pulled out a small tablet to show her an image of said canister and small arrows moving like currents. "The material is generating photons on its own and absorbing the electrons from the environment to generate both electricity and a minor magnetic field that seems to cancel out anything with electronics in it. Think like a natural Faraday cage. If this experiment gives out the proper data I am looking for, this could help areas with no access to the power grid or unable to install facilities for renewable energy." "I see." She was barely keeping her expression from showing how out of depth she was. It had been a while since her high school days, but that sounded almost a little science fictional to her ears. What type of work do elementary kids do these days? Speaking of which, by the way, what is your name? The boy paused before smacking a hand to his forehead. "I am so sorry for being rude." He then bowed while introducing himself. "My name is Midoriya Izuku. I can't tell you my real name, but you may know me as Lady Nagant." Kana bowed to greet and raised her head in time to see the boy wiggling his nose thoughtfully, making her want to tease him again for some reason. "Lady Nagant, as in pro-hero Lady Nagant, rank 20. The now named Izuku worded his observations. "A woman becoming one of the fastest to go up the rankings." "Yes." Kana watched the boy carefully. The boy was not being a fanboy or one of those hormonal idiots. If anything, he was being mature and precise in his thought processing. Quite curious for one his age. "Oh, I hope I did not offend you. I was just talking." Izuku waved his hands before hissing and grabbing the arm with the cast. "Easy there, you did not offend me." Kana reassured the boy, not wanting him to aggravate his injury. "That's a relief." Izuku sighed before yelping at the loud boom of the thunder that shook the floor a little, accompanied by a torrent of rain that was evident from the open windows. "Oh dear. Looks like we are stuck here." Kana huffed at that. "So it seems." Izuku groaned at that statement before perking up. "At least I can get some writing done before getting back to the workshop." He went back to his bag and rummaged through before taking out 2 bottles of drinks. "I only have Orange Crush, is that okay?" Kana raised an eyebrow before grabbing the can and looking at it carefully. It seemed to be a regular bottle of juice with the bottle seal intact, but she had to be very careful with her line of work. There have been instances of people trying to drug her with such drinks. "Is something the matter?" Izuku asked as he watched her. "If you do not like oranges, I think I have green tea and peaches." Kana looked up and almost flinched at the wide-eyed look given to her. "That was not fair, damn it." "Nope, it is fine." Kana broke the seal and took a tentative sip of the drink to test for any drugs or effects. After a while, she took a bigger sip to quench her thirst. "Ah, that is nice." Izuku, on the other hand, took a big gulp of his bottle and let out a sigh of content. "I really should drink more fluids." Kana hummed as she switched her attention to the canister containing the crystals giving off the glow and static electricity. Now that she was nearer, she could feel the odd feeling of void around the general space around it, and it was making the hair on her arms stand up in slight agitation. Unconsciously, she took a couple of steps away from it, feeling slightly better without the odd feeling on her arms. "So you felt something?" Kana turned to find the boy looking at her with a notebook and pen at hand, quickly scribbling something while asking her some questions. "Does it feel like static electricity going on your arms, or the feeling of emptiness? Does your quirk have an odd reaction to it? Do you feel your senses getting agitated by it?" "Whoa, slow down, kid." Kana raised a hand at him to stop his queries. "I cannot get all of that." Izuku paused before scratching his cheek with the pen in embarrassment. "Lemon-sensei and Gogo-sensei did say I need to control my muttering," the boy remarked before writing down what he had in mind while asking slowly the same questions, to which she replied while mentally thinking that he was a sharp one. A couple of questions regarding her quirk had her wanting to slam her head against the wall for not considering the ideas he had about her bullets or her rifle quirk. After a while, both fell into a companionable silence that was not awkward as Izuku wrote down his observations while Kana looked outside and sipped her drink. "So what is bothering you?" Kana turned to the boy who had evidently finished whatever he needed to do. "Excuse me?" Kana blinked at him. "I do not mean to pry, but you are clearly troubled by something for you to just arrive at the rooftop and look over the edge." Izuku fiddled with the sleeve of his raincoat. "Maybe you want to talk about it? My mother told me that there are times you should not keep in whatever troubles you for too long or you would just break at the worst timing." Kana sighed at that. "If only it were that simple, Midoriya." Kana ran a hand through her slightly dried hair. "My issues are not exactly child-friendly." A rather terse and broken chuckle issued from her mouth. "We could still try. I mean, I won't know what to do, but I could listen to you talking while being quiet." Izuku sat on the floor with his eyes on her. Kana was going to refuse when the lightning flashed outside, and for a moment, she saw a younger version of herself in her old middle school clothes seated next to Izuku, looking at her with wide eyes that used to hold so much innocent naivety towards the outside world. It was so odd seeing the two side by side, different yet similar in the eyes. Then she blinked and there was only Izuku watching her. "Miss Nagant." Izuku tilted his head in confusion at her silence. That, combined with the stress of what had built inside of her, along with that vision, was what broke the dam, and she started talking of everything from the beginning, while still holding some control to censor the darker and more bloody aspects of her history along with her current assignment. She did not know why she wanted to talk about it. She knew she was not under the control of a quirk or chemicals that she could tell, but she just wanted to tell someone about the pain and uncertainty she was going through, even if it had to be an 11-year-old boy. As for said boy, he was listening in silence, not once interrupting but able to take notes of what she said. What little she could spy told Kana that he was writing in short form to squeeze more of her story into his notebook. An impressive feat given that he had not once moved his eyes away to check his work. This went on for the better part of an hour before Kana finally stopped her mini-rant and took a few breaths to control her heart and temper. "That is." Izuku spoke for the first time, his words being carefully chosen to convey what he wanted to say. "Illuminating." Kana snorted ungracefully and nearly got her drink go down the wrong pipe at his choice of word. "Sorry to lay it out on you. It might be a bit much," Kana muttered. Izuku, to her surprise, shook his head. "No, I get it. I did ask for your story, and to some extent I can relate a little." Kana looked at him with a raised eyebrow. "Really?" She conveyed her skepticism in one word. Izuku placed his notebook down and looked out the window with the rain still going on outside, a slightly thoughtful expression showing on his face before he let out a breath. "Not all men are created equal. That is a fact I had to learn at the age of 4. Izuku started talking solemnly. "Even more so in a society where your worth is immediately determined through the roll of the genetic dice. Once possible friends can turn on you in a blink of an eye and people could ignore your existence at best and be favorable for outright extermination." Kana frowned at the manner the boy was saying, like he experienced it himself, the unfairness of this world at a young age. "Do you know about an incident called the Aldera Purge?" Kana blinked at that query. "Yes, I heard of it. After all, this was her latest assignment to handle. Most of what was told to the public is censored. Aldera was a place where Quirk Darwinism reigned supreme. Most of those affected were victims either paid off to go elsewhere to avoid retaliation from those who had propagated such nonsense and to get away from it all, or to avoid the true pain that came from the experience. Izuku continued talking, and it was Kaina's turn to listen carefully to his words. Anyone with strong, flashy quirks are considered potential heroes in the making. People with unsightly quirks will be treated as potential villains. Those with weak quirks are considered crash test dummies. And for quirkless, Izuku gave a rather scornful laugh that sounded so wrong from such a young boy. We may as well be considered lower than the cockroaches stomped under their boots. Well, fuck. Kaina did not know how to react to that bit of news. Of course, she knew the full details of the Aldera purge, but she had never met any of the affected thus far. The officials doing the investigations made it clear that they did not want to let out too much dirty laundry on how they missed a breeding ground for a possible MLA army. And here was one, a quirkless individual, if she understood correctly. Most quirkless these days were from the older generations when quirks were coming out, and it was becoming rarer for youngsters to be quirkless. For some of us, we were honestly trying to survive under the pressure of people bearing down on us for being worthless, a waste of space. How we are dirtying the air of the worthy, and that the only true use we can be to them is to be the sacrifice for the true heroes of the future. Izuku was looking down at his hands while speaking, which was good as he was not looking at Kaina gripping her bottle tightly with flames in her eyes as he talked clinically. The teachers would turn a blind eye to those they deemed a lost cause in favor of those who could reach the top and perhaps quote their school being the one that raised an upcoming hero. Okay, she was getting back some motivation for this assignment. I got that break when the heroes and police came to raid the elementary school I was at, and later was able to start a new life away from the district. That said, quirkism is still a thing in Japan, and with a few heroes actually doing so, I am still working through life. Izuku continued talking. I am planning to head to Island for my future education. At least there I do not have to worry too much about quirkists since they have the highest employment numbers for quirkless. Students, inventors, scientists, you name it, they have it. That is a good place to work in, Kaina remarked. True, but ultimately that may be me just trying to get away from all the hassling and protecting my mom at the same time. The laws on Island helped a lot, but that still will not solve the root problem. Izuku looked up at her. This society of quirks needs fixing. I can tell that you are withholding the more questionable acts in your story, and I won't pry. For better or worse, some actions would be used to keep this whole act of heroes and villains in balance, but one must wonder why we have to entertain such a notion. For my part, I do not know if what I am doing helps, but I am refusing to back down to bullies who look down on account of me being quirkless. He clenched a hand at this. I will do what I can to push back. I believe you can do the same. Kaina looked at the boy in slight surprise at his proclamation. The more cynical part of her was sneering at the naivety of the boy in thinking that he can go against the tide of quirks, while the more practical part was saying that the boy had done something to aid his situation. And there was one part of her that was still desperate for answers. At least you have something, kid. As for me, Kaina shook her head ruefully. I do not have that much luck or confidence. Why not ask for help? Izuku tilted his head. Who do I approach for help? This is not something I can go up and ask for aid. Kaina answered a little harshly. Izuku crossed his arms and closed his eyes while humming. She was gonna just up and move when he opened his eyes with a smile. I might know someone. Kaina raised an eyebrow at him. Good thing it is Rat God Wednesday. He should be in his office right now. Izuku picked up the phone and dialed the number. Best to put him on speaker. Rat God Wednesday? Kaina frowned as she took a gulp from the bottle before her eyes went wide. It can't be? Hello, Midoriya. Am I a bear, a mouse, or a dog? Most importantly, this is Nizu taking your call. A cheerful voice could be heard from the phone. Kaina did a spectacular spit take that projected her drink right at the furthest wall that was 2 meters away and started coughing from the water going down the wrong windpipe. Hello, Principal Nizu. Izuku answered while raising an amused eyebrow at Kaina for her reaction. The woman just glared at him with burning cheeks. Anyone would have the same reaction knowing an 11-year-old had the freaking principal of UA on speed dial. And now she recognized the boy from the recent reports regarding Nizu's latest correspondence with certain individuals outside of his usual circles. She just knew that those from the HPSC would be flipping out and likely order her to find out more about this boy that the rat had evidently taken time to visit the Hamda Institute on occasions. I hope I am not interrupting your work. Oh no, young Midoriya. If anything, You have called at the right time, Nizu chirped cheerfully. I was having to deal with the enemy known as paperwork and with a rather naughty board member who can't seem to understand that students had to be given proper nourishment if they need to handle our training and survive the outside world. Instead of the combat rations she tried pushing forth despite the statistics showing that they are more liable to be visiting the toilets. I could use the interruption. So what can I do for you, since you called me? I see, that is fine. Izuku took a breath and let it out. I am currently sitting beside a pro hero who apparently needs some help, and the problem she described to me sounds a little dodgy, so I figured maybe it is more up your side of matters? Oh, how intriguing. Pray tell, who is this pro hero? Her name is Lady Nagant, Izuku answered, and for a moment, Kana prayed it was the trick of the lighting that made it look like some dark aura was issuing from the phone. Oh, Lady Nagant, you say? Kana shivered at the words. There was no change in the tone or volume, yet it sounded like the mouse's words got sharper. Could you pass the phone to her? I need to clarify her identity, and judging from the earlier sounds, she is quite near, so I would need some privacy. Izuku nodded and pressed a button to take it off the speaker before offering her the phone. Kana briefly hesitated before moving her hand slowly as though she was about to handle a bomb or a snake. Once she got it in her grip, Izuku moved away slightly to give her some privacy. Was it wrong that she wanted the boy near her if only to act as a shield for this caller? Hello, Kana answered with a tone that she managed to be even. Good evening, Lady Nagant. The opening words were still cheerful, yet it felt like a noose was slowly and surely tightening around her neck. Before we continue, let us deal with the confirmation. A quick set of words from him and a quick reply from her settled that. Now what would have you out on this wet day of ours? Out for a little reconnaissance, perhaps with a dash of sharpshooting? Perhaps on people from our recent purge? Something like that. Kana just answered the rat, knowing it was futile to keep it silent against the being that likely had tabs on her and the HPSC handlers. I was just taking a short break. Indeed, to be moving about must be very exhausting, and quite coincidental that you stopped in an area where young Midoriya happens to be. How curious for the dear boy to meet an agent of the HPSC at random. One must wonder at the odd timing and circumstances. Tsutsumi Kana. Yikes, Kana could feel the noose now ready to strangle her at that point. Nizu was clearly very protective of the kid. She did not know who this kid was to Nizu, but she did not want to be on his bad side if he thinks that she was sent by the HPSC to go after him. Just so we have no misunderstandings, the boy was apparently trying to conduct some weird weather experiment on a rooftop of an apartment building that is still in construction. Semi-legally, I might add, and he thought that I was a regular woman wanting to take a swan dive off the roof. Kana figured she should suck it up and say that embarrassing fact. At least the boy would not get a bad time from the rat. She noted, though, that the boy jerked at that last bit. Whether because of his thoughts or it meant something to him, she did not know. Is that so? I guess I can see that. He is dedicated to his work. In any case, you have a problem that needs my help. Kana opened her mouth briefly before closing it and looking at the boy who still had his back towards her. A voice that sounded like that bastard director was telling her to take this chance to get closer to Nizu and to eliminate all witnesses, and it would be easy to hide the body. This society of quirks needs fixing. But she should not do it. She could not do it. Not to a boy who clearly knew more about the world than any boy his age should. Not to one who apparently had more guts to go against the absolute crap thrown at him at such a young age. Kana took another deep breath to fortify herself and gave a brief description to explain her issue, the chimera keeping silent during her talk. Quite a conundrum you have there. Nizu finally spoke after a while. In any case, it is a good thing that he managed to convince you to let him contact me. So it seems, Kana remarked. Well, there is only one thing to do to fix your problem. Somehow or another, the rat could make those set of words sound so damn terrifying. I think it is time for a face-to-face discussion. Could you come over to UA for a while? Kana had to blink her eyes slowly at this, a part of her trying to wrap her head around the idea that she was invited to come to UA. On the one hand, she genuinely wanted to visit the academy since her childhood days, but could not since she was brought directly to the HPSC to train. A small part of her that was still carrying her childish naivety was squealing at the opportunity to visit her dream academy. On the other hand, She was going to be meeting the one being on the planet that made plenty of politicians check beneath their beds at night, the rat god that made heroes and villains alike cry out for their mommies or mercy depending on the occasions, the chimera that made HPSC use lots of vocabulary to describe him while trying to find something to hold over him so that they could get more control over UA outside of just influencing the entrance exams, only for him to outmaneuver them a few times before. There was only one choice at this point. Okay, I think I can swing by, Kana gave her reply. Great, I shall be expecting within the hour then. Nizu answered cheerfully and Kana felt the noose removed from her neck. Can you pass the phone back to Midoriya-kun? I have been meaning to ask him something. The woman nodded before turning to the boy, who still had his back turned but started to turn as though he could guess the moment. She merely held out the phone to Midoriya, which he took and put to his ear. Yes, Principal Nizu? Izuku listened while nodding a little. Ah, I see, good for her. He paused and blinked at whatever the chimera was telling him. You want me to come to where? Kana watched on with some amusement at the wide-eyed expression the boy sported at that tidbit. Sure. Thank you for the opportunity, sir. Thank you, goodbye. Izuku disconnected the call and looked at his phone before looking up. I just got invited by Nizu to come to UA High. Kana had to restrain herself to a light chuckle at the expression on the boy's face. It was a cross between wonder and innocent confusion. Best to take the chance. You may not have another opportunity as good as this. I guess. Izuku took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Just never thought I would go to UA High at this point in time. An odd choice of words, but given what she was told, he likely did not expect to ever go anywhere near the campus, let alone be invited by the principal himself, on account of his lack of quirk. She reached out and ruffled his hair, inwardly marveling at the fluffiness and making him yelp cutely. Don't worry too much. Just go for it. Kana then gave a teasing smile. Least you can do is escort me there. You did insist on getting help for me. Izuku looked up from under her hand and nodded. I did, and I hope he can help you. Kana chuckled at that statement. More than you know, little man. Izuku gave her a big smile just as the rain let up and the sun peeked through the window behind him, and Kana somehow felt the weight go off her shoulders at the sight of the boy smiling at her. Maybe if they were the same age in her youth, she may not have gone the way she did. There was still some baggage to deal with if Nizu was going to help her, but she should be able to get through this. Now for one little thing. Pinch. Izuku yelped when she placed her free hand on one of his cheeks and lightly pinched it, intrigued at how soft it was. What? Wea? The boy was going like a repeating record with his face resembling a ripe tomato. I have been curious about this and I am right. They are very pinchable. Izuku let out a whine while using his hands to cover his burning face. That just made her want to tease him more. Not to mention the odd urge to say oh my at him. Somewhere in UA, a certain dominatrix heroine paused in her footsteps and looked out the window, feeling an opportunity coming to tease some cute boy and a fellow teaser. Elsewhere in a law firm, a certain mother paused in her paperwork and looked up with a sharp glare before saying that someone was trying to corrupt her little cinnamon roll of a son. In a dojo, one girl made a crater with her suddenly enlarged fist while her new friend who was learning the basics sent someone to the roof with her quirk by accident, both feeling the urge to find their friend who was a boy and hang on to him for some reason. Does this deviate from your expectations, sir? A lot, Isaac. Izuku sighed heavily as he leaned against the chair he was in, a cup of coffee and a scone sitting on the table in the cafe he was currently in. With the Bluetooth earpiece and the phone on the table, he could at least give the impression that he was talking to someone on the phone while writing notes even if the cafe was currently empty of customers due to the rain. I certainly did not anticipate meeting her of all people today. And wasn't that the truth? Izuku knew of Lady Nagant or Tsutsumi Kana in the previous timeline, both from his youth and during the war. She served as one of his inspirations in the past, showing that the quirk alone was not a guarantee of success and that one had to work hard to get better, as proven with her beating pro-hero Snipe when it came to sharpshooting despite the latter's quirk to lock on to any target and chase after them. She was admittedly one of his crushes when it came to female heroes, so it felt like a kick in the gut when she was later sent to Tartarus for killing a fellow hero after an argument. At least, that was the official story he heard until after she broke out of Tartarus when the villains invaded the prison to find AFO. The fact she was trained from a young age to be the Black Ops to get rid of anyone that would disrupt the balance of heroes and villains and to take out anyone disrupting the ideals of the HPSC was an eye-opener. From what he had understood based on the broadcast during the war to demoralize the populace and later his personal hacking into the servers, Lady Nagant was called upon when the HPSC wanted to ensure that no terrorists would harm the populace or the corrupt heroes attempting to subvert the system for fame and fortune. It was understandable at its core, but the actual implementation was abused many times thanks to the corrupt members of the HPSC that more than likely want to get rid of certain people that would not agree with them. Lady Nagant supposedly had a breakdown and took out the previous head of the HPSC, and ended up sent to Tartarus by the next head as an example of getting future agents to behave, as evidenced with the winged hero, Hawks. Izuku honestly did not think about Lady Nagant when he came back to the past, regulating her monitoring under Isaac's supervision. He only realized while following her to UA that her mental breakdown was late by at least 4 years now, and based on his meeting with her, Izuku may have barely gotten her out from the brink of it. Introducing her to Nizu, who would likely get her out of the HPSC's control, was most certainly going to be a big factor in changing the past, hopefully a good factor at that. Maybe he should lend a hand to take down the HPSC? Isaac had collected a lot of blackmail on the higher-ups that he was sure Nizu would appreciate if he sent them anonymously. Do you wish for me to continue monitoring the woman? Yes, please. Izuku took a sip of the coffee before looking out the window. I do not know how this is going to work out. See if you can gain entry into any HPSC-related servers. Use the usual procedure like the one being used for the MLA. Understood, sir. On another note, how is the arm? Izuku raised his left arm that no longer had a cast on him and flexed his fingers a little. Pretty good. Now we have a baseline of the recovery capabilities of Recovery Girl, Izuku remarked as he lowered his arm. And thanks to your suggestion, we now have something of a connection with the medical hero. Always ready to please, sir, Isaac answered with a very smug tone. Izuku let him have his moment as he considered the opportunity that was offered when he had arrived in UA with Kana for her to meet with Nizu. He was introduced to Recovery Girl to heal his arm when Nizu saw the cast, and he would look the other way when Nizu started playing his knife in front of a pale-faced Lady Nagant. And during the healing, Isaac had talked to him through the earpiece about the option to check his ideas on medicine. Thinking fast on his feet, Izuku pulled out the notebook that had his thoughts and ideas on medicine for her to sign, getting her interested in what he had penned out. Izuku had even placed a bookmark at a page regarding a chemical composition he had thought up in the past which could be used in medicine applicable for eye drops for heroes with ocular quirks. Izuku had to suppress a smirk at the intrigue provided by the pro-hero who asked if she could send a copy to someone she knew to test if the combination was possible. As he knew this would work, he just needed to make certain that the formula was patented before some guy decided to take it away from him. Now Izuku had an in with Recovery Girl. He just needed to demonstrate more medical ideas and then he could hopefully get the serum he had thought up working and ready for use. Is there anything else? Izuku asked as he finished up on his drink and snacks. No, sir. The repulse is currently coming around the junction within the next 5 minutes. Okay, time to get going. I really need to write down all that has happened before I sleep. Izuku went to pack up his stuff and placed all the utensils in the tray to bring it to the spot designated for tray collection. He had just placed the tray when he heard the doorbell chimed, but he only turned when he heard a startled gasp, and found himself facing Yaoyorozu Momo staring back wide-eyed, while 2 adults who had to be her parents due to their similar looks watched them in confusion. Sir, that is the girl you have rescued earlier. Izuku hummed lightly while screaming in his mind at the coincidence. She is looking right at you, without your disguise and equipment. The girl then gained a determined expression and moved towards him quickly, with the parents following suit. And she is coming for you. Damn it, what was his luck? What will you do, sir? What would he do? He would tell you what he would do. He was going to initiate Protocol N, otherwise called Nijirundeo. Izuku turned and booked it out of the cafe and towards his escape vehicle that was now coming around the corner. He should be able to get to his workshop quickly with no issues and hopefully no one tracking him. Wait, Mr. Tataru. Much to his shock, Momo was right on his tail without hesitation, followed shortly by her parents and the limo coming up to them. I want to thank you properly for saving me. Damn it, girl. He was trying to keep his identity safe. He should study up more on underground heroes to get some inspiration, They have the right idea about keeping identities safe. Back in UA, Eraserhead and Lady Nagant straightened their postures at the sudden feeling that someone appreciated their efforts to keep their identities out of the limelight, while other students and staff shivered from the loud laughter Nizu let loose all over the campus despite being in his office, with actual thunder and lightning over the campus. Chapter 6. Breaking news. Yatsuba Kenzaki has stepped down from his position as director of the HPSC, citing health issues and personal family matters as the reasons. His resignation comes amidst speculations of possible tax fraud and corruption in the company due to recent information leaks to news networks showcasing some of his bank records and questionable circumstances of people disappearing during his time, along with rumors of the director ordering selected heroes to perform off-the-books operations overseas that are highly illegal by the international hero laws. Okay, that is enough of that. Izuku turned off the television showing the once director of the HPSC bowing at the news conference that was going on at the HPSC's main headquarters. Police officers with cuffs ready evident in the background. He had the feeling this might happen sooner or later after his meeting with Lady Nagant and her meeting Nizu in person a couple of months back, but this was likely the first time he had ever seen a member of the HPSC leave the company in public disgrace, let alone the director himself. At least he was not dead. Well, not yet, at least if the saying was true about time travel and death. When there is death, there will always be death. It will come no matter what efforts are made to stop it. But enough of that. Whether the director replacing Kenzaki was the same as last time or not, he would think about it later. Right now, it was time for work. Isaac, you there? At your service, sir. The frames are being set up as we speak. Izuku nodded as he stood near a big platform that had simple robot frames spaced out evenly and currently being fitted with the standard exo framework with automated arms reaching out with bolt tighteners to secure them along with attaching metallic parts. The first mannequin was featuring the Exo Suit Mark series that he had been using for his recent bouts of being Robin Hood to get stuff from the criminals for his own work. The second featured an unusual belt that had wires coming out of the side and connected to one of the laptops along with a stripped-out phone. The last one was the most heavily armored with dull gray plates attached to it and a bigger cable connected by the back of it. Around them and some above him, cameras were moving about on guided rails to capture the experiment. Setup complete. We are ready for testing. Begin recording. Izuku waited before speaking. July 15th, year 2225. I am performing a series of tests for various projects. Let us start with the testing of new repulsor updates to enable flight. Izuku went to connect the rope tethers for the first suit, ensuring they were all secured before he connected the arc reactor to the exosuit. He paused to listen to the hum of the arc reactor powering up the suit before leaving the platform and pressing some commands on the keyboard, the automaton positioning itself to point the palms downwards. He then slapped on some tinted goggles and hovered a finger over the enter button. Let us begin with 3% thrust. Firing in 3, 2, 1. Ignition. He pressed the button and watched the repulsors from the gauntlets, boots and back armor fired at the same time and lifted the robot off the ground a few inches. Twisting the power knob increased the power to 5% and saw the unit going higher in the air, the arms moving slightly to test the directional movements and only stopped by the tether. After a while, he lowered the power to let it hover over the ground and then killed the power to have the robot lightly hit the ground. Results are in. The updated repulsors are working fine. Error of margins are well within expectations and acceptable under conditions. Good. Next test for the same experiment. Izuku stepped forward to check on the tethers along with the arc reactor before returning to the bench and activating the shields around the platform. We will now start with 10% thrust without the hand and boot repulsors. Firing in 3, 2, 1. Ignition. He had anticipated it, but he almost stiffened on reflex when the robot was lifted off the ground within a blink of an eye and broke one of the tethers, causing it to loop around in increasing speeds. Okay. Too much thrust, too much thrust. The robot responded by killing the power to the back repulsors and hit the ground in a 3-point landing that saw the platform break slightly from the fist. Sir, I think we need to consider increasing the exhaust diameter to avoid the sudden burst when increasing power. Make that note. Izuku took a few breaths to calm his heart before deactivating the shields. Okay, repulsor works fine with new thrust funnels. Get the unit off the platform and power down the suit. I will prepare the second suit. Izuku got on the platform as the first robot moved away and made his way to the second robot that had the belt, checking the wire connectors and nodding before walking back to the laptop connected to it and bringing up some windows to display figures. He then connected the phone to it by USB and turned it on, which also powered up the belt. Next experiment is based on the idea of quick transformation armor inspired from Japanese entertainment media. With help from Isaac, we have already established the Project Hardlight to be highly successful in creating hardlight constructs for shields and blades, along with limited success to create bladed projectiles effective for up to 10 meters. We are now testing the construction ability to create a full-body armor that is contained within the framework. Izuku pressed a few more buttons to feed power to the belt through the wires while adjusting the goggles about his eyes. Are we ready, Isaac? Belt prototype is online. Hardlight projector is powering up. Okay then. Izuku pressed the number 0 twice followed by a 1, each time giving out an electronic beep, before pressing the call button. 0 Beta 1, standing by. Power at full capacity. Begin projection test on my mark in 3, 2, 1. Izuku pressed the button on the laptop and, despite having tinted goggles on, yelped at the light show that came on as the belt powered up and thick lines of lines went about the framework, quickly becoming too bright for him to look at without squinting. Within a few seconds, the light show dimmed and Izuku found the robot now covered in a semi-plated structure that was lightly glowing and 2 bug-like eyes around the plain helmet design. Power ratio is stable. The project plates are solidifying properly, although there is a frequency incontinence being generated from this. How about movement? Izuku watched the robot move the arms in different manners and even did some mock punches, and he could tell despite the distance that the constructs were not as solid as he hoped as he could see the particles moving about like dust under the lighting. And after a sequence of punches, the projected parts seemed to crack around the edges and surface before coming back together. I'm afraid that would be a failure. The more solid portions of the armor are due to the miniature projection ports. The further away from the ports, the weaker the constructs. And the power leakage is evident despite the low percentage. Izuku tapped his chin at that piece of information as he continued watching the robot move the limbs and even jump on the spot, seeing even more of the projected parts getting broken and reassembling themselves. Well, it was just an idea, so at the least, we know that if I have to use my projectors for the full body, ideally in a spot where I do not move to pump out more power. This just proves the point. Moreover, I would need to program the projectors to create the armor design on the go. True. Powering down now. The unit stood still and after another light show was back to normal. Shame though. I was sort of hoping to have something like instant armor transformation equipment. Izuku remarked as he turned off the power source for the belt and came forward to disconnect the cables and inspect the parts. There is merit to the idea, but the hardlight projectors may not be sufficient for such a task. Perhaps a different type of projector or material to create the actual suit with the hardlight overlaying it. In that case, Izuku paused as he looked at the belt. Nanotech. Nanotech. New project then. Izuku cheerfully answered as he disconnected the last of the cables. He did not really dabble much into nanotechnology in the past timeline, only knowing enough for minor inventions and more for medical purposes. This would be a fun one to say the least. He would need some point of reference before going further into this. For now though, he had one more test to do, and this was a more problematic one. Final test, phase shift full armor state with multiple power settings and later, additional testing with equipment usage. The aim of the first part of the testing is to see if changing the power ratio for the phase shift will affect the armor's protection capabilities and hopefully allow for multiple protection patterns in different scenarios while saving the power accordingly. Izuku pressed a few commands while watching the power figures increase on the machine for the third unit. Let's start slowly with regular mode as this has proven to be successful in the field and can serve as the baseline for the other power settings. A light hissing sound came from the suit along with the scent of ozone while the surface of the armor appeared to blur briefly before taking on the colors of white and blue. How is the movement and power ratio? Power ratio is within error of margin. Movements are unhindered. Isaac announced while the unit moved to test the controls. Okay, proceeding with variable phase shift mode. First setting. Izuku pressed a button and the buzzing returned with the blue turning to what was meant to be a hot rod red, but a different color instead. Why is it pink? I believe it is magenta, sir. Pretty sure it is pink. Izuku shook his head before pressing another button to bring out what looked to be a tripod-mounted gun. Proceeding with armor protection testing with 1 standard pistol with regular rounds and 1 sniper rifle using armor-piercing rounds. M2 Springfield rendition. Shields are up and ready to contain ricochet. Izuku paused to grab a pair of earmuffs to fit over his head and cover his ears snugly. Firing in 3, 2, 1. A loud bang rang in the area before pittering off. Izuku waited before calling out. "How is it, Isaac?" Armor did not obtain any scratches from the shots. The phase shift setting 1 has held up against the attack. In that case, proceed with setting 2. The armor changed colors again, looking almost the same as the regular mode with tinges of gold on certain parts of the armor. Izuku repeated the test with a few extra guns and got a better result than the earlier one, not surprising as this setting was closer to the original parameters that helped to pass the tests. The final setting saw the armor change to a military green camouflage color, and this time Izuku brought out what had to be the motherlode of all guns in human history. Izuku paused at the sight of all the guns aimed right at the unit around it and had to laugh at the absurdity. It was likely a touch overkill to do this, but the setting was the highest he could give the phase shift module without breaking it, and it was possible to take on a cannon shell without issues. It still reminded him of that movie poster of the pre-Quirk film involving a former hitman having all the guns pointed at his head. Some guy called the Baba Yaga with the ability to take out many men with a pencil if he recalled correctly. Izuku shook his head and went to the far end of the room where a bulletproof shield was set up. He put on earbuds and earmuffs before pressing the button to unleash all the firepower at the suit, and waited a full 2 minutes after all the guns had fired their entire clips and were kept away before he moved away from the glass to find the armor mostly untouched outside of a few scratches and all the rounds scattered about the floor. "I believe the defensive capabilities have been established." "Yes, Isaac." Izuku typed in a few commands for a cleaner bot to sweep away the metal casings while he prepared for the next part of the test. "Any issues with the power output?" It is evident through the different tests that increasing the power of the phase shift armor affects the energy efficiency and consumption of the arc reactor. The last setting that you have dubbed Panzer was the most energy-consuming setting of all, particularly after all the firepower that was directed at it. And if the next test is anything like the previous ones, this could be a problem. "I see." Izuku sighed as he crossed his fingers and pressed a few buttons to activate a command. "Let's find out, shall we?" He pressed Enter and waited for the unit to reset itself with the default power setting before speaking for the recording device. Variable phase shift test is complete. Proceeding with the second part of the test, joint equipment usage. It has been observed a few times with the ExoMark series that the phase shift module has issues working in conjunction with the repulsor technology and arc reactor. While partial phase shift is possible due to the placement of the armor plating on the exosuits, full body phase shift has shown interference with the two technologies and has varying results that are often explosive in nature. Izuku remarked lamely at the last part. "I have been conducting various tests to see if the effects could be lessened. Thus far, none of the methods I have attempted have worked well enough to allow them to work properly. This next attempt involves isolating the buildup of ions that come from powering up the repulsor and hopefully stop the interaction from the surrounding framework affected by the electricity buildup from the phase shift module." He pressed a button to connect the repulsor linkage to the arc reactor. "Sir, may I suggest using the lowest power setting to avoid potential blowups?" Izuku considered that suggestion and nodded his answer while reconfiguring the phase shift variables to the light combat setting. "Good reminder. We are ready to begin equipment testing with the phase shift module with the utilization of repulsor technology. Start up the repulsor on the left hand." The unit lifted an arm and the repulsor started to whine with power when Izuku saw parts of the gauntlet armor starting to change color with arcs of electricity. That was his only warning to slam on the button for blast shields and duck down for cover when a spark appeared on the hand and a loud explosion rocked the room he was in. He stayed down for a while before he dared to look up from the table and pressed a button to lower the blast shields to see the end result. "Damn it, not again." "Indeed. This is very annoying." Even Isaac sounded a touch irritated from the test that saw the unit practically destroyed from the waist up and the platform covered in the debris of the robot pieces. "The repulsor technology does not work well with the phase shift. Why does it keep doing that? I even tried to insulate the current from the palms." Izuku turned on the fans to vent the smoke out while he checked the recordings and the values that came in. Based on the resonance reading of the repulsor on the gauntlet and the synchro reading of the phase shift module, It would appear that the energy signatures from the two were canceling each other out in a feedback loop that ended up drawing more power to attempt the activation of either systems, and the insulation you included for the repulsor tech to take in the power from the arc reactor may have made it worse, hence the explosion. Oh, for crying out loud, so that means I cannot use repulsor tech together with phase shift unless I keep them separate and alternate the equipment in missions. Izuku took off his goggles and rubbed his eyes while the fans finally completed venting out the smoke and the cleaning robot gathered the pieces into one pile. Indeed, and if the readings from the arc reactor are of any indication, you may not be able to use that as well for a full body phase shift. Great, just great. Izuku was tempted to throw the mother of all tantrums but focused on his breathing to ensure his head was clear. Bad tempers do not help with research very well. Okay, this is a setback but one I can try to salvage. Repulsors and possibly arc reactor technology cannot work well with phase shift, but hard light projectors work well enough that it would not interfere with power consumption or resonance. Were you not planning to create beam-based weapons next? I understand that there was a TV series for children based on robots and beam weaponry, the one that you had partially based your idea for Project Phase Shift. Izuku paused to consider that before a smile started appearing on his face. Isaac was right to suggest that route, not to mention reminding him of where he got the idea from. If he already used that as his inspiration, he may as well go all the way. Okay, I will do that for the phase shift types. And for the time being, I suppose I need to have them as standalone drone units until I can figure out a different power source for the technology and iron out all the bugs or kinks of the construction. Not to mention I am still too small to be wearing that. Indeed, I shall prepare schematics for the armor design when you finally hit your growth spurt, sir. Ugh, did he have to say it in that manner? Since we are going the drone route as one might put it for the phase shift project, shall we convert the ExoMark series into actual armor? Prepare a sub-project for the Exo series with full armor. I will continue using the exosuits for the next few years. Izuku answered as he got the automated arms to grab the broken pieces and move them to a box for further studies. Since I am already basing the idea for the drones from the same source as the phase shift armor, let's do the same for the suit utilizing the arc reactor and repulsor technology. Understood. Although you realize that the color scheme is a little much? Yeah. The gold titanium alloy and anti-icing treatment makes it very obvious. Izuku had by that point disassembled the other two robots of their testing equipment. We can think about it once we are certain of my height. I will just use the exosuits for now. Understood. For now, let us continue to clear the area. Izuku continued cleaning up the place for half an hour, and then locked down the room before leaving through a door and to the car that was parked with the parts and test robots for the day. Once he got in, Izuku settled himself down while the car jolted lightly from the lift, taking it up and eventually to the doors that opened up to the view of a canal, revealing his location to be at a small port near the construction under Ochako's family. Izuku had Isaac purchase this area to serve as one of his safe houses and get this done by a different construction company before Uraraka Construction Movers as a test to see if it was possible to get other people do the construction for him on the sly. These days it served as an alternate testing area to conduct his experiments without his mother wondering about the noise, along with getting certain equipment to help with the construction of certain items without anyone knowing. That being said, there was a limit to what he could bring into this particular safe house ever since he started his little side job of grabbing equipment from villain hideouts before they got raided by heroes. Not all the equipment could be built by hand, and he needed the specialized equipment from the Institute to build some of the harder parts, some of which was too big for him to take away without Isaac's help since he did not have a robotic frame to walk around with back then. Hopefully that would be handled soon since he would not know when the advanced program would be over for him. That line of thought continued as the car continued on back to the Institute and into the designated garage for those trying out vehicle builds, placing the repulse into the modular container meant for him and ensuring the trailer of robot parts was moved to his workshop. Isaac, is there an upcoming checkpoint involving fabrication equipment? Izuku asked once he entered the workshop. As a matter of fact, yes. The screen turned on and displayed the timeline checkpoints he had put together with Isaac on those he recalled along with possible guesses based on criminal activity and profiles. We have several checkpoints in the coming week where certain villains would be arrested and leave some of their equipment behind, two of which would be ideal to help speed up production of the armor platings and alloy creation. Good. Because we are really going to need them for our other safe houses. Izuku sighed while mentally thinking of what he needed. We may have to consider holding off on buying other equipment until Uraraka finishes the factory part of the new build site. Once that is done, we can start shifting some of the stuff to fabricate what we need. Understood. You would, however, be pleased to know that one of the villains will have parts to help with the final step for the particle accelerator you have been meaning to build. Ah, that is nice. Izuku smiled at that. A ringing tone interrupted their conversation while the screen was replaced with the photo shot of Inko. Mom. Izuku blinked while activating the call function. Hello, Izuku. Inko's voice came through cheerfully, cooling his temper and making him smile at her tone. A better tone compared to the last he heard from the previous timeline. I hope I am not interrupting. No. I just finished my testing and cleaning up the place. Izuku answered while Isaac helped to handle the other matters. Is there something you need? Yes. Can you help me collect some Manchu pork on the way back? I want to make a big dinner later. Izuku paused at that request. Manchu pork was the brand of pork that could only be found in Yamaguchi butchery due to how the pigs were raised, and it was normally meant for special celebrations or occasions, even with the increased payout from the government and their respective incomes. Then why? Oh, wait a minute. You don't need to make a big dinner for my birthday. I am quite fine with a regular one. Izuku tried to dissuade her from having a big party. His memories of lonely birthdays were not the most fulfilling, especially after her death. Oh, you need not worry about that. Even through the phone, Izuku recognized the mischievous tone in her words. I am thinking of enjoying myself tonight, so I will be making some of your favorite dishes. If you are sure? Izuku drawled at that. I am sure. I will be making some katsudon with that pork, so that would be your motivation. Bye. The phone shut off at that point. Izuku shook his head at that. Anything else we need to get? We must as well do some shopping on the way. Izuku asked as he continued with his tasks. Some minor grocery shopping and parts purchase. Isaac replied. As for equipment, we can do the window shopping in the next few days. I see. Izuku cracked his neck. Well, at least the roads are clear, we can take the repulse for this. Understood. The repulse is almost topped up with arc energy, and the panels have been inspected. We can leave in 5 minutes. Thanks, Isaac. Izuku thanked the AI as he made his way back outside to lock up the place. He may as well bring the trailer back to the house so that he could clean it out properly and have one of the units brought back for processing. 20 minutes later. Hope Mum is not spending too much on me. I am quite fine with a small party. Izuku muttered as the car approached the house with the items stored in the specialized cooler he had installed for such an occasion. I am sure she is just wanting you to relax, sir. You have been working non-stop for the past couple of weeks. And it is your birthday, a date that humans should be celebrating. There is just so much to do, Izuku replied as he leaned back further in the chair. And birthdays are not really a thing with me. Even though your last birthday was better with Miss Kendo? Izuku smiled as he recalled the girl who had visited him with her parents as a surprise on that day. It was admittedly nice of her to do so, and he was genuinely happy to actually have someone other than just his mother to come and celebrate his birthday genuinely. His past life as a Quirkless was very lonely, as parents of his old classmates did not want him to spread his disease to others, and felt that he would only drag them down with his worthlessness. Finding out later in the old future that Aldera was a breeding ground for MLA propaganda really stung Izuku badly, and he really wanted to get even with them, a chance that he was taking very well in this timeline. We are approaching the residence, Isaac announced as the car came closer to the junction that led to the smaller roads for residences. Around here, the people seemed a lot friendlier than those back in Aldera. Then again, he was biased based on his history. It probably helped that around here, a lot of the residents had their own experiences of being looked down on by Quirkists or the MLA, so they welcomed him and Inko into their neighborhood with open arms. Probably even more so after Izuku implemented some equipment to help protect the general area. The police absolutely loved him for helping to keep crime rates low thanks to sensors keeping track of certain locations and the prototype Quirk jammers he made for them to contain any criminals. Finally, the car reached the house, and Izuku blinked at the sight of the car that was parked in front of it. I don't recall the Kendos having that type of car. It is not their car. It seems to be government-issued. Car plates do not match known users. Izuku frowned at that reply. Why would there be one here? The boy mused as the repulse went around the back to the garage to be parked inside. It was as Izuku was exiting the car that he heard something odd from the speakers. Realizing that his mom must have accidentally turned it on, he was going to ask Isaac to turn it off when voices started coming out of it. "Where is it? Hurry up, he is coming back." Izuku frowned at that, not recognizing the voices and cursing that he had yet to replace the speakers to have proper audio when a sudden crash and scream sent his blood pressure up, not helped with the speakers going out. "Isaac, what is going on inside?" "Cameras are turned off, sir. I cannot access any of them." That got Izuku to the wall that had a handprint scanner next to a picture of the sea beach of the prefecture. Placing his hand on it to open up the security, Izuku stepped back briefly as the picture frame sunk itself into the wall and went up to allow him to grab an air-powered gun and a special arm brace that he had created in the event he had to fight in his house. He flexed his arm to activate the brace to extend all the way to his elbow with a couple of armor flaps opening up to show the necessary components primed. He then took the gun in his other hand and made his way out of the garage. "Isaac, suit up." Izuku tested his earpiece while lightly checking the area. "Sir, I believe that we should see the situation before going in guns blazing. Perhaps we should call for help." "No time. The GRP should do the trick." Izuku gripped his weapons tightly and he crept to the back of the house just as another scream echoed, followed shortly by the sounds of something breaking. Izuku gritted his teeth and went to the back door, noting the curtains having been drawn from the outside. He pressed the button to unlock the back door quietly and slipped in to find two unknown men with their backs to him, looking at something on the ground. His eyes shifted and his heart temporarily seized to find Tazuna on the ground with something red staining the floor. For a brief moment, his visions shifted and Izuku found himself in a broken apartment building, hiding behind some furniture while watching a wounded hero trying to get up with a group of villains coming closer to finish him off. The hero raised his head and spotted him from the cover. "Run." The hero spoke just as the closest villain raised an arm to spout a blade and drive it down on his head. The hero took his last breath before slumping on the ground, with the villains watching him expire before suddenly turning to where Izuku was hiding. "There you are, Null." "No." Izuku rushed forward with his arm raised to point the arm brace at the closest villain, lifting him off his feet by removing his gravity and allowing Izuku to fire off a boalo from the gun to restrain him before he pushed him away by reversing the polarity of the gravity around the man, letting him the wall as Izuku turned to fire off another few rounds with the boalo gun. He was able to capture two others, but the last one proved elusive and managed to avoid capture while throwing some sort of cloth at Izuku. Izuku dodged at the last second and sped towards him with the brace aimed at him to try and hold him, but the villain wrapped another round of cloth around it to stop him from using the GRP, forcing Izuku to slip between the legs to catch him off guard and flipped him over in hopes of tripping the villain. Said villain, however, managed to flip and land on his feet properly before spinning on his heel to kick him, forcing Izuku back but giving him a chance to use tied-up arm to pull the villain briefly before letting the man pull him back to allow Izuku to hit the ground and throw him off, granting him the chance to fire the boalo gun to restrain him against the ceiling. With adrenaline pumping in his veins, Izuku spun around to find other villains and then, "Wait, Izuku! I am not being attacked." It took a while for Izuku to process the words, and another few seconds for his vision to clear enough to see his mother, Yurarikasuki, and Mrs. Kendo covered in what looked to be cake batter, while Itsuka and Ochako were covered in raspberry jam. All were in the kitchen and watched him do the takedowns. "We just had an accident with the oven." What?" "I believe the surprise party may have gotten a little much." He stiffened and slowly turned his head to find a cheerful Nizu sitting on the chair, nonplussed at the fact that he was tied up in the restraint rope. "Hello there, young Midoriya. Can you please release us?" a gruff Aizawa Shoyuta asked on his end as he dangled from the ceiling, while Majima was looking at his capture device with interest, not bothered with the fact he was tied up against the wall. Principal Hamada Hiro was looking a little exasperated at the situation he was in as he was upside down on the wall, while the fathers of Ochako and Itsuka were also a little surprised by the sudden capture but were untouched otherwise. Upon closer inspection, Tazuna evidently had dropped a bottle of jam on the ground when he slipped, thus staining his shirt. "Oh my god, I am so sorry." Izuku went about helping them out of the restraints with Isaac following suit in his robot frame. "I heard the screams and Isaac could not access the cameras. And then I saw Tazuna-san on the ground with something red staining it, so I thought, well, it was only logical to think that someone was attacking your mother and her guests. Shoyuta then narrowed his eyes. It is not logical to come in on your own. You should be calling for help and not enter the house. I told him so. Not now, Isaac. At least his capture equipment works. Principal Hamada rubbed his wrists. A little on the strong side, but effective. And his movements are quite experienced for one his age. Nizu complimented Izuku, although there was a definite hint of something in his words, and a light in his eyes that made Izuku want to bash his own head into the wall for being too trigger-happy. Sorry, Izuku. Inko placed her hands together with an apologetic expression. I really did not want Isaac to ruin the surprise, so I got him to turn it off briefly, but forgot to tell him to turn it back on when you came back. Izuku turned to the robot frame with a deadpan expression. She was insistent on me keeping quiet on the surprise. Isaac actually shrugged back at him. Damn it, Isaac. His head dropped down to his hand. The robot turned to those with the end result of the baking. Bathrooms are on the upper floor. Clothes shall be provided for you while your current set can be washed in the washing machines. Sorry about borrowing your showers. Kendo Itsuwa, mother of Itsuka, used a towel offered to her to get the batter out of her orange hair. It is fine. I never expected that recipe to lead to explosive cupcakes. Inko said sheepishly. Let me guide you to the showers. Laundry machines are ready, Isaac announced as the nearby screen indicated as such. Don't suppose you could make a couple of robot frames to help with housework? Kendo Kano, the middle-aged father of Itsuka, asked with a slightly joking tone. Oh, is someone trying to get away from house chores? Itsuwa asked with eyes closed and a smile, a combination that somehow scared Izuku a little, and the grown men a lot. Nizu on his part looked amused by the interaction. No dear, I was just thinking of your welfare. Kano spoke quickly. I figured that with the increased laundry, having an automated washer and helper would help with the household. The woman looked at him for a while longer just to make him sweat before easing up on the pressure and allowing him to sigh in relief. Is this what humans call whipped? Isaac asked while tilting the head. Oh boy. Izuku went about entertaining the other guests while Isaac was assisting Inko with cleaning up the mess and helping with the clothes washing. He did have to explain why he had built a BOLO gun and the GRP unit, with Hiro and the heroes expressing their thoughts on the purpose and properties of the weapons. Nizu for one was thinking they could be used for law enforcement with some adjustments, while Shoyuta was thinking of the GRP being useful for close combat situations. He was describing some of the features to Majima when the doorbell rang. I will get that, Izuku announced as he got up from the chair and made his way to the front door to see who it was, taking care to calm himself down to avoid another issue. He looked through the peephole and blinked at the person at the door before unlocking and opening it. Yaoyorozu-san. Izuku blinked again and then leaned back when the girl leaned forward with a frown while dressed in a decent and clearly tailored blue dress. I told you to call me Momo. The girl insisted on that. He should know since the time she literally tackled him to the ground after catching up with him and later making him call her that after a few times they met afterwards. Okay, Momo-chan. The girl smiled and pulled herself back. A few chuckles drew the two's attention to her parents. Mr. Yaoyorozu was a man in his late 30s, wearing a nice and expensive-looking suit, whose spiky but neat black hair, along with his gray eyes, made him look rather intimidating and professional. His rather large and built stature also helped enhance the image. The woman beside him, on the other hand, looked like an older and more developed-looking Momo, and in Izuku's honest opinion was something that the girl would likely look forward to in the future if this was how her mother looked. The woman had wavy black hair, instead of spiky like Momo's, and onyx black eyes that complemented her pale skin, and she was wearing a simple black dress that hugged her generous figure nicely with a few accessories on her. But even with the simple options, she still looked like quite the beauty, and she seemed to know it without needing to flaunt it. That was to be expected from a woman who ran a side business in fashion and woman cosmetics. Said side business was also in the top 3 most successful businesses in Japan at least. Good evening, Saito-san, Rei-san. Izuku greeted them. Hello there, young man. Happy birthday. The husband greeted him with a wave while the wife came forward with a small package. Hope you don't mind us dropping by. It is a surprise to say the least. Izuku paused as he accepted the gift. But I don't recall telling you my address. Oh, I just asked some friends to find your address so that we can thank you again, and since we learned about your birthday, we figured we could kill two birds with one stone. Well, that was mildly concerning. Saito, don't scare the boy like that. Rei smacked her husband's arm. What? Sato's puzzled face had her sighing, and Izuku got the feeling he knew who was wearing the pants in the family. Izuku, who is it? Inko came to the door and blinked at the new arrivals. Oh, who are you? Good afternoon, madam. Saito bowed respectfully. I am Yaoyorozu Saito, and these are my wife and daughter, Rei and Momo. We just wanted to say hi to your son and passed a gift to him for his birthday. Oh, you have met my son? Inko placed a hand on her cheek as she looked at him. You did not tell me about them. Izuku was struggling to tell his mother something that did not involve dangerous high-speed chases and villains when Rei came to the rescue. Oh, he helped us out of a bad spot, especially Momo. Rei gave an A-grade Hollywood smile as she spoke. There were some boys who did not know when to take no for an answer, so Izuku had to chase them away briefly before getting my daughter to safety. Well, that was true to some extent and at least eased Inko into it. Ah, I see. He is always so helpful. Inko stepped aside. Do come in, we are just about ready to start. Had a bit of a mishap with the oven earlier, so we have to start the celebration later. Well, Saito was about to say something when Rei stepped on his foot. Izuku honestly felt for the older man at this point. Thank you for the offer. Let me ask someone first. Rei turned to Momo. What do you think, dear? Momo turned with puppy dog eyes at Saito, and thus he caved in. Yup, he really felt for the man. Come in, come in. Inko ushered everyone inside. The family did so and blinked at the sight of the heroes that were inside along with the other adults being there. Izuku and Inko quickly introduced them to the others, with the Yaoyorozu family clearly surprised to know that the principal of UA had his interest in Izuku. Izuku. Itsuka approached in a clean shirt and looked at Momo curiously. Who is she? Hi, Itsuka-chan. Izuku waved a hand to Momo. This is Yaoyorozu Momo. I helped her out the other day. A quick glance at the girl showed twinkling eyes that suggested the mirth she was enjoying from the suggestion. Momo-chan, this is Kendo Itsuka, my friend and training partner in the dojo for 2 years. And this is Uraraka Ochako, another friend I met recently when I was getting help from her father on a project. Hi there. Itsuka greeted Momo with a smile. Hello. Ochako did the same with another smile. A pleasure to meet you both. Momo answered back with a smile of her own, and all three of them looked at each other briefly. Rumble. Izuku blinked and looked out the window to see the clear sky. Why did he hear thunder all of a sudden? The weatherman said there would be no rain for this week after that previous thunderstorm. Okay. Now that we cleared the mess up along with the misunderstanding, Nizu clapped his hands/paws together. Let's get this party started and have cake. Cake! The girls stopped their odd standoff and moved as one to the table while dragging Izuku by the arms. It went about in a blur for him, and he found himself in front of the table with a party hat on his head and others around him. Everyone had gathered in the main living and dining room about the big table that had a few plates of appetizers for guests, and they cheered as Isaac and Inko brought out a big cake being transported on a hovering cart with 12 candles burning brightly on the top. As the cake was delivered safely and Isaac moved the cart away, everyone started to sing the birthday song, and Izuku could feel tears pricking his eyes a little. He had not had a birthday with multiple people for years, and even when he returned, he and his mother celebrated the birthday alone other than the previous year with Itsuka. Now he had a lot of people willing to wish him a happy birthday. Go on, make a wish. Inko smiled brightly at him. Izuku looked at her and then at the rest, before looking at the candles on the cake as he made a promise of what to do in the coming years. He swore that he would get Eri out of Chisaki's hands before he could conduct his experiments. He swore that he would keep his mother safe. He swore that any Itsuka, Ochako, Momo, Mei and any others that could get into trouble in the old future would be alive and safe in this timeline. He swore that the MLA would be gone in the near future. He swore that AFO will be defeated for good. He swore that the future would be a better one for all. Izuku nodded before blowing the candles out, the sounds of everyone cheering for him being a balm to his loneliness carried over from his old life. That much he made sure to get it done. Chapter 7. The sun was just close to setting in the distance with strong winds blowing about the streets, the commuters still out and about rushing for shelter at the likely onset of a storm in the night as was predicted by the weatherman in the news earlier in the day, with possible hints of snow coming early for the year. The streets were still being patrolled by the heroes who were getting themselves prepared to burn the midnight oil, since the more clever criminals and villains would begin their work at this hour and well into the night. One such example happened to be entering an office building running a news tabloid, dressed in a typical office suit that would not look out of place of a man preparing for the night shift. The man entered through the door, scanned the security pass while smiling at the guard, entered the elevator and went to the desired floor in the building. Perfectly normal. Except the elevator went roughly 10 floors below the ground instead of any of the upper 4 floors, and the corridor that greeted the man when the doors opened would belong more to a high-security bank than an office. The man walked to the end of the corridor while watched by several cameras, placed his security pass on the card reader, his palm on the hand scanner, and his eyes against the retina scanner, before he was allowed to go inside to a series of rooms filled with servers and computers. "Yo, Hondo," one of the few technicians came along to greet the man. Said technician appeared like a cyborg with half of his head covered with metal plates and sporting a red eye that was gleaming. "Burning the midnight oil?" "Among others, Cyrex." The one named Hondo placed his stuff on the table. "Master Skeptic is wanting an update on the infiltration of the HPSC servers. The latest raid on the school from Tagawa has messed up the schedule, and he is hard-pressed in dealing with hackers trying to find information on our commander. Another one of our bases is gone as well from Eheim." Cyrex frowned as the red eye blinked rapidly. The HPSC has been performing a lot of random inspections on all the schools, and the rodent of UA has been able to sniff out our other bases. There is also that odd hacker that has been appearing on-off for the past few months. A group of 5 appeared from another room with the man in a pinstriped shirt talking to the first 2. That hacker is able to get into our servers and somehow infect our files with some worm that we have been having issues to remove. And the thing is, I think they wanted us to find those infected files. "Have you scanned those that are seemingly not infected?" Hondo asked. "We are doing so, but there are a lot of files," Cyrex grumbled. "And the ones that do have something attached suggests they have incomplete versions of viruses or worms that would only activate when brought together by other files. There are too many possible combinations that could trigger something in the system. This is bad. We are wasting a lot of time and effort getting those files cleaned out before sending them to the others, and we are behind schedule as it is." Hondo sked as he checked the closest computer that displayed some of the latest files they were compiling for the Great Destro. This one contained files from certain support companies that could prove useful to their cause if they decided to buy them out. Ever since the purging of Aldera, many of their hidden bases and training grounds were being rooted out by the HPSC and other heroes. A number of their agents have been found and incarcerated without them knowing, and more of the unspoken supporters were being arrested or forced out of the country. The only good thing about the purging was the long process it took to do that, since they had agents in almost every part of Japan and businesses, and despite the numbers from both HPSC, the heroes, and aid from the army, there were too many of their own to root out completely. And thanks to Lord Trumpet, some of the raids were directed at places the MLA could afford to lose, while some of the more important bases were kept untouched or at least moved to other locations. They could not move back to the purged prefectures, though, as they were being monitored to see if any would do that. Their benefactors were also in great duress due to some information leaks that got the rat of UA coming after them with almost shark-like tendencies. While some of the highest backers had managed to sneak back into Japan and made their way back inside Daika City, some of the remaining brokers were being watched closely. Neither Skeptic nor Trumpet were able to dissuade the officers involved, and from what little Hondo had heard, Redestro was not pleased at all. Not an exaggeration if the messed-up part of Daika Tower was any indication. "Have you heard about the construction going on in Hidano, Kanagawa?" Cyrex asked while bringing up some screen windows. "All I know about that is someone having bought up the deeds to completely develop the district and supposedly other areas closest to it," Hondo answered. "It is a very big project, almost the size of UA itself. I know that Master Skeptic wanted that area purposely held back for the MLA to build another base, and he was not pleased that someone got to it first. Yes, it has made rounds in the community, as well since no one was able to get through that amount of land. The pinstriped man sneered at this point. Word on the vine says that the construction crew involved is Urarka Constructions Movers, the group hiring the weaklings and the nulls. The rest of them hissed at that bit of news. That group of meta-pretenders, huh? Hondo snorted derisively. Bet Tazuna was very happy to get that paycheck. The issue is for what reason the entire district is being redeveloped for. I can't get anything, Cyrex remarked. What I do know is someone actually providing new equipment for that construction group to build the area faster, and there is some odd contract going on that no one knows except maybe Nizu. The infrastructure is evidently being completed faster than anticipated. Whoever it is must have big pockets. Hondo mused. We can have a break from dealing with the hackers and do some work on the Urarka group. We do not need any nulls polluting our air and wasting the money of the good people for the taxpayers. Find out what you can and then we crush them. He gave a scary smirk at this as he placed his hand towards his head, the thumb touching the forehead and index finger pointing upwards. Let us get in favor with our lord by ridding Japan of the nulls. Hail Destro! Hail Destro! The group cheered with a thumb to their forehead and index finger pointing upwards. Clang! All turned to find a cylindrical canister rolling on the floor and coming to a stop in the middle of them. Before anyone could react, the canister glowed before blowing up in a spectacular display of smoke that caused them to panic from the sudden attack and the blindness. That was not the only one, as several flashbangs were introduced shortly after along with a purple gas that filled the room and the outside quickly. Sound the alarm. We are being attacked. Hondo was getting dizzy from both the sensory attacks and the gas that made him lethargic. Consequently, that left him open to a blow to the head that sent him crashing to the floor and knocking him out for good. The others followed shortly right as the ventilation systems kicked in to suck out all the possible contaminated air from the room, leaving behind a pile of bodies on the floor and one standing in a dark exosuit and a mirrored visor covering the face with decorations that give the impression of an Oni, not helped with the dull glow in the eyes. The intruder directed the gauntlet at Hondo and fired a stun round to properly knock him out, before tying him up with a cable tie and dragging him away to the side. The intruder continued to do this for the rest before making his way to the closest computer to see the entries and started typing something before a pop-up saying, "Security disabled," was shown. Let's see what they have now. The voice that came out of the intruder was distorted as he continued to hack the security to get to the sensitive information while he kept an eye out for any unwanted visitors. He may have disabled the silent alarm and isolated the building of any communication connections before coming over, but he rather not risk his luck. He growled slightly at the tediousness of the hacking but was rewarded with a beeping sound along with several windows open on the screen. Bingo! Looking about, he took out his storage device to plug into the available slot to start downloading the files, and then grabbed the spare disk that was around, lightly snorting at the somewhat old-school storage device, and inserted it into another computer to download the files. This went on for a few minutes before he heard something that made him turn to find Cyrex stirring in his restraints. Now he could not have the man waking up. A quick drop of a smaller canister released another dose of the gas at the man to knock him out, buying the intruder more time to gather whatever he can from the system. As he waited for them to download everything, he took his time to look about the underground base, having done the same for the building the past week, and took photos of whatever documents he could get his hands on and whatever items that caught his fancy. A notification from his wrist interrupted his motion of placing a cylindrical device into the bag he had. They took their time. The intruder huffed and placed the last item in the bag. He then went back to the computers to grab the storage devices and ensured that the group of men were secured before he exited out a hidden door while going invisible. A minute after he left, the elevator pinged before another canister was thrown in with a loud bang. Freeze! Everyone on the ground now. Police and heroes rushed in with full gear only to pause at the sight of the men all tied up in the middle of the corridor ready for their arrests. The leading hero took a few steps forward to look at them before turning back. Who on earth got here before us? Spread out and find them. Phew, that was productive. Izuku let out a breath as he sat down on the rooftop of a nearby building to watch the sunset by the tall towers with a light drizzle coming on. In the distance down below, He could see the flashing lights of the police cars around the building he had raided. This is the 5th spot we have hit this month, sir. Shall we call it a night? Yeah, I think we can do that. Izuku stretched his arms and rotated his neck to loosen the joints. Nothing like taking down an MLA research branch to get me ready for bed. I believe the MLA would be very agitated at this point. Izuku had to snort lightly at that response. Given the 30-second recording Isaac caught on camera of one of the agents cursing the air blue with creative vocabulary on the last raid, that was an understatement. And it was music to his ears. Yeah, let's do that. Izuku shivered lightly as the wind blew against him despite having insulation in his suit, and the first drops of snow came from above. Winter is coming a little early this year, which gives you the perfect period to lay low for the rest of the year. Some of our window shopping is getting noticed. Isaac was not sugarcoating that at all. Some of his recent bouts of vigilantism and robbing of criminals had brought forth some uncomfortable attention from heroes and law enforcements who had clarified with the villains regarding their equipment and noting those that were missing. For most, the items were of little consequence, but for some of the intelligence-based heroes like Nizu, a pattern was being shown even if they had no idea what was being built. His mother, on the other hand, was also getting a little suspicious as he could use the excuse of schoolwork only so many times, and only 3 times did he stay outside at night. Izuku would need to keep his head down for now for the heat to go down. But at least he got all that he needed for one major project. Are the last few parts moved from the warehouse? Yes, sir. We now have the necessary components to build your personal particle accelerator, along with some spare parts for good measure. Good. Izuku tapped the arc reactor on his suit with a frown directed at the flickering light in the core. The palladium cores are breaking down faster than they should. Based on the schematics you had provided, you were able to get better results due to the war pushing technology to the limits along with the palladium being obtained from official processing plants. The current practice of extracting and refining the palladium is hindered by the amount we can obtain from the old jewelry and computer parts. Unless you can get another source of pure palladium, your current ones would have to be stopgap solutions for your suits until you can recreate the hypothetical core that you supposedly made in the future. Your other alternative would be to redesign the reactor with the repulse engine schematics and scale it down. Good point. Izuku sighed at that reminder. Least I do not have to put one in my chest anytime soon. And wasn't that a highlight for him that he had a fully functioning heart along with a proper left arm when he came back from the future? That particular heart injury came about when he took a hit for Eri by some villains after her, and later exacerbated by Bakugo being his usual explosive self who did not like the sight of him being more successful than him, thus introducing an explosion to his chest and almost shredding his heart. Izuku was forced into emergency surgery with help from Isaac and implanted with a crude mechanical heart with an arc reactor installed for power and protection, and later implanted with a better one that still had the reactor poking out of his chest. Even after he returned to the past, there were times in the first year that Izuku would wake up in the morning and forget that he no longer needed the reactor in his chest, and almost panicked at the thought of losing his oxygen. Maybe he should look into artificial organ creation. He did have some crude designs on the server. Time to head back. Izuku leaped off the building and blasted off with his repulsors to go about the area for one last sweep before going to a dark alley near the spot the repulse was waiting for him. He did chuckle at the sight of 5 men twitching on the floor, the end result of would-be carjackers trying to break into the repulse only to get rebuffed by the security. After knocking them out and tying them for good measure, he made an anonymous call to the police and left the area in the car. Since I am going to be off the grid for window shopping, what should I do? Izuku hummed as he plugged a cable to his suit to run some diagnosis. You could start with the building of the particle accelerator since you have completed your recent exams. I believe that also concludes your high school portion of the accelerated program. Izuku blinked at that part. Oh right, I actually forgot about that. Izuku leaned back in his seat. Feels weird that I have just completed the high school portion and will be doing the university side. I understand Principal Hamada has something to discuss regarding that? Yeah, he said something about expanding my education. He is trying to contact someone on it. Izuku looked out the window as the car came up to a traffic light. Never thought I had to go through school again, even if I am on the accelerated program. At least with this, you can refresh your knowledge from your younger days. Isaac had a teasing tone to his words. Are you saying I am old? Izuku raised an eyebrow. Mentally, yes. You need to experience your childhood again. Wow, damage taken from that statement. Izuku snorted as he waited for the light and looked at the projection screen by a mall, currently showing international news abroad on the hero named Siegfried having won against his latest villain. What is going on with the World's Hero Association? Are they alerted to what is going on here? Izuku asked as the car moved on once the light turned green. The association has been keeping an eye out on Japan's situation in terms of the MLA, and are content to leave it to the HPSC and the nation's heroes for now. Isaac reported with the screen showing recordings and images of different photoshots of the personnel. That said, there is chatter on the Vine that they intend to perform inspections on the HPSC thanks to the latest scandal. Scandal was one way of putting it. The ex-director of HPSC, Yatsuba Kenzaki, had barely left the corporation for a couple of weeks and was due for court to answer some questions regarding his time in the HPSC and to see if there were any truth to the rumors that the HPSC had ordered Black Op assassinations with the heroes under their payroll. On the week he was to present himself, he suddenly fell critically ill and then pronounced dead within 2 days in a secure hospital, supposedly from severe food poisoning. That merely fueled more conspiracy theories of him falling victim to said assassinations to keep silent on whatever dealings that had gone on in HPSC, and there was a little bit of unrest among certain communities on that, hence the increase in underground criminal activities that in turn allowed Izuku to do a spot of window shopping for stuff. As the saying goes, dead men tell no tales. Here's hoping they do something right. Izuku leaned back in his seat as the car came around the junction. Indeed. Beep, beep. Possible crime in motion, west side 5 feet away. Izuku sighed at the announcement. Of course, crime does not rest for the wicked. Izuku leaned forward to look at the dashboard. Any cameras in the area? A couple, sir. The screen showed the viewpoints of said cameras, with one displaying someone running away from a group of middle school students. It would appear that a young lady is being chased by a very angry mob. ETA? That got answered by said person rushing past the repulse, forcing the car to brake hard and Izuku to lurch forward and barely avoided his nose meeting the dashboard by his seatbelt. He leaned back while watching the other students come after her. Never mind. I have hacked the other security cameras in the general area, granting you access. Thanks, Isaac. Izuku checked his equipment and power levels before exiting the car and rushing after the group, his boots having been treated to be silent even if he had metal tips that should be making a lot of noise. Izuku then used his repulsors to boost himself to the roof of the building and started to jump across buildings to keep up and prepare for sudden turns. Good thing too, as he saw them go into the alley 10 blocks from where he was. He quickly made his way to that building and peered over the edge. Nowhere to run, you bitch. The group of high school boys had trapped the girl in a dead-end alley with the supposed leader coming forward with a sneer. Think you could just come around and mess with us in our hood? Think again, girlie. The girl whose features were hidden in the shadow appeared to be scared of her situation. The only thing he could tell with his visor was her high school uniform that had a few tears and blood stains on it, and based on her height, she was likely a junior from one of the neighboring schools. I'm sorry. The girl clutched her head as though she was in pain while she kept apologizing. A simple apology won't work, girl. The leader paused for a moment, and while he could not see the face, Izuku could see his head tilting to the side and had a bad feeling with how he was looking her up and down. If you really want to tell us how sorry you are, you could show us in a different manner. The other boys chuckled rather darkly as they got closer to her, and even in her apparent state of pain, she could tell that she was in major trouble. She was backing herself against the wall as the boys moved forward with dark intent, and for a brief moment, she looked up to where Izuku was. Izuku knew she could not see him due to the design of the suit, but what he could see with the night vision was her apparent expression of fear. And then his vision shifted to a different alley and a different woman getting forced back by a group of villains who were leering at her state of dress, her street clothes having been damaged to the point that it barely held on and protected what little modesty she could have on. The woman whimpered as the villains rushed forward with a demented cheer, and then she screamed in fear. Take them all out. Izuku leaped off the roof while throwing a stun canister ahead to let it hit the ground and detonate to disorientate the whole lot of them. With the visor and built-in sound-canceling earbuds, Izuku landed behind the closest villain who was reeling from the sudden attack. A quick swipe of the feet forced him to the ground, followed by a punch to the stomach to knock him out. A couple of microshock capsules ensured the next two villains would drop to the ground, while another four got taken out by him grabbing one of the bodies and throwing at them with a sound grenade to disable their inner balance enough for him to punch them hard. By this point, though, the second last villain had recovered and used his quirk to cover himself in plated armor and rushed forward with a war cry. Izuku merely ducked and rolled away with a repulsor to the side to knock him off his feet briefly, and then rushed forward with a clenched fist sporting electrical prongs at the knuckles. The villain got back to his feet in time to avoid the main hit, but the glancing blow was enough to shock him slightly, costing him dearly when Izuku slammed his fist into his face, canceling out his quirk and knocking him out in the process. "Hold it!" Izuku turned to point his palm at the last villain, who held the hostage by the neck in his hand and pointed a knife at him. "You got it all wrong, man. This bitch is the villain, not us. Yet you were so eager to attack and surround her." Izuku prepped his gauntlet. "If she were a villain, then you should be telling the law enforcement and not engage in some potential villainy yourself. Rather not bother them with this weakling. Best to take her out now before she could kill us all." The villain sneered as he turned the knife towards her. "You should be thanking me for taking out a future villain in the making." "No, but I will thank you for giving me time." Izuku smirked behind his visor. "What?" The villain blinked at that, giving him the chance to fire off a shock sticker at his leg. "BZZT. Blabble-bl-slibble-bl-bl-silb." The guy shook and blabbered from the electric shock he was getting, releasing his grip on the girl, whom Izuku managed to summon with his GRP module. Once he secured the girl, Izuku rushed forward to deliver a punch straight into the stomach of the villain, causing him to fold over briefly before getting launched into the wall a few feet away, where he slumped to the ground unconscious. Izuku clenched his fist to activate a feature to prepare a hard light blade and walked forward with the intent to ensure the villain was down for good. "BZZT. Ah!" Izuku stumbled slightly from the electric shock that went through his body. "Sir, can you hear me? Your behavior is worrying. I had to shock you to get you to listen." Izuku paused at the voice and blinked a few times, shaking his head while looking at the pile of bodies around him groaning in pain. He looked at his last attacker and saw the leader of the group knocked out with his head slightly bleeding from the impact, then back to the blade attached to his arm, his mind blank and his heart starting to beat faster at the implication that was dawning on him. "Sir, your heart rate is increasing and brain activity is dropping." Izuku seemed to be in a fog as he struggled to consider what he was about to do to the guy. "Sir, your pupils are dilating and your heart rate is getting erratic." Izuku deactivated most of the combat features immediately and backed himself to the wall, his breathing getting very short and his vision getting slightly blurry. "Administering calming sedatives." "Phew!" Izuku choked and took a deep breath of the gas that Isaac had released into his visor, his mind now clearing and his vision sharpening. He took a few more breaths to control his heart rate before he took stock of the situation. "Thank you, Isaac." "Sir, this is the second time you appeared to be in a trance during a combat situation. Is something the matter?" Izuku took a few moments to hold the instinctive answer on his tongue before replying. "I think I am experiencing some flashbacks. This is not good. Perhaps you are in need of rest. For now, let us tend to the young lady." "Right, got to do that." Izuku got off the wall and turned to where the girl was lying on the floor a few feet away and started walking towards her, using the time to get his thoughts together. That did not help when he got closer to shine a light on her, only to pause at the sight of her. He slowly knelt down to move her head slightly to the side and lifted parts of her blonde hair to see her face. "Sir, you have got to be kidding me." Izuku had to palm his face despite the visor blocking it. The reason for the reaction? The girl he just saved happened to be a person of great interest in the near future. Someone who would help the League of Villains to a very big stage in life. Someone who was a big pain in the ass for him and Eri in the past timeline with the use of a very tricky quirk. That girl who passed out on the ground in front of him? Her name was Toga Himiko, and he had the weirdest luck to bump into her at this young age. More than ever, Izuku wished he was physically old enough to drink, because he was too mentally old to handle this shit.